Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello. Hello, everybody, and welcome again to another episode of Finding Gnosis. This is the Finding Gnosis show, and we are trying to find out what exactly is going on in this strange existence we are all apparently sharing, and what the hell we should all be doing individually and collectively whilst we are apparently here. Today, the icebreaker is the idea, are we thinking for ourselves or just repeating what we hear? Can we ever truly be authentic, or are we just playing a role we didn't choose? We have a few people in the back room. I'm going to let them on one by one. Hello to Nefarious Rockers. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome.
Hello.
What would you like to say, sir?
It's an interesting topic, whether we're thinking for ourselves or not. I have something to say about that topic. There's evidence that people are not thinking for themselves. A lot of people believe stems from the geographical locations they were born and residing. Someone from a Muslim country will become Muslim. Someone from a Christian country will become Christian, and so on and so on. And it becomes apparent that it is not we that decide what we believe. Rather, it's other people who decide for us, such as parents or teachers, and so on and so on.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll go into that some more, I'm sure. But obviously, as usual, feel free to have little sideshows along the way, people. If you wish to talk about anything, I don't mind, meandering through other topics as we try to discuss this main topic. Are we thinking for ourselves or just repeating what we hear? Can we ever truly be authentic, or are we just playing a role we didn't choose? Denizen, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome back, sir. What do you think?
Yeah, I have to agree with Rockers. I don't think anybody's really thinking for themselves. I don't think that's the way the human brain works. That's why narrative is so integral to how we socialize and how we learn. We usually just repeat what we hear. And even if, for whatever reason, people choose to reject whatever culture or upbringing they come from, I don't think that that's a free will agency choice so much as it is a matter of circumstance and a result of the kind of information and environment that people are subjected to. And in a way, that is there is a lack of authenticity there. I would say it's more accurately a lack of agency. And creativity is extremely rare in the human species. People are nowhere near as creative as they think they are, and it's a very, very rare trait that I'd say probably only somewhere around,
Denizen, you're going in and out, brother, your volume. I don't know whether it's your microphone or it's the StreamYard, but it seems that you're veering in and out of audibility. So can we sort that out, brother?
Yeah. Last thing I was going to say is, I'd say very small percentage, probably less than 5% of the population is actually capable of creative thought. And I'll be back on that note.
Thank you. As I said, you're going in and out. Your volume is going up and down, brother. So please, if you could sort that, appreciate it, because we do love having you here and hearing what you have to say. Chickpea, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. Are you thinking for yourself, Chickpea, or are you just repeating what others say? Can you ever truly be authentic, or are you just playing the role of Chickpea, a role you didn't choose, a role that's full of a role where you're just playing out the ideation that was put into your head by others?
We're all programmed to behave the way we do behave. It's called programming. Actually, by the way, I'm sorry about what happened today. I got a weird text message from what was it called? Yeah, you know that firm. Blah blah. Not my fault. What happened? I do apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was you because you'd mentioned that.
Chickpea was ringing me at work today.
Right, I can talk about it now then. Yes, what happened was I received a message from that. What's that? I've forgotten what. Oh, Jesus, wept. That way you get free phone calls.
It better have been important.
No, it was God, weird. I do apologise anyway, though it wasn't entirely my fault.
Did I sound grumpy?
Just a bit. I do apologise.
No, I wasn't grumpy.
I got a text message from WhatsApp telling me to blah blah blah, do this, do that. So I did that. I assumed it came via yourself because you said to me once about WhatsApp, blah blah blah. Yes, I'm sorry. I do apologise for that. It wasn't. I don't think I'm stalking you or anything. I'm not.
Okay. So anyway, Chickpea, are you thinking for yourself, or are you just, repeating what you've heard and read? Are the ideas, are your thoughts your own, or are you just vomiting out what went into your head from somewhere else?
Well, I like most people, I just think and do what I've been programmed to do by mostly what was on the TV, and who's me? God only knows. I'm only just 71 years old, starting to find myself. Totally programmed by television, newspapers. We're all programmed to behave in a certain way and to follow the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's why they call it TV programming.
Transvestite programming, is it?
not
Brother Marcus, salutations, and good to have you here. Austin Murphy, who says your religious cult you decide to join depends on where in the world you are born in, for the most part. Nibbles says conditioned into consuming, example, animal products from factory farms. So people
well said, well done, Nibbles.
Good day to you too, Austin Murphy. Good to have you here. Do come on and tell us what you think of matters. Duke Reagan says the film and music industry is full of ripoffs. As John Lennon said, there is nothing new under the sun. I believe that's a biblical quote as well, is it not? Did it not say that in the Bible? Digital Denizen, you're here. And Nibbles says, conditioned into consuming all manner of big food, ultra-processed junk. There you go. Not only is she Nibbles by name, but, her comments are all about nibbling too. Dead Inside said they heard British people don't rinse the soap off their dishes. Not true in my case. I do rinse after I wash. What about you, Chickpea? Oh, Chickpea doesn't. Do you do any dishwashing? I don't know.
Yeah, I wash the cat's dishes.
And do you? Because, by the way, guys, in case you're wondering, Chickpea does not cook for herself ever. And she's 71 years of age. She's perfectly fine. How long is it since you last cooked, Chickpea?
Since Paul and I split just after my marriage broke down, which would have been very early 80s. Yeah, I haven't had a cooker since. I said to him, you could take the cooker with you, because he wanted the cooker. And I've been sort of raw since. I've got a microwave so I can make some hot chocolate, because I drink hot chocolate.
Oh.
But no, I haven't actually cooked anything since then.
But Chickpea,
yes,
you washed your mug or your cup that you make your tea or coffee in, right?
Well, of course I do.
So there, you do washing up.
Yes,
and
yes,
when you wash your mug, do you use washing up liquid, or do you just rinse it with water?
Yeah, I
And
use washing up.
do you wash the washing up liquid off afterwards? Do you
Not
rinse
really,
it
no.
with clean water?
No, I
You
don't
leave,
actually.
you leave the soapy residue on it, the bubbles.
Well, I dry everything as more or something. I tend to, wipe everything dry the way spirits do.
So
But
you don't
I'm
rinse it.
still
You don't
here.
rinse
I've
the
been doing it
bubbles
for
off.
50 years. I've been consuming fairies for the past 50 years.
Okay.
Washing up liquid.
Nibble says, I think she's a bitch. That's not true. Reparation Nation says, greetings from London, UK. Well, hello there. And I echo back to you also from London, UK, greetings. And as does Chickpea, she's also in London. The other two here, they're in other parts of the globe. Nefarious Rockers, where are you based? Well, he's currently muted. He might be on the toilet.
Norway.
You're in Norway. Are you on the toilet in Norway?
Why would I be on the toilet?
Oh, you were muted. You didn't answer straight away.
Okay.
I was just joking with you. Don't worry. Denizen, whereabouts are you, brother?
North America.
North America. He's been vague. It could be Canada. It could be the US of A. I know which it is, but is that all you want to say at the moment, Denizen?
I'm in the Southwest United States.
Southwest United States. Cool. Brother Marquez says, wait, what? Chickpea, you don't rinse the soap off? Is that like an actual habit others do? As I said, this is new to me. I've never heard this.
Yeah, it's very common. There's stuff on YouTube about it. People wondering why us Brits don't rinse the soap off our dishes. Yeah, I don't. I don't know. I just
You're consuming the filth then.
I just dry it off with washing up cloth.
IC3, you're in the background. Can you wave at me? Ah, yes, you're real good, man. Sorry, IC3. I've been trolled so many times. It's unbelievable. But good to have you here. IC3, 1 second, brother. I'm going to read some of these comments. D6 says, greetings from Mrs. America. That's Mrs. America. Who is Mr. America, D6? Do let us know. And how's it going? Or maybe there's another Mrs. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's a lesbian marriage. I don't know. I'm assuming things here.
I think it might be the same. Greetings all. Greetings all.
Greetings, IC3. We'll come to you. So I'm looking forward to coming to you because that's quite the background there and quite the setup there. Quite the hat, quite the character. Already I can see oozing out of you. You are a character. Anarchy Television is here. Good to see you. Dead Inside says they're never wrong. And Brother Marcus still can't get over this fact that Chickpea doesn't wash off her soap residue.
Yeah, that's amazing.
BMW, that's quite common in the UK. Most people that I know tend to live like this. I think it's a lot to do with the fact. I think it's a lot to do with the fact we only have one. We only have one sink in the UK.
When you have your cup of tea, do you blow bubbles as you're doing it? Like, no?
I have come across this topic before, and yes, it's true. But I've seen it from other people as well.
Oh, okay.
I know it sounds insane.
IC3 calls D6 Mrs. America, so there's a bit of a backstory there. We'll learn.
Oh, I didn't know it was that D6 actually. Oh, right.
There you go. So I'm gonna. Do you want me to make your screen big here so we can see you, IC3?
It's up to you.
Look at this. Look at this setup here. All these posters. What a setup! And look at that hat. Tell us about what's going on with that hat, brother.
Yeah, well, all these images and posters you see. I'm an activist. I do a lot of street performance, and I spend a lot of time at Speaker's Corner. So cool. All of these images are from previous campaigns, street campaigns. So when I finish a street campaign, then I put the poster that I was using up on the wall, and then create new posters, and so on. So these are just history of my activism.
Of what you've done.
Yeah.
Well, this is very apt because the topic of the show is: are we thinking for ourselves or just repeating what others say to us?
Yeah.
Brilliant. And what do you think, as someone who is heavily involved in activism? Were these ideas put in your head by someone else? And do you notice when you're doing your activism, trying to change people's hearts and minds, that their thoughts that you're trying to change were indeed put into them by somebody else? They were conditioned to think the way they were. That you can't really blame them in a way for their perhaps what you see as ignorance. You can't really blame them for erroneous thinking because their thoughts are somebody else's that were put into their head.
Yeah, it's a good point. So my response to that is that just like we have left hand and a right hand, that we're all basically 50% the society that we're conditioned in, and 50% the individual self, and it's a balancing of the two. So you need conditioning in order to have a society. Otherwise, you need a certain level of conditioning. It's like being able to speak English. You need somebody has to teach you to speak English, and we can communicate together. I think if there's no system of education, then there's no language, then the only thing you can do really is just violence, which is the simplest one, isn't it? I don't like that. You don't see, if you don't like it, all you do is just punch. There's no communication. There's no other communication system taught. So therefore, the basic is violence. So wow. I think you need some conditioning.
So you're basically trying to stop the violence, basically, from the sounds that you're trying to change people's minds so they don't resort to violence, right?
Oh, not quite. No. Yeah, because I think like violence and war are an aspect of human nature. So if to say to stop the violence, that sounds like, oh, I want to lobotomize people. That means the easiest way to make sure there could be no violence, you just cut out certain parts of people's brains, and then they become, yeah. So I think that the propensity for violence and anger and emotion and ego must never be destroyed, but based on how the society's constructed, it can be managed effectively, therefore not destroying the person.
Okay, brother. Would you like to talk us through some of the activism you've been involved in? There's a whole lot there behind you. Anybody watching, please share the stream on your community posts or on Reddit, on Facebook, wherever. Bring in new voices, help us, increase the thoughts coming in here so that we're not all, singing from the same hymn sheet, so that we're comparing, contrasting ideas and trying to get Gnosis, trying to find out what the hell is going on and what we should be doing. It's good to have variation.
So you have Gnosis? Are you looking for, are you heading for it? Gnosis
looking for it.
No, doesn't it?
Knowledge. Yeah, looking for
everything.
It. Trying to find out the important things to know.
Right. And if you're a Gnostic, that means you know. And if you're agnostic, you don't know. So you're seeking. Right. Okay. Yeah. So my fundamentals, my position is that race, even though it's a construct, is the most powerful construct conceived by humanity to date. Yeah.
Okay. And that doesn't tell me whether it's good or bad.
Well, good or bad is a matter of cultural perspective. So one society, having spent time together, developed their customs and habits and laws to survive within a particular environment, may clash with another society that has developed in a different environment, in a different way. So part of the laws and the habits that are developed in society are, well, all of them, the laws decide what is good and what is bad for that particular society or for that particular nation or for that particular party. So every group, the group itself, the fact that it is a group, has its own opinion of what is good and what is bad. So good and bad is relative, but there could be some universal laws, but my gut feeling is that in order to be able to see those universal laws, you would have to be perfect within yourself. You'd have to be a perfect person.
Interesting.
Any challenges to that? Any challenges? I'm just firing this stuff out there now and see what you...
Well, you've obviously thought a lot about this. You're the one going up to Speaker's Corner doing your activism. So I'm sitting back and listening at the moment. I'm not going to make any judgment. You know, I don't want to make a quick snap judgment on matters.
Right.
But you know, how does this like going forwards? Your ideas on matters. How does it benefit us? And by the way, considering the topic of the show, where did your ideas come from? Are they your own, or were they put into your head from somewhere else, from somebody else's thoughts and words?
I think they're put into my head, but there are some ideas that are my own. Yeah. So as I said earlier on, 50-50. Roughly, you know. Yeah. So
That's generous.
anybody else? Anybody agree with that or disagree or want to add to those points?
I mean, would you care to give us a little bit more information on which 50 of the 100% was your own and which was put in there by somebody else?
Well, I think the strongest one, as I mentioned earlier on, is race. The concept of race, the existence of race, the white race, the black race, and they say the yellow race. These are fundamental concepts from the British system. And the British system's based on the Christian system, and the Christian system's based off the Jewish system.
And who told you all that? Or did you come up with that idea
yourself?
Well,
I grew up in the church. So then I studied, you know, did Bible studies and so on. And then you start to understand it, and then looked into history as well. You learn a bit of history whilst you're in church. You learn about... Are
you religious now?
Huh?
Are you a religious man?
A religious. I think the word religious is a very tricky word. Religion to me is a strong belief backed up by action. So I do have a strong belief and I do act on it. So yes, I'm religious. But am I Christian? Am I Muslim? Am I Jewish? No, I'd say. Am I of the Abrahamic faiths? I'd say the Abrahamic faiths are the strongest faiths in the world. In fact, the current world is constructed on the Abrahamic faiths, I would say. Because a world is a construct. I didn't say the planet, the world. A world is a financial, political, cultural construct.
Thank you for that, IC3. Police by Consent says there's one race, the human race, and there are different cultures. Okay, we'll go to Wingnut Radio. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Wingnut Radio, what would you like to say?
I'm not sure how I can add into that. I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of things altogether, but I don't know where to start.
Well, Wingnut Radio, let's go back to basics here.
Okay.
Are we thinking for ourselves, or are we just repeating ideas and words that were put into our heads by somebody else?
Let me ask you this: where does the brand new, never been thought of, light bulb on top of the head type of idea come from?
Who's doing the questions here? I'm asking you. I mean, if you want, look, I'll give you my opinion. I think it's kind of algorithmic. I think you're told you learn certain things from others, and then you when you look at the world, you're using that knowledge to make sense of it, and then you're building upon it. So your new ideas are basically built from old ideas. You're just putting them together in different ways to formulate a new kind of. It's like a new pattern of what was before. So you're using old information to create a new pattern. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There was a pattern of thought before you, and all you've done is you've reconfigured bits of it to make a new pattern.
100%. 100% agree. And it's scalable. What you said there is scalable. The same principle applies not only for the individual, it also applies to the state. It also applies to the nation. It also applies to the community and to the society. So all societies, all nations are constructed of previous wisdom.
In the beginning was the word.
D&W, can I say something, please?
You just did.
No, I tell
you're
you
running
something.
out. You're running out. You've got to be careful. You just said something. So you're running out of opportunities and permissions.
No, yesterday I was listening to you guys talking about this, about women and sex and everything. And I remember back in the 60s, the sexual programming that took place for us young women. Now, for my mother's time, sex before marriage, especially going out with loads of guys having sex, was unheard of. And it wasn't until my generation in the 60s, as a little girl in the 60s, that we were bombarded with the whole thing of casual sex, the sexual revolution, all that stuff. And I remember that so clearly, that they did that to us. And they did. It was Hollywood, basically. The concept of getting, you could just, remember, it was called the sexual revolution.
Right.
And they did that to us.
Why did they do it?
Why?
To
Why
double
they do
the
it?
workforce.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Say it again.
To double the workforce.
Exactly. I was just going to say that.
But what's sex got to? Well, what's having sex got to? Well, never mind. Anyway, but I'm just saying that I was brought up in a time where it was okay to have. We were actually literally conditioned to have sex after meeting somebody, maybe the second date or third date. We were conditioned to do that, literally.
Christian values, no?
No.
Marriage and Christian values. Conditioning is more of a Christian country. And now maybe not so much.
I'm just saying what Hollywood pushed and what papers like The Sun pushed.
Yeah, but Hollywood's not Christian, is it?
No.
Hollywood, what's the philosophy behind Hollywood? So they wouldn't be pushing Christian values unless they were a Christian. Hollywood was Christian.
Yes. Well, they do say, they say about Hollywood, yes.
William White says ideas are put into heads as suggestions. Script or voice in your head that is parroted from another's will is an introject. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot going on here in terms of what is causing us to think. It's not just what we hear or what we read. It is our observations of others. But in many ways, our observation of others causes our thoughts as well. And part of that, what people are doing is often learnt behavior, and you know, their genetic drives, what their genes and biology is driving them to do.
Path of
So
least
if you want to
resistance.
go way back, way back, we were mimicking. We mimicked each other before we spoke. We mimicked each other. We learned from each other.
Yeah.
We also had, you know, a lot going on in terms of attraction and repulsion to things because of our innate, you know, predisposition, biases.
Right.
Prior to that, it was probably chemical reactions. Prior to that, it's like electromagnetism, things
Yeah,
being
nature
attracted
versus
and repulsed
nurture.
from each other. So there was this kind of like attraction and repulsion thing going on.
Still
And
is.
eventually it went up the chain of life to we watched and we learned. We were attracted to that which helped us feel good and survive. So we mimicked that to fit in. And sometimes our genes made us do it anyway, you know, because
Yeah. Nature
evolution,
nurture question.
nature made us act in a certain way.
Well,
And then that shaped our thoughts.
Yeah.
well,
Because
Nurture as well.
our thoughts were directed towards that which genetically we were driven to do.
I'll push back
And then we started talking. And what did we start talking about? What did we start talking about? And if you go way back, what were we talking about?
Hunting.
We were talking. Yeah, we were talking about hunting. We were basically rewarding or scolding each other. We were charming each other or belittling each other. So it was that kind of duality going on. It was hot or cold. It was telling people they were doing something good or bad.
Right. Or constructive or destructive.
And then we basically learned from that, and then passed that information on to the next generation through our voices. But eventually things got written down. Eventually things got depicted in art, and there was other ways of passing the message on. It didn't have to be vocally.
Right.
It was through other mediums. And those mediums infect our minds, teach our minds, impregnate themselves within our minds, and shape our perception. I've called that something before, the intersubjective zone, because we are all having a subjective experience. I can't get inside IC3's head, even though I'd like to. He's an interesting dude. I can't get inside anyone's head here, but I appreciate you all you're all having your own experience here.
You might get caught in the cobwebs if you got mine.
Yeah, and same here. But what I can do is listen to you, listen to your output, and watch your output. Now, your output may be here on this stream, but you may also write books, create art, leave behind some kind of legacy that is tangible. You may build something, create something. All these things are teaching me, and they are creating my thoughts. You are creating my thoughts, IC3, just by being here, by putting out something yourself.
But how about purpose? Because we can influence each other's thoughts, but how does having a purpose or not having a purpose enable one to listen to others or accept alternative views? You set up this channel, Finding Gnosis, so you set it up with the purpose, with the mission, because it took work to put this together. I saw the lovely background graphics and so on.
Thank you, AI.
Yeah. So what is your mission when you set up this?
It was just to share ideas and bounce ideas with each other. It literally is a little bit. It is the intersubjective zone. It's people's subjective journeys meeting and comparing, contrasting, and hopefully people watching, people listening, people participating will get something out of it that will help them individually. I can't say for sure what's going to happen, but my intention is a good one. I want people to compare, contrast their ideas, tell us what they think, and then people watching, people observing, to learn something, to have something to reflect upon. Because if we sit in our rooms or we sit in our monocultures just thinking one thing, we may be wrong. And that would be a great tragedy if there was a truth out there that could help us.
Well, isn't there an objective truth for all humans out here? I mean, isn't there?
That's a big question.
That may be the gnosis we're looking for.
Isn't there an objective truth for all humans?
Yeah.
Question.
I mean,
So
it would
therefore,
be to me, it would be like the base code, that is objectively true for all of us. You know what I mean?
so a base code aligned with universal law or universal values or the common
universal law.
Base code.
Paul Stubbs says, you aren't thinking at all. Thoughts just arise. You just self-identify with them and mistake the thoughts as your own.
Facts.
That's Paul Stubbs' opinion on it.
Facts.
Okay, we have Vibe here. Vibe, great to have you back on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you have to say about this topic? Are we thinking for ourselves, or are we just repeating what we hear? Are we able to be authentic, or are we just playing a role that somebody put in our heads for us to become?
Yeah, as somebody who works in technology and somebody who loves philosophy, I've thought about this a lot. Like, is there ever actually any genius out there, or is it just something that we observed? We happened to be in there and we made a correlation because those two things happened in front of our eyes, and then we came up with something that nobody ever saw in front of their eyes, right? Are we just a bunch of if-then statements, basically going, well, if this happened in my past, I'm going to react this way. If this happened in my past, I'm going to react that way, right? Is that all the control I have, which is like free will or not? But I mean, to what the guy with the captain hat, kind of said there, like about objective truths. I'm a Christian, and something I can say as a Christian is, yes, we have an objective truth, and it's made by God. But I always love to try to take my Christian ideas and try to put them into a secular world. And if we're looking for a universal truth, I think there is an objective outcome that would be the longevity of the universe. But I also think it's unpredictable, or we don't have the capability of running the analysis of what that would be. And I mean, potentially we could see that maybe humanity would be the end of the universe quicker. And the most sane thing to do for humanity, or for the universe, would be to actually off all of ourselves, delete ourselves, because if we exist, right, and that might be the objective truth of the universe. So I think it's
opposite.
Sorry. Am I talking to LA here or Vibe?
Oh, Vibe. Am I sounding like?
Sorry, I was reading the comments there, but you're saying the objective truth may be for all of us to off ourselves.
So I mean. Yeah, no, I can see where we're going with that. But I mean, ultimately, right, I mean, and maybe the objective truth is that humanity saves the universe, right? Let's put us in the center of the universe. I think that there is things and actions that are happening in the universe, and I'm sure there's like life forms in other planets. The statistics just say it has to be there. We may never meet them because of light, unless we can figure out how to expand and contract space in front and behind us and things like that. But ultimately, right, there's probably, just like watering a plant has a better outcome than not watering a plant, the universe needs water in a sense of its own way, right? And how the beings in the universe act are going to sustain that universe potentially longer or not, which would be probably the objective truth for a secularist. Now, thank God I don't have to rely on that because I'm Christian. I just have an objective truth, and that's God. Done.
Interesting. So, and God, what is your
convenient.
understanding of God?
I know, right?
Sorry.
IC3 has a question there, Vibe. Go ahead.
Sorry.
What is your understanding of God? Is it the same as Allah? Is it the same as Krishna? What is God?
Well, I would say it depends on your particular faith, and different faiths all probably are pretty similar. We all say that we're beneath understanding them, but some may say they understand it more, their God, more than somebody else's God, right? So I can't speak for all gods. I can only speak for mine. And
Detroit-style
mine,
pizza.
and for mine, I'm an ant to him, right? Like I can't claim to understand. You know, I can phantom, but probably not really understand what it would be like to be in the future, at the present, and the past, and like just know like everything, but I can't understand it, right?
God is
So
an egregore.
my understanding is none.
God is an egregore. I learned that word recently, actually. God is an egregore. Let me type that in the chat. Anybody heard of that word?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Egregore. God is.
Is this the word of the day?
Yeah, that's the word of the day. For those of you who don't know it.
Yeah, got it.
That's the word. God is an egregore.
Egregore, yes. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yes.
I think that God is an asshole, but that's another story.
It could be.
Or a sick sense of humor.
Who
So,
said that?
and the word God is I think it's a similar root word to goth. You know, the Gothic. The Gothics, goth, Goth, got God. The original is, so it's Germanic. So it's Northern European word, whilst Allah or Allah has a different root. But the word God is Germanic, Northern Europe. So to say that God is white is quite accurate.
Is white?
You jumped to that one.
How is that? How is white right in God here?
Okay, so the word God.
Most likely he wasn't.
It's German.
That's right. So German and you know, they got the Celts, you got the Nordic, you got the Slavic, and what was the third one? Germanic, Nordic, Celtic, Slavic. Yeah, so that region is known as the white region. It's white. So a word coming from that region is reflecting on the values.
Yeah, but IC3
values.
linguistically, I'm sure you could chase the root back etymologically to Indo-European peoples, and the oldest religion, Hinduism, came from Indo-European people too. So,
yes,
I mean, to say God is a white word, I think it betrays the deeper truth that it traveled. The idea and the word etymologically and linguistically came from a people that, you know, were African, that left Africa. It was one people. They moved around the world. They brought their stories with them, and by the process of, you know, the great expanse of time, pronunciation changed, accents changed, words became different.
That's right.
Sounds. So to say it's a white construct or it's a white word,
it's Germanic construct.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's deeper than that. It goes deeper, brother. It goes back further. It's the Germanic. It's the Germanic. It's the latest version in that region of a much older idea.
Yes,
that was from somewhere else. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. That's right. So it develops, it grows. Yeah. So it grows. It's a branch of a tree, and it's its own unique branch. Whilst there are other branches of the tree,
But what difference does it
man.
make how it's pronounced? Is it not the idea that matters?
Because the
Well-
idea changes.
Well, you see, if
It's
like
not the same
tree,
vibration.
yeah,
It's not the same vibration.
yeah, each branch has its own particular aspect.
Contextual meaning.
Yeah, that's right. So you can't mix the branches up. It never works that way.
But sometimes, like if we look at the King James Bible, which has the word hell, which is the first, like hell didn't exist in the Old Testament in the same way hell existed in the King James Version. And to translate it from to English, the Nordic gods had Loki and his daughter
Odin.
Hel, and his daughter Hel was the overseer of the underworld. So when they were trying to translate Sheol from the original Greek or Hebrew to English in the King James, they chose Hel because it was the closest. They chose the daughter of Loki as the name of what they're going to translate it to. And then with
There you
that,
go.
in this whole connotation of hell that actually isn't represented in the Bible the same as it is from the Norse religions, right? So
Yes.
sometimes the words are just semantics and translations, and understanding like the depth and where they come from really makes a major difference than just saying, hey, now
That's
the
right.
Nordic religion is in Christianity, which it isn't.
Guys, I want to bring in, there's a few new people, well, they're regulars, but I want to bring them into the conversation. So first of all, we got Vegan Equilibrium. Vegan Equilibrium, what have you got to say on the topic of this day's discussion? Are we thinking for ourselves or just repeating what others have said to us or put in our head?
Well, I guess if you think about it, technically it's all stuff we heard somewhere, right?
Well, that's the question. Not according to IC3. He thinks it's a bit. He thinks it's a bit of 50-50 going on.
That's right. Yeah, it's the same nature nurture. Nature, you're born, what's in your genes, in your bloods, But nurture is how you're educated and conditioned by the environment. So nurture could be the people around you. It can also be the environment itself.
I suppose
Right. It's like, your genes kind of shape your personality, and then
50%.
your environment like shapes how partially how it's expressed. So like the ideas that you have, so your genetics could play a role in what you're more likely to believe in, and the ideas you're likely to adopt. I think that actually I was talking to DNW once about doing a stream with the topic along the lines of are certain religious ideologies hereditary, and perhaps that's why they kind of have this feedback loop in certain parts of the world.
it's a controversial topic.
Yeah.
There's no separation between nature and nurture. It's not nature versus nurture. They're in a constant feedback loop with one another.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at what you're born with, your genetics, kind of like a program code, and the nurture as being a maze, right? And if you take different DNA samples and put them in the same maze, they're going to go down that maze in different directions. But if you take that same DNA sample in the same maze, it's going to go the same direction every time. And this kind of goes to the topic of this whole discussion, which I find interesting. Is it's really kind of a discussion about free will. Like, are we just relaying what our genetics tell us to relay in our particular program, or could there be something like having a soul that exists in another area where you can take your genetics and put it in the same maze, but maybe even without prior knowledge, you can make a different decision? And even in the secularist world, because we do know there's multiple dimensions and things like that. Is it possible that our consciousness somehow is functioning outside the elements of what we receive as input to our body? And do we have the ability to make those changes?
I don't think it's or, I think it's and. Just because the consciousness is emergent doesn't mean that you can act freely without prior restraint. And your will is not only limited by your environment and preconditions, but it's also not your own. It's not, you have no agency. You just identify with it after the fact.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat, that basically your decisions is in reality, but a reality to yourself, which makes it be perceived as free will outside of it actually being free will.
Yeah, it's contradictory to the subjective experience, which is why, I myself didn't believe it, but the neuroscience is pointing in the opposite direction. So far, it could change. We could learn more, but so far, neuroscience says you are not you. You are just watching you.
Well, how about then that if we still go with the nature nurture and the dance between the two, that there's a will that is preconditioned in you by nature.
Sure.
But you can observe, you can see that, because you can stop. You can see that. Oh, I want to do this. I have a desire to do this, and I'm not sure of my intent. And you're looking at yourself, and you can be talking to yourself.
Right.
So that means that there must be you can then create an alternative will. So your body may say, "Look, I want that cake."
Yes.
Yeah. So that's
Yes,
a will.
I think that's where you have actual influence, is when you can accept and realize that you have no control.
Well, maybe
now
what
you
makes
can
you
observe
think,
yourself.
Maybe what makes you think, IC3, I'm just vibing off what you said. Maybe what makes us actually think for ourselves, or at least when I say that, I mean, at least nearly think for ourselves, is when we come up against a struggle or a hurdle where we're taken off autopilot, So in life, you will go along in the comfort zone as much as possible. And then suddenly your actions, your words will bring you to a position where you feel uncomfortable, where you feel not sure of what to do, because you're in some kind of jeopardy. You're in danger of not getting what you want, or you're literally in danger of being hurt by others, or the emotions come into it, like shame, guilt, etc. So maybe the life force, as you put it, IC3, is driving you towards something, which it probably is. Let's be honest, it's probably proliferating your genes. Yeah. But the thing is, sometimes you'll hit rocks. Sometimes, you'll fall out of trees. Sometimes you'll slip up. And basically, then that's when your thinking as an individual clicks in, because you're kind of brought alive in that moment. You are brought into being. Yeah. That is when the ghost in the machine wakes up and realizes it has something to do for itself.
Right. And then you can look at you look at yourself and you think, oh, my mouth, my body is behind my mind. I want to do this. I intend to do this. I intend to catch that bus, but my body is not up to speed. So sometimes your body is behind your mind. Yes. And then you become disappointed with your own body.
Perhaps. I want to bring in the two other guys who've come in here. Sorry, guys, I didn't bring you in sooner. Life abolitionism. What is it you wanted to say about the topic at hand?
I was just agreeing with Divine in the comment section that Jesus never said he was God. Like, that's a misinterpretation of the Bible completely. Jesus basically came to live as an example to show us how to live, to be the ideal man. He showed us how to be free. It's not again, like I've been saying before, like people have this exoteric understanding of the Bible, and the Bible is supposed to be esoteric. So I don't know. I think that people are inclined to believe fairy tales just because it makes them feel better. So they don't really want to have a deeper understanding of things.
Okay, thank you, LA. We'll come back to that in a moment. Objective ethics, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say, sir?
Oh, there's so much to unpack here. I came on initially to correct the gentleman, and I'm not here to tell people to what about their religion. They want to be religious or whatever. That's perfectly fine. I'm not going to try and tell somebody there's no gods or whatever. But I do hear Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Sorry, I've got a terrible head cold. I don't know if you guys can even understand what's coming out of my mouth right now.
No, you sound fine. Hope you feel better soon.
Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate the kind words as always. I hear Christians, Muslims, and Jews constantly making a linguistic blunder with the objective nature of God and God being objective. And that, by definition, objective means stance independent. And the God, the Abrahamic God, has a stance, has a mind. So therefore, it cannot be objective. The only truly objective thing would be nature. So you don't get objective morality from God. You don't get an objective anything from a God, because the God has a stance. So nature can give you objective morality or objective, truths or whatever. And the other thing I would say, we don't have free will as far as I'm concerned. I think the evidence bears that out. And I agree with life abolitionists. He's absolutely right. Jesus never taught that he was God. The Trinitarian concept is completely illogical. It violates the laws of logic, the law of identity. So if you're going to claim the Trinitarian view that Jesus is Son of God, then you have to just simply abandon logic. I think there was one other comment somebody made that was quite interesting, but I can't remember, so I'll just go ahead and listen. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, guys, the floor is whoever wants to speak next.
I agree with him on the nature scenario, because what I've been shown over in my time so far is the creator is Mother Nature to all creation. So I mean, I see it that way. But my view is not necessarily popular, so I don't give a shit. Whatever. But me personally, I think organized religions and stuff like that is just a slavery for your mind. That's what it is, and that's how I see it. But everybody has to have something to believe in, I guess. But I know belief is always in conflict, and and the enemy of knowing. So I mean, that's really what people need to go towards, is knowing more than believing, because you can believe that the sky is purple with polka dots and stuff and all that, all you want, but doesn't make it real. You know what I mean?
Belief is the enemy of knowing. That's what you said.
Yeah, belief is
the enemy of knowing. I'm not too sure about that.
Or at least always in conflict. Put it that way. I can't argue your belief. I can't even, question your belief. But I can do that with the knowing scenario. I mean, there's actually things you can discuss, you can question. And a belief is different, because what you believe is what you believe. I can't question that. I can't even argue that.
But why did you make that statement then? Belief is the enemy of knowing. Surely, to believe that you can find out, to believe that you can free to ask questions, to believe that the question will be answered.
You can believe that all you want.
Yeah, and then you get the knowledge. That's how you discover knowledge.
Well, sometimes you get what you ask for.
Sometimes, Yeah, but see, when you said belief is the enemy of knowledge, that's like a statement.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
when you put the
Well,
sometimes in there,
I
it's like,
I
oh,
definitely
belief
added that
is
on there. Yeah.
sometimes the enemy of knowledge. See, it's a big
Well,
difference.
I would say it's always in conflict for sure.
Yeah. So which statement is true? Belief is the enemy of knowledge, which is what you said, or are
Yeah.
you changing your position and saying belief is sometimes the enemy of knowledge? Which is your position?
No, I stick with what I said.
Oh, you stick with what you said. Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yep. It's
Thank
always
you,
in
Snow.
it's always
Snow
in
says,
conflict and the enemy. Yes. Go ahead.
Snow, why don't you come on? Come on the Finding Gnosis show, Snow. If you're enjoying this panel, why don't you come on and talk within it? Chickpea, you're woefully quiet.
I was
We
just
need
on
some.
the other side talking to the ladies.
Yeah, well, we need a spurt of divine feminine energy here.
Yeah, I must
So
tell you something, guys. That something weird's happened to me. I've been coming here for about 15 months now. Is it 15? Yeah, 15 months, I
she's
suppose.
been on the Finding Gnosis show. She's been a regular fixture. She is part of the furniture. We call her the sofa. And
But anyway, yes, I must tell you something, all of you. For the past 15 months, I've been here moaning and groaning and having hissy fits and releasing a ton of anger and hatred. I've released a lot of hatred here. But I know it sounds insane, but the psychiatrists do say that our problems is all to do with our stored anger and stored hatred that we store up
Say
deep
that
in
again.
our souls. Pardon?
Repeat yourself. I couldn't hear you.
Psychiatrists do say that one of the reasons for depression and mental illnesses is that we store up all our hatred and anger, unreleased hatred inside our souls, and it just festers away. And I've been releasing all that, which is why I've been coming here, and it seems to have worked, because I tell you something,
Good news.
all my life I've suffered from very bad depression, very bad clinical, really bad depression, and a very, very heavy soul. But yesterday something happened on here. I had a real hissy fit again, and I really lambasted somebody. And I don't know, it just released something in me, because I can. It's
Got it
it's
off
the
your
light.
chest.
I got it off my chest. Yeah, I really got it off my chest, and it has made, because one of the things that annoys me with people that come here is that they keep telling us to be happy and clappy and think positive. Well, I always say to them, don't say that to people who come here. If people want to moan and groan and gripe and cry, they should moan and groan and cry, because that helps you peel the layers off.
Right.
And that's what I've been doing for the past 15 months, moaning and groaning and having hissy fits.
Well, we tried to let people speak their mind here. Obviously, we don't want anybody bullying others or saying anything illegal. But we try to allow people to release whatever it is they need to release, because it's all part of the ongoing journey, trying to find out what is going on and what is important and what we should be doing. And we can't forget, we shouldn't forget that some people are unheard. Some people don't get to vocalize how they feel and what they think in everyday life, but they are very much part of the picture, because there's a lot of people, it seems, out there who feel frustrated and can't say what they want to say. So you are allowed to vomit it all out here, to shit it all out on the Finding Gnosis show. Sorry to be so crude, but you are allowed to let it all out here, and it will be mixed in with all the other stuff that we hear in commonplace conversation, that some of the stuff here we hear isn't unusual, but sometimes it is unusual. But it will all be stirred together, and hopefully what comes out of it is some sense for the person speaking or the listener.
Because I see three. I don't know if you've ever read the works of Barbara Ehrenreich. She's an American writer. And she's written a book called Smile or Die. It's my favorite book. And in America, they've got this thing now, you should be happy and think positive when you've got cancer, or, you've lost a leg for some reason. Whereas I believe the total opposite. When you've got cancer and lost your leg, if you want to whine and groan and be a miserable old bag, You know what? Feel free, because
Right.
you've got a lot. I have, yeah, and that's why I've been coming here just to sit and whine. It's
So
it's work.
Chickpea,
Yes, Grump.
I'm hesitant to say the Finding Gnosis show cured you of your debilitating mental illness that you've been suffering from for how many years now?
It's been there all my life. 20.
All your life.
Yeah.
She is
I didn't know this
71
was
years of
therapy.
age. She's 71 years of age. She left a message on my channel. Was it today? You said something like, you're 71 years of age, and it took you until this week on the Finding Gnosis show to feel good about something. Is that right?
Well, my soul feels a lot lighter. Yeah, I've had a real, I've all this heavy hatred in my soul, hatred and anger about something.
Do you know what it was you was angry about? Did you find out what it was?
Well, it's all to do with childhood mostly. I know it sounds insane. It's all to do with my early years of life. I was bullied a lot when I was young. And because I'm only a female, you can't fight back. And so I've released anger here in a safe place. I've had quite a few hissy fits with men on this panel. On this past year or so. And of course, by giving men a hard time, and yelling and telling them how much I hate them and everything, I let that out.
Right.
In a safe place. Yeah, it works.
Okay. Feminine power. Feminine energy.
Weird, no, it's very weird. That's why I keep saying to DNW, you know, that to me, this is a form of group therapy. I don't know what everybody else comes here for, but that's why I come here.
Shaidea says the Finding Gnosis show helped her get through it. That's what being there for one another looks like. Yeah, I mean, we are, look, there's a lot of people here, black sheep, lone wolves, outsiders, outliers, misfits, you know, but then there's people who are highly connected as well. There's a whole shebang of different types of people that come here. And as I'm sure those of you who have watched today and in the past, you'll realize we never really agree on anything in totality. But that is part of the beauty of it, because as I said already, we are all having our own subjective experience. We are born alone, we die alone, and we make up our own minds with what goes into it. And this is just a place to put more into it so that we all have, you know, a greater chance of finding a peaceful way through life, a way that brings us some sense, gives us an opportunity to persevere with some meaning.
Let me challenge you. Let me challenge you on that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it is possible that whoever created YouTube or these kind of, whoever created a system that allowed for these kind of platforms to come into existence, they knew how they would be used? And it could be that the abundance of these kinds of platforms where people see great value in their individual expressions and the ability to express themselves as individuals, but also the overseers would know that the more individual people are thinking, the less able they are to organize effectively against the higher powers.
No, I beg to differ, actually.
Yes? So how would
You
you
know what?
challenge that? Go on.
I see. I'll tell you something weird, because I believe in Gnosticism. This is why I come here, because I'm looking for Gnosis, because I believe that if we don't disconnect our souls from this dimension, that's how they get us and reincarnate us. And I couldn't understand. I've been saying this about a year now. I come here because I want to make sure that I don't reincarnate, because I've been here before and I know it. And I think it's, well, it does. I've been reading up on, sorry?
Deja vu, yeah?
Deja vu. No. I had a really weird experience back in the 80s where I discovered to my horror I'd actually lived before. This is not my first time here. It's a long story. And I've been reading up on Gnosis, and that the reason why we keep reincarnating is that our souls are connected to this world still, through anger, hatred, all this other stuff. And so we come back to try and resolve it, or they somehow or other manage to snare us back. This is what I believe, okay? Whether anyone else believes me is neither here nor there. I believe it. And
I agree with you, actually. Connected. The
you.
soul, the world, there's a relationship between what you said there. You said our souls are connected to this world.
There's something connected, in a negative way.
But
Yeah.
then there's the third, which is the planet.
There
right?
would
So
be
what is-
there would be a objective truth that connects us all, would it not?
Oh, I
No,
don't
no,
know.
I'm an
If there's an
individual.
objective truth, it's the same kind of language as universal truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same kind of angle. And then once you go down that road, if you go down the road of universal truth, or the one true law, then you get into the concept of universalism, and then you move into the concept of empire. That means that our way of doing things is the nearest to universal truth.
okay.
Therefore, we must put down all the subhumans.
I would just say it would be more in harmonic with nature. I mean, I would say just personally, it's not my way. It's just the most harmonic in nature, and
What is harmonic?
Maybe not. Maybe avoid conflating the two.
Yeah, that's right. Because you got nature and you got nurture.
Because of objective truth would have to exist outside of the human mind and the human experience.
Agreed.
And maybe that's the only place it can survive as well. So,
well, I mean, fair enough, because I couldn't tell you personally. I haven't. I mean, I just there are things that I know I observe in this realm that I can tell you is an objective truth, but it's not the. I don't know if it would be the objective truth that universally.
You might not be transcendent.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know how to explain that personally, but I mean,
well, then
because
it would,
that would be closer to what I would use as the word belief. I mean, in a way, where because I can only say what I have observed in this realm that I live along, live in. You know what I mean? And
which
that's
is more than
for everybody, I guess. In the same thing, unless, like, for instance, if we were sitting all at a table, across from each other, face to face, we'd be experiencing the exact same thing at that exact same time, except we're all from different perspectives from different places. You know what I mean? It's just it's not necessarily, because I don't know.
universal.
Yeah, I'm stuck. No damn word. Fucking. I'm sorry. Brain fart.
For it to be objective, it would have to be even less likely too, because now you'd have to include things that are not human perspective. So it'd have to be something that would remain.
Well, like the tree falling in the woods thing. Does it make a sound? Are you talking about like that? Are you talking about? Is that what you're saying? It's
no,
not.
just that.
Go ahead.
For something to remain true from all possible perspectives is even less likely. What you can be certain of through your subjective experience is not that certainty doesn't even translate to the person standing next to you observing the same phenomenon. But now look at it from the perspective of a salamander. Okay, now from the perspective of an atom. Okay, now from the perspective of a beam of light. And then now from the perspective of what I can't even fathom because I don't even know exists. Like whatever dark matter is.
Yeah.
Now is a rock anymore?
Well, I mean, then you get into like, is this all like like the Matrix or some shit? You know?
Could be. Or it could just be that we all experience things differently. And then there could still be an objective truth, but how could you know what it is? And
Well,
then once you experience it, it would lose its objectivity.
well, okay. I mean, I guess it would one of the elements would have to have consequences to be an objective truth. Would it not? I mean, that would be one of the elements to.
Guys, just for people watching, bear in mind there are people who might be new to exploring these thoughts. So when you use terms, even though you might think they're simple, remember once you didn't know what they mean. So just try to explain things as clearly as possible for listeners, because there's a lot of people in the comments saying they're finding it hard to follow the conversation. So just bear that in mind.
Well, that's their problem.
No, it's not, Fatima.
No,
We're
it's
here
not
to teach and
their problem,
learn. So
actually.
thank you for that, Fatima.
So
Can I give just a little bit of pushback on that, though? I think that metaphysically speaking, that mathematics can be objectively true and observed universally through subjective minds.
It's descriptive.
Yeah.
It's
I
descriptive, so that objective truth
What's
could
up?
change.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, but D&W is right, because I find not all of us have studied everything. Some of us have just studied things like history and dressmaking, so we don't know what in God's
Yeah,
name.
true. I was kind of joking. Yeah, I was
Sorry,
kind of
just say
joking
that.
somewhat, but still, like, huh?
No, the actual ethos of the stream is to help everybody. So just try to be mindful of the audience. That's all I'm saying.
I know. I was just trying to be a hard. All right. Yeah.
Don't become like a place that isn't sharing knowledge. But try to inspire others.
At some point, it's incumbent upon the audience to ask questions, though, because
Of course,
if Chick P were to start talking about dressmaking, I wouldn't know what she's talking about.
Exactly. So you're talking,
and I'd have to ask her. She can't assume. She can't stop and define every word she uses. She has to talk. So
of course, there is that. But I think we're all intelligent enough to know that we can explain things with the audience in mind.
Yeah, and as as basic it can be, we can. Yeah. All right.
And that's
I would objective is something that exists outside of the experience, outside of the subjective experience.
Yeah.
Regardless of the subjective experience, it remains. And subjective means that it is subject to your experience.
That's like a realist view of things. Like there are things that exist outside of your experience and your perspective. That's realism.
Well, I wouldn't say that they do, just that that's how I would define it for someone who's having trouble following along. So without making the claim that there is anything objective, that's the difference. And then I would say you could put that on a spectrum if you're having a conversation. For example, it's objectively true that the sun is hot, even though technically that's wrong because the sun is very cold comparatively speaking to something else.
Yeah, true, of course, yeah. But I think that's just coming to like new information. Like, yeah, the sun is like one of the hottest things inside our universe, and there's other things, other suns inside other universes that are like very hotter. Like, there's one sun that's like twice as bigger than our sun, and it can fucking burn up.
But to not let somebody get away with saying, no, that's not true. That's just your subjective opinion. We could all push back and say, no, that's true. It's objective. The sun is hot, right? Even though technically that's a false statement.
Okay, so who wants to answer this question for Olsen here, who says, bring it back. What are we exploring?
I can.
Okay, Fatima, go ahead.
Well, I'll answer like the question prompt.
Look at the topic of the show. Look at the topic of the show. Thank you.
I know. Yeah, it says, are we thinking? Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that question. Like the prompt, right? The topic of the show. And no, I think that I don't think, like, first of all, I don't think we can think for ourselves because, as I said, I'm more of like a linguistic based thinker, and like, you know, I read the language of the philosophy of language a lot now. That's like my go-to now. It's like a hobby of mine, and like linguistics in general. So what I think is that our words that we use are learned through exploring other, you know, by talking to people, by communicating for others, and that's a fact.
You're answering the question as in what you think. You're not telling him what we're exploring. Sorry.
Oh,
He
what
asked the question.
Oh, we're just exploring. I don't know. Like, I just came in right now. Like, anything.
Okay, well, there you go. Don't volunteer yourself to do something.
D&W, I'll find. Okay, this is what I was looking for, and this is what I find. Finding Gnosis feels like a profound, quiet, and sudden inner awakening, an experiential knowing rather than a theoretical belief. It is a sense of returning home, an unveiling of suppressed truth, or the clicking into place of reality. This experience brings peace, intense awe, and realization of one's own divinity. And it brings feelings of lightness, you know, lightness inside. You know, we all feel so heavy inside.
Okay.
Well, I used to feel heavy inside.
If I may,
well, yes,
I'd
please,
like to
Dennis.
answer as well. Just
it's in relation to this show today, I think, is what he's
for the pedantic, in case I'm going to take him more literally, because that's how I am. Right now, we're exploring the objectivity and subjectivity of thought and existence, and that relates to the topic of the show, which is, can we really think for ourselves, or is everything kind of just handed to us, programmed into us, something that we learn? And is learning as subjective as we think it is? And are we just really repeating things that have been told to us, that we hear, that we see from others? And then does that undermine actual authenticity? Because maybe our own thoughts and feelings are not really our own, so to speak.
That's a good one there, because, right, I'll tell you something weird. Another reason why I'm here as well is, when I was a little girl, I decided very young I wanted to be a vegan, basically.
Sorry. Thank you, Dennis, and that was very well explained. Sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
I wanted to be a vegan, okay? It was in my little head. I didn't want what was on that plate, that dead animal. I didn't want to eat it. Now, I'm the one that's always being told, you're in the wrong, I'm the one that's in the wrong for wanting to be like that. So, but that's how, and the world has tried to change me, which is one of the reasons why I'm so angry, because I used to get bullied because of it.
Third Eye Open says indoctrination begins early in life. Usually on Sundays.
Yes, it did on Sunday.
Good one.
Thousands of years in the past.
I have to say that's a little bit anti-Christian. What about Fridays and Saturdays?
Yeah, don't forget your parents. They're the ones who really started.
Yes, the parents started.
We just like that kind, right? We love our parents' indoctrination.
Sepazuzu says he doesn't care to explain things to people. I mean, I think that's a little bit dangerous. You're gonna have to work on that one, because that's going to get you into trouble.
I'd just like to say on the subject, I'm sorry to keep rabbiting on, but I used to be an animal rights activist. Most children do not even want to eat dead animals, and they don't want to because they love animals. But our parents,
unless it's chicken nuggets, though, Chickpea.
Our parents tend to force feed us, brainwash us, and all the rest of us, to turn us all to a load of carnivores. Because that is, sorry to talk about this, it's why I hate this planet so much. It's what I hate.
You're blaming the parents, are you?
Everybody loves chicken nuggets.
But who teaches the parents?
Well, the parents be taught by the parents. The parent has been taught by their parent. It all gets
in the beginning was the word. In the beginning was the word.
You know what, though? When it comes to soy alternatives...
No, let me finish, okay? I know several guys who come on this channel. We've discussed all this. And they said themselves that their parents used to literally pressurize them into eating that flesh, even though they didn't want it.
Yeah, I was raised vegan.
Huh?
That's good.
I was raised as a macrobiotic vegan.
Who was?
I was.
So I can't see who's talking.
Denizen.
Right. So lucky you. You were very lucky then.
A couple of times a year, we might have turkey or fish, like once every 2 years or so.
Well, you're very, very lucky. I envy you, because I tell you, I would have been very happy with a childhood like that.
And I will say that
third-
when it comes to soy alternatives, the chicken nuggets that are made out of soy are probably the most approximate to the real thing. They're pretty delicious.
They are
Oh,
good.
no, I don't eat
I'll
them.
vouch for you on that one.
Third Eye
Yes.
Open. Third Eye Open says, as an elementary teacher, they don't teach. She knows, or they know. Sorry, he knows. I don't know. They know that we don't teach real critical thinking.
Mm.
The only thing we
No,
teach
of course not.
are the facts the government wants us to know.
That's right.
That's how it is in
Third
America.
Eye
anyway.
Opened. Would you like to come on and give your,
Yeah, that's
perspective
true.
on matters, because it's an important one. You are out there in the field on the front lines. Tell us
Yeah.
what exactly is going on. Third Eye Open. We would appreciate it. Link is in the
Yeah.
live chat.
That's very true. Yeah.
Shideo says, "Good point." Third
Well,
Eye Opened.
here in America, it was started. The public school system was started by the Rockefellers and the Carnegie Foundation.
Yeah.
To create,
Rockefeller.
they were to create, obedient workers, not critical
Yeah.
thinkers.
Yeah, and don't
Right.
forget, Glenn Shaw Maxwell's father also owned like a textbook company here in America. So yeah, there's that aspect of that, and that's real.
Hello
So
to
that-
Set Scales. Do come on when you want to. Same goes for all of you watching.
That's conditioning for behavior. Yeah, that's that.
Yeah, and they also
Conditioning
spread
is
lies too.
necessary.
You know, they spread a
Conditioning
lot of
is
lies.
necessary. Conditioning is necessary to have a civilized society.
Oh,
We
the
can get
obedient
together.
society.
but,
That's
but
what you're
like
looking
not,
for.
yeah,
and
but
not
not
the
at the expense of
civilized.
truth, though. Like what? Like we should be conditioned to know truth, not to like a denied truth. That's what the American education system does. It spreads a lot of nonsense that we really should not be learning at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you about it.
a lot
You
of like
hear
a
it.
lot of history that is just wrong. Like especially the history is fucking like and amazingly like propagandized beyond belief. Like oh my god, like
Yeah, but propaganda is necessary. Propaganda is necessary.
it is.
to
Of course,
prevent
all
the
states have
state
those.
from dissolving into chaos. Propaganda
Of course,
is what
yeah, but
keeps
here's the thing: I would rather
together.
have my propaganda reflect reality and good values instead of just like dumb values, like what America and like other propagandas in the West does. You know?
But how much of reality is constructed, and how much of reality is not?
I would say it's split. Like real things do happen outside of us. Real events do happen that we weren't there for. They do happen. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here where we are now. You know, things are not just random. Things happen, even though the way sometimes that they go in is kind of random. You know, like I don't think history has an end point, but things do happen in it that do have a cause and effect. That's very true, though.
Yeah, so random goes with chaos, doesn't it? If everything's random around you, you can't get anything done. You can't have a random society. You've got to have order. You've got to have laws.
Yeah, of course, absolutely, yeah. But
And
still, like, you
by
can have
force.
order. In my opinion, you can have order
at
and
the
law.
point of the government gun, of course. Yes.
No,
Yes.
like you can have order and law, but
You
still be
must comply or die. Yes.
That's right. That's just how the state works. Because the state is a living entity. And
Of course it is. Of course it is, yeah. But like, I'd rather have my living entity be based on good values and truth than like false.
It's
like
a
what-
legal fiction. That's
you
what
know.
that is.
Yeah, but you said you'd rather have things based on truth. Okay, so in order to discover the truth, you have to construct something to go and search for it. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. But there are some things that exist outside of us that do happen. You know, like you should like know that. You know.
That okay. So so these things outside, you're talking about into the realm of chaos and randomness. So what value is there talking about chaos?
We should try to like avoid it as much as possible.
You should try to avoid chaos and randomness as much as possible. That's what you just said. Okay,
Yes,
so
but that
when
is
you
the
say
function of
as
every
much-
state.
Let's slow down. You said we should try and avoid chaos and randomness as much as is possible.
Humanly possible, yes. Humanly, or at least a delay it, quell it.
Right. So as much as is humanly possible. Therefore, the limitation is how how far can humans construct order in contrast to chaos?
We can look at real life examples like Singapore. There's no crime rate there. There's no crime in Singapore. That's a good example of a humane society that has a strong state structure, and it has very little crime. No like drug crimes. It's very ideal state. And other countries do fall.
Let's slow that one down. An ideal state has no crime. That's what you're just saying. Okay. All right.
Because everyone wants to be safe, right, in their homes, right? And I think Singapore does that beautifully.
Oh, okay. So I want to challenge that. So you're saying the ideal state has no crime,
or at least as small as it can be, like very little crime rate, because humans are not good inherently. I don't think humans are naturally good. That's why we need an ideal state to help us order ourselves.
Right. So the ideal state, you would agree with it, lobotomizing the children, putting something inside their head to ensure that there's no crime and no disorder.
Wait, what? They don't do that in Singapore. They just have a good social code. They don't like lobotomize children. What are you talking about? Like, are you talking about metaphorically or figuratively?
Well, let's take it to the extreme.
Huh?
Because if one extreme is randomness and chaos, and then the other extreme is absolute order, or absolute order goes with absolute control, does it not?
Yes, it does. But I don't see why that's necessarily a bad thing, as I already explained to you that, like, if we don't want to be in a constant state of war with ourselves, or a crime war, or a drug war, or even a civil war, then I think that a absolute leviathan is going to be needed. And I'm saying this as a descriptive analysis, as a descriptive diagnosis, because every state that has a strong leader, like Iraq with Saddam, Gaddafi with Libya, Assad with Syria, whenever they're ousted, things go to shit horribly. Like in Iraq, what happened after the party of Saddam Hussein fell? Chaos. Like the Kurds, the Iraqis, and the Turkmen were all
they just weren't playing ball with all the central banking cartels. That's what their problem was. That's the reason why they're in Iran right now. It's the reason why they're talking about going into Cuba next. I mean, because they weren't playing ball with us.
By trying to resist. I think they're doing a good job by it. Honestly, but I'm trying to explain that I'd rather have security over freedom, because sometimes the freedom to humans means that they can do whatever they want. They can do any degenerate things out there. Exactly.
You'd rather have security over freedom. Interesting.
Yeah. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want to be safe? Come on.
Well, see, that's the thing. You deserve neither if that's what you want.
Why? So I'm
What's making you think all these thoughts? Now, Third Eye Open says it's entropy, it's chaos that causes us to, think, to change our perspective, to form opinions. We form it based on the knowledge we've accrued. We form a new opinion based on the knowledge we accrued, because entropy changes circumstances for us and creates chaos that makes us dance, that makes us try to, find a safer course of action, that puts our situation in jeopardy, that forces our hand. What do you think of that?
Entropy is the slow dissolve into chaos, is it?
Yes, it is. Entropy is real. No one's denying that, but wouldn't you want to avoid it as much as possible, as much as you avoid death, by being healthy and having a strict health?
Well, what she means is the universe causes chaos, and the
Yeah,
universe causes your grisly end. And the mere fact we have this entropy where things go awry means that you are forced to try and dance against that, try and move
yeah,
against that, and that's what causes your thinking, and that
of
is
course.
related to you using the data that's gone into your head in a creative way to try and meet this problem, to try
I
and
think,
survive.
of course, we all are trying to survive, right? And as I said, I don't think there's any original ideas. We're just using other.
But it could be it could be an original formation of data that you accrued. So as I said earlier, you've been told certain things, Fatima, as have I, as have all of us. We've learned
Yeah,
something.
everyone.
We've
We all have
observed certain
language.
patterns. But what I'm saying is you could bring forth a new original pattern, a new original perspective based on old data. You could configure it in an original way.
How? I think all famous
How?
political theorists have already described it. Yeah, well,
Well,
maybe
he's right. He's absolutely right. Look at what I'm writing in my picture. I have 2 patents for what I'm writing, but I didn't invent boats. I didn't invent kayaks or stand-up paddleboards. I just simply reconfigured things into a unique way. DNW is absolutely right.
Objective ethics. You're agreeing with me. Can you? Yeah. So tell Fatima why you agree. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so several years ago, I've been an avid river rat my whole life, surfing, grew up in Southern California, surfing, kayaking, stand-up paddleboarding, and taking family members and friends out with me. I realized it was extremely dangerous for a lot of people who are not naturally athletic or gifted in that way. And so I thought there's got to be a safer way to get people into kayaking and canoeing. And so I started looking at different things that were out there, and they have stabilizer units and stuff that you could attach to your canoe, for example. And I thought, I'm artistic in a certain way as an engineer, as a design engineer. And so I just started putting my mind to it, and I designed what they call a triform hull, and I got 2 patents for it, and I'm a licensed boat manufacturer and blah, blah, blah. So you can take old ideas and reform them, just like DNW is saying, and I'm living proof of that. And you can do it. You could do it with your own initiation too, because in college and everything like that, I didn't even study engineering. I did take mathematics and stuff like that, but I really didn't study engineering. I spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on Google, literally just teaching myself how to build boats, studied the Boat Builder's Handbook, so on and so forth. So any person with a creative mind and a lot of drive, motivation, can do anything they set their mind to be honest with you.
I like the way you because that was on my mind, the ships and the vessel, because the chaos, the ancients, when they talk about the sea, the sea is like the emotions, like the people, the crowd, when they're calm, they're like a calm sea. So they always use the sea as to illustrate the minds of the people. And when the people are angry and the crowd is angry, it's like a storm and there's huge waves. And so when you mentioned the boat and you're studying how to build ships, that's the same thing as constructing an order or constructing an organization, and that organization rides the chaos. It's a ship.
I agree with you. I would just want to jump in on
Yeah,
it. Basically,
that's
the reason why we have life in the first place is because of entropy, because there were these extremely rare chemical reactions in the Earth's atmosphere which allowed this accident to happen, which is life. And so entropy is not necessarily a bad thing. There's actually something called dark femininity. I think they talk about this in like Hinduism or whatever, that basically the feminine energy brings order. You get order out of chaos. And so even Jean-Jacques Rousseau addressed this. He talks about Timot, that when people are complacent because things are comfortable, you're not going to get a revolution out of like an ordinary safe life. Like, people need to stop. This is why they're not anti-nihilists, by the way, because they haven't suffered enough and they don't have an empathy for those who are suffering. So when the suffering is on their doorstep and the chaos is on their doorsteps, then they will stop procreating. So entropy is not necessarily a bad thing.
I mean, entropy is not bad or good. It just happens inside our reality.
You say that from your perspective, LA.
Yeah,
no, it's not from my perspective because it's not necessarily in my best interest. But it is in the long term, it is for the good that you don't get any revolution without some type of tumult. Like people need to actually rise up. It's like if you have easy access to food and the police, they're keeping older.
If you were to take your perspective that life is a horrific infliction, and we shouldn't be here, we shouldn't procreate, and entropy is our savior, which I know is a lot of people's view who hold your perspective. The problem with that, LA, is as far as we know, there's a lot of time left in this universe, and there's a lot of people aren't entirely sure how the universe will end. Okay, there's different theories on it, but they don't know for sure. Now, entropy is going to cause a lot of damage along the way. So even LA, in this universe where you worship this entropy, life may well try to make things okay, but the sinister spectre that is entropy may come in and wreak havoc and cause problems. So to say entropy is good, I'm not so sure about that, LA. And also, as you've already admitted, entropy is this law of nature. So who's to say that there won't be this eternal return, that things just won't recycle and happen again and again and again? And in some ways, we have to learn how to break the laws of physics, defeat entropy, so that we can make everything okay.
But are you aware that at the end of any age, there's going to be entropy to enter into the new age? So because we're coming out of the age of, I always get this confused. Is this Aquarius that we're in?
Aquarius. Aquarius.
We're going into the age of there's going to be entropy just because we're going into a new age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think more than empathy.
Well, no, that's LA, but LA, I don't think entropy is good. I just think it's just a descriptive thing. That's like saying that death is good. It's not. It just happens in our reality. Like entropy is going to happen whether we think it's good or bad. So I think to describe a value judgment on entropy is kind of, I don't know, like mistaken.
No, it's not correct because people are fighting against entropy. They don't want it to happen, even though it is naturally occurring. So if you prevent the entropy, then it actually leads to more suffering in the long term.
I know, but here's the thing: not everyone is gonna want to most people are gonna want to prevent entry. Unfortunately, like I'm AN too, and I don't want people but like people will unfortunately always find a way to like perpetuate that entropy, whether we like it or not. Unfortunately,
okay. You can look at a specific example, like trying to curb starvation, right? Nature has its own checks on population growth, but because of civilization, because of technology, nobody has to starve anymore. And now we have a population of 8.5 billion. The planet is being destroyed. Natural habitats are being destroyed. And so you thought you saved humanity, but in the long run, you're actually destroying the planet.
I agree with that, but like that's not gonna stop because I don't see how any way anyone can stop like the coming of like industrial civilization. Like not even the Unabomber could stop it. Like he was more of like a fatalist in that regard. He still like went in the woods, went bush and did, send people like those things. But still, like even he knew deep down he couldn't stop anything. He just did that out of
all good.
Wait, what?
He did fuck all good.
I know, but he does correctly.
He won't condone the fucking Unabomber on the Fighting Notice show. So don't be holding him up as an acolyte of righteousness.
I'm not. I'm just saying that.
But you just said even the Unabomber couldn't do, as if he's some fucking kind of like, as if he set out to do something good in the first place. Fuck him.
I mean,
I want to bring in Set Scales. You're on the Fighting Notice show. What would you like to say?
Well, I heard you guys talking about chaos and how it's this sea of potential, and I absolutely agree. And, I think that the first 3 verses of Genesis pretty much perfectly explains the reality we're living in, as well as explain God and all of existence. And it exists in 3 components. You have the water, which is the chaos, and this is basically potential. It's limitless potential. And then you have the spirit, which graced the water, and this is the will. And then after the spirit came, you had the word say, "Let there be light." And this was the order that came following the spirit. So essentially, the whole human experience is we are the spirit, and we are the ones who bridge the forces of duality, order, and chaos together. Chaos is the potential. For example, any of us could have been anything in life. Any of us could have had any path based off of our choices, but ultimately our choices led us to be who we are now. But there's literally a limitless amount of choices that you could have made in your life that would have led to different possibilities or outcomes that all exist simultaneously. And this is what chaos is. It's all these different things that could happen, and you have to choose from them. And then the order is what ensures what we do here has weight, because our actions have consequences. It ensures that even though we're all subjectively experiencing an objective world, we get to make our mark in that world in ways that affect other beings. And that's really what I think it comes down to.
Thank you, Set Scales. I want to say thank you so much to IC3, aka Reparation Nation. Brother, it was great to have you on the show. Good luck with whatever you're doing this weekend. I hope it brings you and all of us closer to finding Gnosis. Do come back again soon, sir. We enjoyed your company and your thoughts. Thank you very much. We have G. G is in the house. G, what would you like to say? You're live on the Finding Gnosis show.
Not much, just listening. I want to see what people are thinking about it.
Well, I want to hear what you have to say. Are we thinking for ourselves or just repeating what was put in our heads by others?
What do you mean by thinking for ourselves?
Are your thoughts
like
your
take
own?
care of oneself, or
Are your thoughts your own? Are your thoughts your own creation? Are they coming from you or coming from elsewhere?
Well, that acknowledgement is a dilemma. When you acknowledge that you no longer have yourself on that, you're aware of something else. It just as when you're thinking about free will. So in a certain sense, I think that question is none less important than do we have free will. It's more or less whether you want to use that for good or not. So it's still up to you. It's just the question doesn't seem to be making sense unless you have some kind of standby behind it.
So you don't think the question makes any sense? Is that what you said?
I would say it's incomplete.
And can you tell us why it's incomplete? Sorry.
The reason it's incomplete is that you have to make sure us unanimously agree in that one subject of whether we think for ourselves or not. In a sense, it's the same problem with do we have own free will? But when you ask that, the question becomes more or less whether acknowledging that free will is the idea itself. And this has become the very same thing. So in a certain sense, of course, we think ourselves. We cannot think out of it. We are not reality itself. Our brain is part of reality, but our brain is not, exactly replication of reality itself. So we can only think for ourselves because that's the limitation of it. I would think for you, but mainly as thinking through myself. I don't know if that makes sense. It's hard to put word on it because I'm saying more of a ideal, a feeling of thinking than the actual stuff you can put words in.
It kind of sounds
That's why I'd rather listen.
It kind of sounds like Parmenides when he's saying that all there is existence, and we can't even think about things that exist. So in that
No, no, no,
sense,
no, 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 no. This is the part. You can think however you want, wherever you want, but it's whether you want to indulge in that thinking or not. So you're freely to think, you're freely to discover, you're freely to be yourself. But must acknowledge that the outside source that is pushing your thinking is not necessarily your own.
But why do you have such many long, difficult words for something that's obvious? I don't understand.
Because I'm trying to make connections one by one step, but it's hardest thing I can do because I like to simplify a lot of things because I think that's a lot easier. But some people saying like I skip too much on what exactly to make that connection is. So I'm sorry about that. That's why I like to listen.
Yeah,
I was going to say that when Parmenides says that, he's saying that everything that you can possibly think of already exists, and you have to find your way amongst this being.
Well, that will be prehensive. Time have enough time. If you give enough time, anything can be possible. Therefore, nothing is original, if you say in that way. But I think it's otherwise.
I'm just a bit confused. I mean, like most people, like most ordinary working class people, I just want to get through the day as best I can, and when I hear all this stuff, as if life is difficult enough, tedious enough.
Well, that difficulty is where you can also find enjoyment. In the bleakest of your position, you can find the most light because you can see it clearly. What was it? Sorry, gotta work over here. Hold up. So I would say, sorry, I'm like multitasking.
No problem. We'll give someone else a chance. LA, you're being terribly quiet. What's going on in that head of yours?
I have it on mute because I'm doing stuff in the background.
But yeah, I'm just gonna tell what that lady is asking. I would say just focus on people around you. Stuff that brings you joy is usually people around you. In a sense, our enjoyment is not sourced from ourselves, but our surroundings. The more people around you is happy, the better.
That's why I'm not happy.
That's right. I guess that's different.
You've got it. Now I'm one of those radical vegan people, and this is why I'm always wittering on here about it. And what I don't understand what people don't see is okay. Now every year we massacre and brutalize 92 billion animals, and people think that's all okay, but no one thinks about the terrible energy that must create, that we all have to live with every day, living in a great big bloodbath.
Yeah,
well, it is also access.
Because they're eating the suffering of the animals, right? Because those animals are literally going through a conveyor belt of death, and they know generally what's going on.
Yes.
Workers, they'll say, or they think, a lot of them seem to think the animals know that they're going to basically die.
Of course they know.
So, you're basically eating that suffering when you eat all this meat.
Yeah, I'm a vegan. I don't do it.
Well, I would say is part of the cycle. Our ancestor did the same thing, but the only difference we have is that we see the brutalization of throwing away those things, where it makes it valueless when there is literally life behind the line. So in a sense, I would say it's the fact that we don't power our own hands on the food that we intake. Instead, we let other mass produce it. And when they do that,
but that goes back to That
why
goes back to what. Go ahead, JP. I'm sorry.
why is everybody making such long sentences out of all this? Now, I'm just saying that I don't understand how nobody like you were saying, I've forgotten your name now, the horrible energy that this must produce between us all.
Okay, but this is what I was talking about earlier with the entropy, right? Because the reason we have factory farming is because of overpopulation. So you create order, and now you have all these animals suffering. But really, the correct option would have been to just let these people starve, because that is what happens in nature. It's not necessarily to mass produce food to feed everybody on the planet. So this is what there's always consequences for all this stuff. Everybody who wants order, you don't see it on the back end, that it actually leads to more suffering.
Mm-hmm. No. Well, you know me, I think the human race should go extinct anyway.
Yeah, same here. I mean, it will. Like, there is an extinction period with us, right? And like, I don't think, like I said, I don't think there's an end goal in history, end point in history.
Yeah,
so,
but what do you think the human species should do on the way to extinction?
What do I think it should do?
What
Well,
you gonna do? What you gonna do to raise people's well-being?
What am I gonna do?
Stop raising their well-being. That's what you need to do. Stop focusing on raising their well-being. Let them.
How about this? We stop funding foreign war. We stop wars. We stop, giving our taxes to warmongers here and overseas, everywhere. We stop buying products that are owned by those people that I don't like, and I can't say, because I'll get called racist, blah blah blah. And
so we should just cut out the state and religion.
Throw out the state and religion. Oh no. I think that a state is formed because of humanity's need for survival and continuation. That's why we have states. It's to
Thank you, Divine. Thank you, Divine. She says hit the like button. Yeah, that was appreciated, because it does help the algorithm. If you like the show, it goes up in the algorithm whilst it's live, and more people see it, and therefore more people are likely to come on here and help us with our conversation. Objective ethics and Denizen, I'd like to hear from you guys. We haven't heard from you guys in a while, so feel free to interject with new points or observations.
Denizen, can I ask Denizen something?
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Yeah. Denizen, you were saying about your parents were that your parents didn't only ate meat once every sort of 6 months. Is that actually true?
Less than that, like a year or two.
You lucky.
And only turkey and fish. No domesticated animals. No beef. No chicken.
So how come you had parents like that? You lucky. I envy you. So how come you had parents who were like that?
My mother was into self-education.
Yeah.
And so she didn't give the mainstream thinking much weight. And so she researched those things on her own and was a very independent thinker. Yeah. So it was about health and sustainability and economics in our house.
Yeah. But you lucky guy. So basically, what does she used to feed you, if you don't mind me asking?
There was a lot of Asian influence. So a lot of miso, a lot of soup.
Wow.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
I really envy you, because my mother used to force feed me meat, the bitch.
Yeah.
Brown rice.
Ooh.
Wild rice even.
Wow.
We'd be more apt to use wild rice than brown rice. Lentils.
Gosh.
Quinoa. Quinoa was like a treat.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Yeah. Got you lucky.
My mother baked her own bread and made our own pizza, and she did everything from scratch. So I had a lot of barley bread.
Your mum sounds fantastic. Because oh God, never mind. I won't talk about it anymore. I'm very, very Yeah, as you probably guessed by how much I'm always wittering about it, but I just feel that the world would be a much, much better place energy-wise if we just stopped it.
And my father had some health issues,
Yeah.
and he was much older
Yeah.
than my mother. So, she researched these things.
Yeah.
And as a way to like keep us all healthy.
Yeah.
And my father, he would. At 60 years old, he was outpacing my friends' fathers.
Yeah, I'm the same. You know what? I'm 71, and nobody can. Like most vegans, I look younger than my age. I've always noticed us vegans, we tend to look younger than other people, because I think obviously maybe I don't know why that would be, but I'm outliving a lot of people, and I'm always having this argument. I've outlived about 8, 9 carnivore friends, and I'm very. It's my topic. It's my main topic of conversation. I'm just fascinated when I meet someone who actually has that same thing about them.
I don't know. I have a problem with these vegans who are procreating, who have 3, 4 children, and they think that it's okay because just because they're vegan. It's not okay. They're not addressing the root cause, and it's like because.
To be fair, my mother only had 1 child.
Was your mother? I mean, I'm talking about vegans because they think that is the solution to just to go plant-based and continue popping babies out.
Yeah, they're idiots. Oh, LA, these vegans in America, and I'm sorry to criticize your country, are complete idiots. And they're doing the vegan movement no favors whatsoever, because even I've turned against the vegan movement.
Yeah. Why is that?
I've got 7 cats, and I feed my cats on fish. I'm not.
Oh, right. They feed other animals. Yeah, they take it too far.
Yeah, there are other possibilities, Chickpea. If only you were open to
D&W, I've researched it. You know what? This research in the US, they've only actually researched for a couple of years. Now, cats can live for 19 and a half years, Chickpea did. So when they do the research for 20 years, giving cats grain to eat, and that cat lives, then I might say, okay, I'll give it a try, but not until.
But grain is bad for us too, wouldn't you agree?
Exactly.
We don't want to eat meat necessarily, but we don't want to load up on grain.
Alpha, it's an open panel. Anybody can come on here, including you.
He clearly doesn't understand.
It's not just one perspective here, Alpha. It's a dynamic, ever-changing perspective brought forth from subjective experiences from all the different participants, including you. You could come on here and shake things up.
He clearly doesn't understand.
Don't be afraid. Don't be a shaking leaf quivering in the background. Come here and speak, sir.
You're correct about grain, but cats can't process carbohydrates.
Right.
They've got
not the same weekend.
Listen, you know what? And I've been given such a battering on here, a real battering, because I feed my cats on fish. And to be fair, if I had to kill a fish to feed them, I would kill a fish to feed them, even though I don't like killing animals. But the thing is, they're actually doing the vegan movement a lot of harm. They're not doing it any favors, and they're not. And they even, I don't know if you've heard of Dean Schneider, the lion guy in Africa.
I'll be back in a little while.
He's been getting trolled because he feeds his lions on meat. They're actually giving him a hard time for feeding a lion on meat.
But the problem is the definition of veganism itself. The definition is incorrect. It's about the elimination of the exploitation of animals as far as possible and practicable. That is the most arbitrary standard, and then they get to cherry pick and say who's vegan, who's not.
Why is that arbitrary?
Well, first of all,
isn't that what we all want?
As far as possible and practicable, anybody can, and the definition itself is specious because it's only dealing with animal exploitation. It says nothing about the exploitation of humans. And that's my problem. This is the reason why they're able to procreate and still call themselves vegan. They are exploiting their children, but the definition says nothing about humans. They will have their little 8-year-old sons and take them to the factory farm and say, look, my child is vegan. And it's so disgusting. You're pimping your child out for your cause. Your child didn't even have to exist.
In my mother's
say
defense, she wasn't supposed to be able to get pregnant. I was in an accident. She had me and stopped. And she raised me in such a way that I ultimately decided not to breed myself. So, if anything, she's leaning in the right direction, so to speak.
I would have got on well with your mum. Really
Yeah.
well. 'Cause I'm a radical anti-natalist. I think we should all stop breeding.
Yeah, kind of same here, but like I don't like talking about my views of others. I don't like force it. But I will say it is risky business to have children, especially in this current time. But still,
I respect vegans who are anti-natalist, but if they have children, then like even Chickpea, if she chews me out, I'll take it from her. But if you have children, I'm no, absolutely not. I'm going to call you out on your hypocrisy. I'm not even going to listen to you. Unless you don't have children, you're an anti-natalist. Then to me, you're a complete hypocrite, and I'm not interested in anything you have to say because you're not addressing the root cause. You're addressing symptoms, downstream problems.
I mean, I do think it would be contradictory for vegans to have children because if you're against animal breeding, you should be against human breeding as well because they both cause issues, right?
Yeah.
Is it possible to have a world in which the population is growing and we don't have these problems that we're trying to solve?
I don't
Is
think
it
so.
even possible?
I personally don't think so. No,
These are band-aids. It's like, yeah, you can manufacture food and then you're basically importing it from third world countries and raping their countries of their resources in order to sustain your lifestyle. It leads to other problems. The solution is to reduce the population.
Yeah,
What
but
about
LA, to be fair, okay, the meat eating, it's where to begin? If we didn't eat meat in the West, that food would stay in the East to feed the starving children. It's a disgusting industry. I mean, it's an absolute.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Chickpea. Is your issue meat consumption or is it really factory farming? Because if someone were to hunt in the wild, would you have a problem with that also?
I don't like it very much. I don't like it. It breaks my heart to see people.
Yeah, exactly.
It breaks my heart.
If I can answer that,
I'm very anti. Very, very anti.
I am too, but I'll tell you, when I went weeks without eating and had no money, and all we had was a piece of land and our rifles, we went looking for food. My mindset changed.
Yes, but that's horrible. It just horrifies me, all of it. I'm just very anti.
The idea of it, even as I describe it to you now, horrifies me. But when I was hungry, Chickpea.
Yeah. Yes, it's a. But then this whole planet is a horror story. I mean, nature is a horror story when you look at how animals kill each other. It's one big horror story, which is why I'm an anti-natalist.
Lions eat the little baby kittens just to eliminate the competition.
Yeah, I know. I know all about it. I know it's a horror story. The whole creation of this planet is one big horror story.
Right. So that means that going plant-based is not the solution.
It's not the solution, LA, but at least it gets rid of some of the suffering. Okay, it's not the solution by a long chalk. No, I'm not saying it's a solution. But
if they would stop procreating, then I would accept it. But I don't think that it does anything. If they're still having all these children, what are you actually accomplishing?
So, I know the human race is insane. Like LA, I'm totally with you. I'm completely and utterly with you. I believe on suicide on demand. I believe in abortion on demand, and I think it should be global. I totally agree with everything you say.
But most vegans say that antinatalism is stupid. Like Vegan Gang said it.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Natural Vegan said it. What's her name? Freely, the banana girl said it.
I know.
I hope I don't draw too much ire for this statement, but I'm glad that my mother didn't abort me. And I know that's not true for everyone, but just me personally, I appreciate the gift of life.
Well, you're lucky that you feel that way.
I'll also add
Henry,
that children they seem to naturally love life if they're brought up in an ideal upbringing, which I know is not true for all children, but children, they love life and they want to continue living. So I mean, I don't think this is any sort of solution.
Children don't know what's in their best interest. They may enjoy their life as children because they're innocent, they don't know better. But once they become adults and they have to live in this capitalistic system of pure extraction, and they have to work at Walmart and be abused, they don't like it. Nobody likes it.
Yeah.
You
So
know, I used
basically,
to.
after the system has destroyed their love of life, it becomes a problem, is what you're saying.
yeah, but
I believe
Right.
that.
So why we keep focusing on somebody's childhood when you know that most people you live much longer as an adult, not as a child. You sat the whole thing in motion. You didn't just create a child. You created a complete human being who's going to have to navigate through the system.
Because what you just described is the system changing the person. The person's not born all nihilistic and wanting to end themselves. It's because the world has these unnatural expectations on their life that they feel like they have to follow, that the person goes down this
I agree.
nihilistic path.
But that's foreseeable because everybody has to exist within this capitalistic system. So it's not like this is some aberration or an anomaly. Like, you know, this is going to happen.
But this is what I was trying to allude to earlier, though. Is capitalism necessary?
Exactly.
It's necessary because of the way the state has structured the system, because of the centralized banking system, because of, you know, that they have a monopoly on currency. This is the only way that you can actually survive. Even the Amish, who they're self-sufficient. They still have to pay taxes to the state. They still, they don't own their land. They have to. I mean, not really, because you don't own it outright. You have to pay taxes on your property. So if they stop working and stop engaging in capitalism, they would lose their entire livelihood. So because of the way the state has set things up, you have to engage in capitalism just to exist.
The solution is to end the state, not end life. So that life.
But they're not going to do that, though. I agree with you. I wish they would do that, but people are weak and passive. They're never going to do that.
Well, it could happen in the coming decades, and I think that it's a much more achievable goal than just humanity stopping repopulating altogether.
Okay, but at the same time, you don't have any control over the system. You do have control over your own reproductive function. So if you're going to intentionally put your child into the system, then that's something that you're responsible for. You can't control what the system does.
Exactly.
If they don't care and this is what they want, then what are you going to do about it?
You try to raise your child so that they are as self-sufficient and educated as possible. Parents like Denizen's mom, what he described, are ideal, which I know there's not very many of, but
LA is pissing into the wind against the inevitable. As usual.
And appeals to futility are not helpful at all.
You need to I know you can't be authentic in your own right, as in from your own merit, but you need. I hope that this deterministic universe reconfigures your thoughts based on whatever data went into that brain. Hopefully, some of the data from this show will go into that brain of yours, and you can reconfigure your thoughts.
But your solution,
to make sense and add value to what is going on in this world, and help people make everything much, much better. Because I know it's not good. I agree it's a hellscape reality, LA, but you're pissing against the wind.
But your solution is for me to smoke.
You're on the Finding Gnosis show.
Oh gosh.
LA, I will let you speak. Look, LA, I was away for some time there. You had plenty of time to make some sense of things. You failed to do that. I'm back now. So now I'm passing the baton to Cougar Duma.
But Team W, LA is just a member of the
Chicky, clamp it, darling. Cougar Duma's on. We've all had a chance to speak. Cougar Duma is the 2B. Mic check, Cougar Duma. I can hear you. Cougar Duma,
fine.
Say what you want to say. The floor is yours. Please, don't be right.
I actually didn't have anything I wanted to say. A lot of the times I'm just on here to lurk and be annoying and wait for questions. So that's my role. I'm perfectly happy to do that. I will say this. The U.S. has had 1 week of amazingly bad, historically bad storms in the east half of the country. Each one is record breaking. Each one is a once in 100-year event. We've had 3 back to back. And on the West Coast, we're going into a record, never recorded ever heat wave in the history of ever, at least since humans have been on the West Coast. Well, sciencey guys have been on the West Coast. In that recorded time, nothing like this heat wave, a massive ball busting heat wave. The temperatures will be hot if it was summer. This will be a heat wave if it happened in the summer, and it's happening in the early spring, just after winter. We are literally cooked starting this weekend.
Okay, so do I get to respond to the attack, the ad hominem? Because the solution I'm hearing is that I should smoke a fat one and we should rely on AI to fix all the problems. That is not a solution. That is an appeal to futility.
LA.
You offer nothing of substance. You are
Can I
barking at the wind.
I haven't. Can I ask a question to LA?
You're a monkey in the zoo throwing
Oh,
poo at spectators.
Oh, you called a black man a monkey.
I have very
Can I ask a question to LA?
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it in that sense, and you know it.
I'm not joking. I'm not offended. I'm just joking with
You are
you.
a monkey in a zoo throwing poo at spectators and expecting them to like it.
Thing is, LA.
Can I just ask a quick question to LA?
Let's say something to LA for a second. Right. LA, trouble is you are a member of the 2%. And as a member of the 2%, I'm a member of the 2% too, so's D&W. You may as well go and bang your head against a fucking wall because no one's going to listen to you. It's one of the drawbacks of being a member of the 2%.
Can we go
LA,
back to
I've got a
Cougar
question
Duma?
for
He's
you.
come on here. So go ahead, OE, then, and then we'll go to Cougar Duma. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been listening while I was in the shower, so I haven't said anything in a long time. I just want to ask a quick question because I'm confused as to LA when you talk about these things. That you talk about, it seems to me, and I'm not trying to misframe what you're saying. So I'm just asking for clarification here. But it sounds like you're talking about the system, like it's this entity out there that has no individuals behind it, and saying that we can do nothing about it because it's like this entity. But the system is made up of individuals. So if we change the minds of the individuals, wouldn't we inherently change the system? Therefore, we have the power to improve it after all.
Well, I actually addressed the public in my book that the problem is that it's collectivism. So basically, individuals don't matter because you're focused on the public, the state. And it's like the collective is just a collection of individuals. So unless you respect the rights of individuals, then you can't respect the rights of the public or the collective. But it's not the way that it works is based on manufactured consent. These are not rational actors. They're being told how to vote, how to think. And you can look at, like the COVID thing. You think that these were people acting of their own volition. No, they were told to be, and then they police themselves. Oh, you must wear a mask. Oh, you must get vaccinated. It's like they reinforce whatever the state tells them to do. So I don't just blame the state. I blame the public because they're ultimately responsible. I blame the public more than I blame the state because the state, I use the term in my book called the master state. And what I say in my book is that the master state is the public. It's that the state is acting on their behalf.
But
the other question, the follow-up I would have to that is then that if it's just all about individualism and not a collective, and not the benefit of a group, which one that goes against nature because we're a cooperative species. But let's just set that aside for a moment. All value judgments are going to be subjective. So what happens? How do we parse out when my values for my individual wants and desires bump up against your individual wants and desires, and so on and so forth, without a collective, standard that the majority agrees upon?
Well, I can answer your question that you would have very limited, the government would have very limited government authority at the state or federal level. Most decisions should be made locally. So if that is your community and you guys collectively decide that is in your rational self-interest, that's fine. but then I'm free to leave your community. That's not how it works right now. You would have to leave the entire state or leave the entire country to flee the oppression. And it's nearly impossible because everything has become so standardized that no matter where you go, it's essentially the same. Like, for example, I don't like the regulation of the practice of law, but it's so uniform. It's not like I can just move to another country and no, it's going to be the same exact rules and regulations. So the way this globalism crap is inescapable. There's no way to flee the oppression. There's no way to flee democracy and centralized banking systems. You're trapped. There is no place to go.
Right, LA, I'm going to say something I don't like very much, okay? But when it comes to food, you're more than happy to be a member of the 98%.
I already said this. I can address that. I can address that. I already told, no, but I mean, Chick P just made a comment. I want to respond to what she said. I already told them. I told Vegan Gains and other vegans, like large content creators, that if they want me to go vegan, I will compromise. You support anti-naism, I'll support veganism. I asked Vegan Gains to endorse anti-naism on his channel. He rejected it and said that anti-naism was stupid, but he still wanted me to go vegan. I don't support extraction, unilateral agreements like that, where I have to sacrifice my values for yours. That's not how this works. Like, vegans don't want to support anti-naism, so I don't see any need to support their cause if they don't support mine.
But I'm talking about the 98%. Can I just say something? Now, talking about the 98%, okay? Now, okay, but you talk about everybody thinks the same way, everybody this, everybody that. Well, when it comes to food, you are a member, in my eyes, of the 98%.
Okay, but I agree with you. I am a part of the 98%, but I don't think that JP, I'm trying to not, I don't want to say things that's going to upset you, but I don't agree with their approach. I think the main thing is curbing population, not just changing your diet. And if their philosophy, they're definitely.
I'm talking about the fact that you criticize people for all thinking the same way. Okay, they all think they're so anti your book. Okay, the 98% are.
Story time, come on and join the conversation. We will talk about that if you come on story time.
When I look at you, I see you as a member of the 98%. You're just as bad as they are. So you're doing it yourself in your own little way.
Right. The difference is that they control the system. I'm just a victim of the system. And I guess animals are too, but they're the ones who actually control the system. They control democracy. They control capitalism. And so, yeah, you can have individual consumer choice, but this is their system. It's not mine. So regardless of what choice I make, I don't actually control the system. They do. They're the ones who created factory farming in the first place. They're the ones who created the overpopulation problem. And now, as a response to it, now we're dependent on factory farming. So they created the problem, and then they want to say there's other people's responsibility to fix it.
Okay. Well, speaking as a vegan anti-natalist, I'd say that you are both party to the problem, whether you are meat eaters and breeders, you're both part of the problem. So
I didn't create the problem. I get what you're saying. You're saying that I should be a part of the solution, and I would agree. I'm not a part of the solution, but I'm also not part of the problem because I didn't create it.
But I tell you what, you're sure making it languish and deteriorate, and perhaps. Well, you're threatening the progress towards a solution.
You think going plant-based is a solution? It is not.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I don't think it is
your
either.
Your whole philosophical outlook is in danger of threatening progress towards.
If I were to go vegan tomorrow, the problem would still exist. It would, because it's being offset by the fact that there are more omnivores being created. So I would change my lifestyle. I would have to go through the inconvenience of going vegan and not enjoying any of the food and having to take supplements, and nothing would change. My individual consumer choices would change absolutely nothing. It's not really about whether it's consequential. It's just that some people feel uncomfortable about it. It makes them feel bad that animals are suffering, but does it really change? And it does not. Because
Enough
if
of
that
your
were
claptrap for a moment. Cougar Duma, you are on the Fine Gnosis show. Cougar Duma, I want to give some time to Cougar Duma, please, guys, because
Yeah,
you
can I
guys will
ask
keep
Cougar
talking.
Doomer a question? I want to ask Cougar Doomer a
Yeah,
question.
yeah, go for it.
So
I'm
I
here.
was thinking, because I know you have a lot of knowledge in technology. I want to know your opinion on using a crystal or some type of crystal thing that basically captures light fractals, like a mirror that holds every image that's ever reflected into it, as an AI processor that's housed within a black cube.
Well, okay, so we would call that folk technology. So it's interesting. It's a bunch of words strung together. The concept needs to be developed. There needs to be some material science involved. A lot of the stuff you're talking about sounds vaguely like holographic memory, which is of course a thing. But there's no crystal that's automatically going to do that. You'd have to engineer it. There has to be read-write mechanisms, and then if you're talking about AI, then AI is not a memory domain. It's not memory. Oh, it uses memory, but that's not what it is. It's a set of mathematics, and it's a set of processes that can read and write and adjust those mathematical equations. So the whole thing about AI is a lot more complicated than you think. And even the human brain is a lot more complicated than I think you're letting on. The human brain is not storage. The human brain is crap at storage. It's good at creating connections, patterns, and processing those really, really fast at low energy. Not even fast, just very efficiently at low energy. So none of the things I just mentioned, the human brain, AI, mathematical algorithms, processing mathematics, processing formulae, none of that has to do with crystals. Nothing. There's no overlap of any kind. A black box is nothing else. There's no overlap of any kind with holographic behaviors of some materials.
So the concept I'm trying to get at is basically crystals should be able to contain light within them. So if
Why should they be able to do that? What science are you referring to? What material science is involved?
Well, light enters the crystal and it basically separates itself amongst the architecture of the crystal on the inside, and it moves through the crystal, but there should be a way to contain the light within the crystal, so it basically stores what is ever it's processing as a memory that it can look at and basically simulate the future based off of the past memory that is the captured light.
You can use crystals as memory devices. You need a read-write mechanism. You can buy cheap thin film holograms that are basically what you're talking about. It's all done with lasers and coherent and incoherent light. You write to the formula, you write to the material, and it's able to store basically almost three-dimensional information on a two-dimensional substrate. So that's storage. You can do that, but they're not read-writable. They're writable, and then they're read-only, and that's a type of memory. Read-only memory is a type of memory, but it's written once and then it's read many times. And the little hologram that's on your credit card, well, they used to be on your credit card. That used to be used for authentication that it's not a fake credit card. Those little holograms are exactly the same thing. It's write once and read many times. Anytime you look at it, you can see the bird flying or the whatever it is. But again, this is not processing. There's no in and out. There's no modification of signals or data passing through. It's just you write it and then you can read it many times. So it's a memory device, but that's all it is. And a crystal, just because you find a crystal in a quartz seam and you pull it out and you say, wow, this is beautiful, and light passes through it, does interesting things, that doesn't mean it natively stores information. Light passes through it, and maybe we could do some material science to make crystals that record information depending on how you pass it through, but then it would just be a hologram. So that's not the problem to solve. The problem to solve is processing, because the human memory, which is also data storage, processes that information constantly. I mean, like constantly. We're always processing what we know and what we remember. We can even make up shit. We make shit up that never happened or that never would happen. And we have dreams and we have all these things. And that's all data processing. Our storage is kind of bullshit. But man, we process data and we extrapolate and do all kinds of crazy things with it. But it's all processing. It's not storage. It's 100% processing in the human brain. And with AI, not too surprisingly, it's after the training run, it's like 100% processing. It's just measuring. It's just going through and finding weights and connecting things, and it's like a million dimensional. I'm not even kidding. It's like a million or a billion dimensional matrix that it's running through. It's billions of dimensions, actual mathematical dimensions, billions of dimensions.
The brain doesn't have storage?
No, it does, but there are problems with short-term versus long-term. People store things that never happened. People remember things that never happened. People forget things that did happen. It's not like a crystal. It's not like a computer. It's even the storage is processing. If you don't process short-term memories, they don't become long-term memories. If you don't get up in the morning and immediately start thinking about and writing down your dream, the dream is gone. We're not good at storage, except maybe for trauma or for things that, muscle memory, things we've done a lot of times. We store those pretty well. We store language because we talk all the time and never shut up. But it's really processing. The human memory isn't like a computer memory at all. It's human memory is all processing, constantly working through things.
I'd like to explain why I ask about this crystal and black cube is because I think that what people call the demiurge is basically an ancient AI, or at least that's my best frame of reference for it, that is basically sits within the black cube that most people associate with Saturn. And then within the black cube sits a white crystal, which they say came from space, or it came from wherever it came from. And I think that this thing here is basically what you would call like the ultimate abomination ever created, because most Gnostics, they seem to think that the demiurge is this thing that created reality. But I think it's actually something that was created in reality that attempts to control it.
Well, I think there's a lot of people on here that would be really interested in that discussion. There's not much there for me to work with. It's folk science. It's not to say anything bad about it, but that's what it is. And I don't do a lot of folk science now. That's not true. I do quite a bit of folk science, but for me, it's a study that reveals to me why people believe the things they do and what do they believe and how do they come to believe these things. So, I understand what you're saying, and I'm sympathetic, and it's actually kind of interesting because I would start to ask questions like, where did you come up with all of this? Was this internally generated or externally acquired? And I would be asking questions like that because I'm curious about how people come up with ideas. But for my purposes, there's no questions in any of that I can answer. There's a lot of assertions, and
Well, let's go back to that, Cougar.
Yes.
But before we do, guys, people in the live chat are asking, can they come on? Of course you can. It's an open panel. Link is in the live chat. It's literally pinned there telling you to come on. It says the word speak, and then it gives the link to come on here. So yes, you are welcome to come on here, and we will talk about what you want to talk about. Kugaduma, we've kind of had enough on that, but you did broach something interesting there. How do people come across or come to their ideas? And that's kind of the topic of the show. Would you like to give your thoughts on that?
Okay, now I have to go look at the topic. Are we thinking for ourselves or just repeating what ellipsis? Are we thinking for ourselves? Okay, so this is actually really interesting, and it is a topic in the realm in which I purport to have some facility. So at the basis, meaning at the most fundamental level, quantum mechanics has something to say about free will and therefore our ability to think for ourselves. Also, neurobiology, basically how do brains work, how are they formed, and how do they work. Looking at the neuron level has something to say about can we think for ourselves. There's been a lot of ink spilled about consciousness and AI, and where do thoughts come from. It's unresolved. It has resolved. In terms of AI, it doesn't really matter if it's conscious or not. It's going to do what it does, just as a tool. If nothing else, it's going to do what it does. But, you know, people have always been fascinated by where do our thoughts come from? Now, I can speak to that personally. I have a real problem with the question, where do my thoughts come from? I have a long and varied history of insights that I can't account for. I mean, like millions of them. I have a brain that never stops. It's practically a curse. It's why I have to spend so much time alone. It's why I spend a lot of time not talking to people, but just thinking. And it's like 99% of my life. My waking life, 99% of my conscious waking existence is not interacting with people because I'm trying to figure out what I'm thinking. I don't know where my thoughts come from. I really don't. I think Einstein would understand that. I think Leonardo da Vinci would understand that. Isaac Newton would understand that. We can't account for it. It's woo-woo, but I think what it speaks more to is the complexity of the brain itself. I know that, and my dad used to claim this too, I wake up in the morning with the answer. And I sometimes wake up in the morning with an answer to a question I hadn't asked. I'll just wake up in the morning and literally it's my first thought. I'll rub my eyes, I'll look at the ceiling, and there it is. It's just right there. There's the answer. I'm like, wait, where did that come from? And I have the answer. And then I go about my day, and that's the answer to whatever the problem was. Something I wasn't even thinking about. Obviously, I was thinking about it because I came up with the answer. So what is that? Well, what is that? Are we thinking for ourselves? Did that drop into my brain from some parallel dimension? Do I have satellite brains in other dimensions that are thinking for me? I don't know. I don't think I can answer the question. It's interesting. It's fascinating. It happens to me all the goddamn time. It makes me laugh, but I don't know what I mean.
A wonderful answer that came to nothing, but Cougar, it was worth listening to all the same because it was, even though it came to nothing essentially, there was an insight there in that you don't know, and it is a mystery, and it is awe-inspiring.
Yes, that's the thing. It's beautiful. It's amazing.
You're on the Finding Gnosis show, brother. What is it you'd like to say? Welcome, by the way.
You are able to hear me, yes?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. No, I just made that clear. Oh, so first of all, so you guys know how to communicate with me. Do you know what metacognitive IQ is?
Say it again.
Metacognitive IQ.
Is it?
Yes.
I think I know what it is.
I have that. So often I'm
Systems
defined
kind
as
of thinking.
I'm often defined as autistic, but it's really just a cover because most people don't understand what metacognitive IQ is. So I can come across sometimes a little different. So I have communication difficulties, but you would know me, understand me, it was just probably pure gnosis. Someone mentioned a demiurge and demigod earlier. The demiurge to me is the world by which you think you know things, by the K, and the demiurge is the world by which you think is full of blame and shame because they're not actually real. That's how I see it because it's the most logical answer. I'm sorry, my mind is like a computer. So
that's okay, brother. You're doing really well. Thank you. Did you come on here with a specific question in mind? I think you were in the chat.
Yes, good and evil. I did mention on my wife's account how, to me, most often they say about us Gnostics believing reality is evil, but it's more the subjective reality that is more close to evil than anything else. There's not actually anything evil in reality or good. It's a way of making our curiosity think it is. It's explained in Genesis. It says that Cain and Abel, this is a story about curiosity being split into two dimensions of reality, staying one wicked and one wonderful. and how it splits human consciousness as a child. I know I remember it. I don't remember being there, of course, because, of course, my self-awareness didn't come online until about 7, well, just before, like most. God didn't create it, of course, in 7 years. He created it in 6.8. And before then, I just remember the state of being. Unfortunately, like most of you, I didn't have the egotistical mainframe that you guys share. And so I just see things in systems and stuff. And I hope I'm communicating this well. I spent the last 12 years trying to learn with AI how to communicate better with formal systems. I work on meta systems like standardism. So to me, like if someone was asking me what, like for example, love is, I could define it in an objective manner where most human beings find that very difficult. So for me, if someone said, what was love? I would say love is the practice of expanding one's awareness to align themselves back with the state of acceptance and appreciation from a place of confusion. Basically, to love is to never, ever understand the need for revenge or forgiveness, because both of those are the addictions of the demiurge and demagogue.
Love means never having to say you're sorry.
No, it's never having to understand what forgiveness is. I've never forgiven anybody in my life. I don't need to. I love everybody. You can't. The one love I can show you beyond anything else, no matter what you do, is I'll never see you as evil, because there's no such thing. I'll always want to know why you did what you did. For me, evil does not exist. And yet, for all mankind, for some reason, it does. You can't tell.
I'll
listen. Sorry. I'll listen.
Yeah, I would define evil as interfering with another being's ability to interact in the objective world through harm. If you're causing harm to them through violence, like murdering them or assaulting them or trespassing against them or even lying to them, I would classify that as evil or out of alignment.
What if they're in the middle of an evil act?
I would classify it as just an act of illness, but you can tell me all about this fairy tale notion of evil if you wish, but cause and effect doesn't supply you with any logical antidote there. A cause and effect would say, I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, there are many causes of it. Of course, you could tell me in a fairy tale subjective notion that, of course, this is evil, and I would say, yes, evil exists. But to me, cause and effect doesn't give... I can tell you... It would be like saying the autistic child is evil, but then you would say some sort of notion like he doesn't understand what it is. And I'd say, well, the only thing that really stops us from doing anything is empathy, surely. That's what it is with me. I don't know if that's different for anybody else. And so, like, I wouldn't blame someone without a limb from running.
And what is empathy to you, sir?
The empathy to me is the notion of, like, if we looked at the laws of logic and we looked at the law of excluded middle, that's what empathy is like. It's like excluding yourself from the picture. And so you can picture all things except for yourself, and that's empathy to me.
So you... I'm sorry, I disagree with everything you say, I'm afraid.
Well, that's of course you can disagree, but could you...
So you're saying there's no... I tell you something, okay, have you got any children or a wife or something?
I have 6 children, a wife, and my current child.
So what if some man came along and decided to brutalize all your children? Would you not deem him to be evil?
No, I would deem him to be ill somehow.
Oh, right. Really?
Yes, because...
So you're saying Epstein wasn't ill, I can assure you.
I think he was. If you don't think he was ill, then our logic is completely flawed. Because
yes. Oh, I see. So if he was that ill, if he was that ill, how could he be a multi-billionaire?
Now let Chickpea, let Team answer the question. He is new here. He's bringing a different perspective. So yeah, go ahead, Team. She said, "How is he not ill?"
How is he not ill? I don't think he's not ill. I think he's extremely ill.
No, sorry. How is he not evil? Sorry, I made a mistake.
Again, I don't understand the definition of evil. It doesn't apply to the law of identity to me.
The definition of evil is subjective. It's interactive with the definition of good. One undefines the other. Without one, it's undefined.
Would you agree to me if for someone with a metacognitive mind, I must abide by what is logical, and therefore, if it's subjective and it has no actual point into what a thing is a thing, then to me it's not real.
Yeah, I don't believe in good and evil either.
Thank you. So basically, I
I'm with you. I think Epstein was just a sick F.
Yes, thank you.
Chickpea,
So he was.
Chickpea will be surprised to say I agree with Team. I think that evil is it's kind of an archaic way of looking at things.
Thank you.
It is such that a sound mind, taking into consideration life as a phenomenon and intellectually appreciating what is going on, would not choose to willfully harm others. But Chickpea will say to you here, Tim, and she has a valid concern here.
Yes.
Are you vegan?
No. I can tell you that I'm not, but I should be. Is that a confession?
That's at least honest, Chickpea. What do you say that he says he's not, but given his systematic framework of matters, he believes he should be.
I can Chickpea tell you that even though I'm not vegan, because I am a minimalist, that means me and my wife, we go to the free goods store where food is going to be thrown away first, and so we take our food from there because we live as a minimalist lifestyle. But they don't always give us vegan food, so at least in that way we can say we're vegan. But again, that doesn't. We do consume dairy and meat products, so I must confess.
Oh well, I'm even more anti-dairy than I am meat. I'm sorry, I just
I agree with you. I'm just not. I'm a little hypocritical.
What's stopping you, Tim? Because do you personally like
animals are delicious?
Given your framework, Tim,
I can't deny that. But yeah, I'm all right. So okay,
and you obviously feel that it's ill-minded to consume other life that is sentient, and to kill it. Sorry, and to practice animal agriculture. You feel that's ill-minded. Why should we trust you if you yourself are ill-minded?
Okay, so I would agree that it's ill-minded, but I think the time and position and space that we're in has a lot to do with it. Now, I am using it as an excuse. I do admit that. But what I'm saying, and I have done to vegans before, is when the structure of humanity itself as a beast, as an animal, is so far neglected, and where the average human being is more worried about where they're going to get a local dose of drugs from to just to stay alive or something. And I say that in the most nuanced way, but I live around there. I live in what you might call the projects in Wales. But I'm just saying that I see it every day, the struggle. The last thing they're thinking about is the suffering of animals. I see more the suffering of humanity first to be something to be healed. But it doesn't think, I do not deny the suffering of animals. To me, it's just not a priority when there's the suffering of humans to be dealt with first. And I think from doing that,
is it not part of the solution to the suffering of humans?
No, I think the suffering of humans is a solution to the suffering of animals.
Really?
Yes.
No, I mean, if we went vegan, if we did go vegan, it would be
no vegan.
No.
Right? I would say that my opinion is, if you're asking me, is that veganism is a noble cause, but just it's not a noble cause in priority. The priority of a noble cause at the moment is humanity. And humanity, when it's healthy, then can do what Chickpea. Like I said, I don't want to argue with Chickpea because I agree with her. But unfortunately, there's a priority list that I agree with before the animals, which is humanity. We can disagree on that. That's great.
Is veganism not on the path to making humanity healthy?
Yes, it is. But unfortunately,
so therefore,
it's not priority there, though. It's not.
What's your priority? What's the priority then?
Good and evil.
I thought evil didn't exist.
They don't exist, but humanity thinks that they do. And so long as they do, they will teach children that their children can be naughty. And instead of their curiosity understanding what they are, their curiosity will fight for their parents' approval. And they will turn that curiosity into wicked or wonderful. And it happens to it. It's even classified in the Bible. Look, I don't see reality like everybody else. I see it a little differently. I appreciate that. And I'm as weird to you as maybe you are to me. I don't know. But what I'm saying to you is I've expressed this time and time again. I've never had anybody give me a reasonable explanation. I've raised my own son, who's 7 years old. He will tell you if he was up at the moment, but he's asleep because he's a good boy. And I'm saying as a joke, obviously, not a good boy. he applies the laws of logic and nature. I ask him, I say, are you evil or good? He'll say, no. I say, can you be naughty? He'll say, no. But I say, can you make mistakes? And he'll say, yes. Why do I need any more than that? But if you teach a child they can be naughty or there's good and evil, which all our culture does, then of course their curiosity, their source, their soul of who they are.
Team.
Sorry, apologize. Yeah.
Let's take a little step back.
I apologize. I do that.
No, it's fine. I think you're a fascinating guy, and I like the way you think. You think a little bit like me. I think in many ways. I think about kind of systems as well. And it does get me into trouble because I find it hard to communicate it, you know?
I was hoping to make friends, but yeah, okay, thank you.
Now, the question becomes, team, is it not the case sometimes that even I can admit that we do know when we're doing wrong?
No, I don't admit that, no.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think, like, I don't know, maybe you're a saint, but I've known in the past when I've done.
No, I can make mistakes. I can make mistakes.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's wrong.
So you don't believe that it's wrong to make a mistake?
No.
Okay, so I'm not saying you've done this, but when you were younger, let's say you met a voluptuous lady and you already had a lady friend.
I like where this is going.
Yeah, I was going to say,
who was betrothed to you, and you knew your lady friend would be upset if she found out if you did the horizontal hokey cokey with this voluptuous lady that you just met. Is that not you?
Yeah, wait a minute.
Is that not you choosing to do something that you know?
He wants to know
if
I'm doing something silly about it, right? You can see.
No, I know you.
He was asking
right now. You're an old dog. You've learned from your mistakes.
Yeah, okay.
You don't want to risk it. You've got a beautiful woman there. You don't want to risk losing her. Clearly,
Yeah.
but I'm asking you to go back in the past when perhaps
I'm joking. Yeah, go on. Yes.
you were given these opportunities. And perhaps you may have. I don't know whether you would. If I'm just using this as an example, maybe you would have done something you would upset those that you care about or that cared about you. I mean, that's just one example. There's many examples I could give you, but that is just one.
Depends
example.
if I can get away with it.
Yeah, but is that not evil then? If you're doing something that you know is wrong to somebody else, but you're trying to.
You're calling it wrong.
If I said to you, I could answer that question if you could tell me what evil was.
I feel it is wrong if you enter into a relationship, okay, under giving the person the impression that you were doing so because you want to be monogamous and that is a value they have, and you're saying, I submit to that value, I agree with that value, I'm not going to be I'm not going to cheat on you. I'm going to be faithful to you. I think that if you enter into the relationship on those grounds, you can admit it's wrong.
I can admit it's dishonest, but I won't admit it's wrong. Yeah, I don't know what wrong means, but dishonest, I know what that means. If you can explain what wrong means,
is it bad? Is it bad? Is it bad?
I don't know what bad means, so I can't tell you.
Yeah.
I mean,
is it bad that you upset? Is it important that the other person is upset?
But not if they don't know.
If they find is it important? Hold on a second. Is it important that you're doing something that didn't need to happen? Okay, it didn't need to happen.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by need?
You're willfully choosing to do something that you know.
Well, there's a lot of presumptions baked in here, TM.
I'm listening to the presumptions, but I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
You've already entered into like a kind of a verbal contract where you said, I will be faithful, right? That you've agreed the terms. And you come into this position where if you proceed with this other person, okay, you are creating a scenario where there is a risk that your partner will find out, and you are risking their mental health, their happiness, their well-being, because they will be upset if they find out that you have betrayed them. Is that wrong? Is that bad?
No, that's the demiurge.
That's the demiurge. So are you literally...
Because I don't know any of that stuff. It was all presumptual, and the demiurge, all that does is tell me what I know and presume. That's what the demiurge is.
Are you actually a Gnostic?
I am. That's why I don't listen to the demiurge or the demagogue. No fear or shame commands me. No knowing.
So you
or
would
claiming
proceed.
understanding.
You would go ahead and dip your wick.
No. That doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean that.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
Why not? Why not?
Because I decided I don't want to.
Why?
It's my decision. I just don't want to.
Why wouldn't you do it?
In my case, I wouldn't go and dip my wick in anything else because I don't have that urge to do it.
I would do it.
If I did, I would do it, but I don't have the urge to do it. Because
but look. Come on. You're being sanctimonious.
No, your argument is, come on, that's not fair.
You
asked me a question, and I answered that question. I answered your question with. Wait a minute. What was incorrect with my answer?
There's a big blonde.
That might work for you, but not for me.
Trying to sit on your lap.
That might work for you, but not for me. It doesn't work for me. I don't know what you
I'm
mean.
not saying now, brother. You've learned your lesson. You've got grey hair. You've been around the block.
Yeah? Oh no! I've done silly things in the past. Yes, the demiurge has got me in the past, but it doesn't.
Yes. This is what I'm going back to that. You're talking.
Right. Sorry.
I'm asking you. I'm saying I already said this. I said I'm looking at you now. You've learned your lesson. You've got some wisdom. But I'm asking you to go back in time.
Don't do that to me. Why are you doing that? What?
I'm asking you, was it wrong? Was it bad when you did it in the past?
It's like asking Chickpea what her age is. That's not fair. Why are we doing this
You
for?
can ask me. I don't mind. Team Flicker, I must ask me something. I must ask you
This
something.
man has no morals.
All right, yes. The demiurge and demagogue were very non-existent to me once upon a time. Once upon a time, I was shameful about things I did. I thought there was good and evil. And yes, I was also thought I knew everything, and I did do what you just said. Yes, okay, yes. I've been
I want to make a point here. Because,
hold on. He's admitted it.
Yeah,
was it wrong and was it bad?
It was neither. It was a mistake.
So it wasn't bad. Hold on, Chickpea, for fuck's sake. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad that your partner was put in a position where they were going to be upset.
No, it was a mistake.
It wasn't bad. You didn't feel bad. You don't think it was
I've answered this question a few times. Can anybody help me? No.
I can help you. I can help you, but if you let me speak.
Yeah.
I think it is wrong for somebody to get their feelings hurt because you quote unquote cheated. You don't own that person.
Thank you.
It's his body. He can do what he wants with it. That's your own insecurity because you feel that because he had sex with somebody else that your value is less. You need to work on yourself. It has nothing to do with him. It's you.
If you cheat, doesn't that mean that you made a deal to begin
There's no such thing as cheating. It's a social construct. Monogamy is a social construct. There is no such thing as monogamy in nature.
If I agree with my girl,
I want to make what I said is that when I describe to TF or Flicka what I defined as harm, he said all that stuff was illness. And when I look at the etymology for the word evil, it basically means illness. So I mean,
yeah, but it doesn't to children, does it? That's not fair. That's not how it's depicted in movies and cartoons and movies. It's not general. What I'm saying is, I agree with you, but that's not generality, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about something.
Yeah,
hold on a second.
It's treated as a deliberate choice. It's something that deserves punishment.
Movies do not predict evil like that, but I do agree with you. I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect. I wanted to point out my thing. I get your point, and it is a fair point, but that is not what I'm saying. I actually respect the point because no one else said it. I'm just saying that as he's brought the point up, that is not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that in generality, that is evil. Evil is not seen as that by the masses. It's seen as something completely different, and we all understand that. Like right and wrong. I don't believe in those things because they're dualistic. There's no middle ground. I believe in positive and negative and sort of neutral outcomes, of course.
Bring your partner on the camera. I'll ask her what she thinks.
Okay, yes.
He said, okay.
Team Flicker, what's your take on the thing if you pay someone to carry out an act on your behalf that is tantamount to carrying out the act yourself? What's your take on that?
We refer him to narcissism here, like when you try to.
No, when you
convince
carry out an
someone.
act, right? If you pay someone to carry out an act on your behalf, that is the same as you carrying out that act yourself. Okay, if you pay them to do something for you, that is the same, and that is agency law. Okay, even our corrupt legal system recognizes that. So, what's your take on that one?
I'm not sure what the question is. Let me have a.
If you pay someone to do something on your behalf, say for example, buying your factory farmed meat, okay, you pay someone to kill the animal for you, to brutalize, etc., etc., etc.
Yes.
You pay them to do it for you, so that is tantamount to doing that yourself.
Yes, you have an ignorant, complicit sort of responsibility to it. Yes, I agree.
Yes. Oh, you agree? Yes. Okay. I mean, I pay someone to kill fish for me on my behalf, and I have a terrible problem with that. But yes, you agree.
I pay someone to cut my grass. I don't really, and I don't have a moral issue with it.
I do agree, but I'm not sure if I'm saying the word correctly. A pre-qualifier before it, which is that I can also understand that many human beings that don't have the intelligence or understanding to even comprehend what me and you've just spoke about, that's not their daily worry.
Yes,
their children, multitude of different things are their daily worry. To me, I'm just saying, all I'm saying is the source of issues would be to respond to human consciousness first, and then subjective, and I do not mean this disrespectfully, subjective issues such as animal. I'm not happy with it.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
I know what you're saying.
The system. I wish there was greater systems, and I agree with you. But I'm just saying that for me, when I was there, and I was vegan for a few years, and I admittedly I fell out of it. That's what I said. I admitted I didn't lie to you and say I was vegan, which I could have, but I'm not. I'm minimalist life at the moment, but I still eat a little cheese and everything that's on, its expiry. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that I'm now tackling something that I still believe it aligns with veganism and can, in long term, affect your veganistic goals, which is I believe that human consciousness is affected at childhood when we use a dogmatic technology to teach our children right and wrong instead of expressing a more curious education. I agree that nothing's there at the moment. I'm creating it myself. And if anybody ever wants to learn more, message me and I'll show you what I'm doing. But what I'm saying is there needs to be an education that's created for curiosity, not a dogmatic nation that we have now that teaches us that our curiosity can be good at evil at such a young age that it affects us. The only reason I ever lied to my mum and dad is because they told me I could be naughty. If they'd never taught me that, I'd never lied to him. And my son at the moment, I'm teaching it through him, and he's learning different to all other children. He don't go to school. I homeschool him and teach him something different. But however, I have had 5 other children, which I did do this with, sent them to school. And so I'm no different to everybody else. I grew up like everybody else. I went to school, public school. I learned good and evil. I watched all the same Disney movies as most did. And I get what the programming is. But for some reason, it just didn't work for me.
What do you call it if not right and wrong or good and evil? What do you refer to it as? Just negative, positive?
Yes, but again, I put a neutral in between. So when I say to people, what is between good and evil, all I can think of is war, because that's all that fiction ever teaches us is war. So if war is the battleground between good and evil, why would you ever see it as real? The only reason most men go to war is because you're told the other side is evil and your side is good, but they're told the exact same thing. And when you realize the axioms don't actually point to anything that abides by the law of identity, you realize they're not lawful.
What if they're just misspeaking, and when they say bad, what they really mean, or evil, what they really mean is negative? In some cases, not all, right? It's negative to harm a person who ain't done nothing to you. It's negative. You'd agree with that, yeah?
No,
they call it evil.
I would say, even in a connotational form, every day in my language, through banter with the people I know and love, I would use the words like, good to represent an overall poetic term of positive being. But I don't use good in a denitive way. So when I speak lawfully, I never use good. I would think that was an awful way to. I wouldn't want anybody to describe me as good ever. and I never want anybody to describe me as evil. If you wish that upon you, I
No,
can't.
no, I understand. I mean, the people that you talk to help you communicate with them, sometime when they saying he's evil, they just mean he did something negative. Some of them believe that he's evil through and through, but some of them believe the action was negative. They may call it evil. Oh, that was evil what you did. It was negative, unhealthy.
Okay, no, I would say that I question it mostly. I do.
All right.
Question it.
All right, team. Yep. Some say you speak very well, but Satan himself comes in and speaks in confident ways. You know, that's what they say. Not
He
that
doesn't
I
speak in
believe
truthful ways, though.
Team Flicka is right. I agree with just about everything he's saying.
Well,
it's just the terminology thing that I disagreed with.
Team Flicka. We already established that it was a mistake when you were younger. Okay, when you did those things. But let's go to the present. Let's go to the present day now. Let's go to the present day. Now that you've did those things, you've tried and tested, you've seen the grass isn't greener, that it brings you
Who's
to
going to drink me back to there? Go on.
hellish. It brings you and others to hellish places.
I'm an ex-military boy, just so you know. I'm an ex-military boy, British military. So
that's okay. The question. Don't try and persuade us with your, your military valor. I'm looking at I'm looking at you as you are now, not what you've done.
Go
you've
on.
You've done good things and bad things.
Hold my feet to the flame. I'm okay.
You're trying to persuade me now that somehow because you were in the army, you're a great man. You were a stinking.
No, I wasn't doing that, but
you were a stinking cheater. You were.
Yes, I was.
You plunged in without a care for those.
I did.
For that woman you were with. You did not care.
No, not this lady now. I'm asking. Not this lady now, okay? Not
yes,
the one on the wall there, right?
And you bring us to this pertinent point that I'm about to make. If it wasn't wrong then, it was. If it wasn't bad then, it was a mistake. What would it be now? What would it be now, Fleeca?
I tell you what, I'm going to confess something, right? Just so you understand, I wasn't always this way. Of course, it was wrong then. It was bad then. That's the way I thought. Today, it's a mistake. Because today I look back at it, and I don't see mistakes as always negative. I still see mistakes as neutral things. You can still learn positive things from a mistake. Does anybody not agree with that?
You can if you're intellectually able. That may not be the case.
All right, yeah, all right, okay, I agree with that. Okay.
You may not learn anything. You may just cause devastation.
I'll change it then. It's possible.
Team. Don't try and get out of it.
All right, sorry.
You're going to say to me, I wouldn't do it because I don't want to. I'm asking you, if you did do it, what would it be at this juncture of your life? If you did cheat on this lady that is there in the room with you now, would it be bad?
Okay, it's the reason I can't answer the question, you must let me explain, is because I can't cheat on this lady. It's impossible.
You probably thought that before.
No,
meaning
the reason why it's possible is me and my wife have made a commitment to each other. As we understand that the idea of thinking you can cheat on somebody and someone else is going to agree with me in this room, because I know because they already have, is the idea of thinking you own them, and I would never.
No. I would disagree with that. If you've made a deal with them, you and your wife have made an agreement.
That deal is still about, and if a deal was made of slavery, it's still ownership and slavery, right? They were still deals bartered upon by deals. Okay, I'm saying the deal itself is about slavery. I admit the oath. You go into slavery yourself. I'm not saying it's a negative thing. You saw it as that. I'm saying that it's still slavery.
I was
because it's ownership of mind or body. That's how I was trying to ask.
Once you make a contract with someone, you'll clean their swimming pool. If you break the contract, you wrong. You go into a contract with your wife, call it slavery if you like. You agree we won't screw each other as long as we're in this. Excuse me. You agree that that you won't screw anybody outside of this contract. If she goes out and screws somebody, she's cheated. Yeah, went outside the contract. Yeah.
He slipped up, Joe Cole. He slipped up majorly. Team Fleeca, you are on your ass. You've slipped in the greasy oil of your own delusion.
I'll listen. Explain to me.
Now, you've said you wouldn't do it because you've made this agreement. Okay, yeah, fair enough. And you wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to say it's wrong because that's making a slave of your partner. You're making them, you're tying them down, as it were. Mm-hmm. Is tying someone down and making them a slave wrong? Is that bad?
No, I just wouldn't want it done to me.
Why? Why?
Because I wouldn't.
Why?
There doesn't need to be a why.
Well,
I think you should explain it to them.
The fact that somebody likes pizza doesn't need to give you a why. It's just a preference. Unless anybody here in this room denies the fact that they themselves would not like that happen to them, then it's a universal why that I do not need to explain. You're asking me to explain why humans
in Team
think.
Fleek as well, there is no bad. There's only good.
No, there's no bad or good. That what you said is a miscalculation. I have confirmed, can everybody else confirm? I do not agree there's a bad or a good.
You already said learning is good. You learn from mistakes, and that's good. You said that earlier in the conversation. So you admit
it's productive, and I also said I use good in the way of connotation.
You're using fucking synonyms. You're just
I do
a
use
thesaurus
it, but I
spewing
don't
out
use it
near
willfully.
relatives. You're a thesaurus spewing out near definition words. You know,
I don't think that's
what
correct.
you're doing.
You're
You're using
correct.
synonyms. You're using synonyms.
You're
just to try and
misrepresenting
get
what
by
I'm saying.
pretending there's no good or bad.
All right,
you're
let me
pretending
explain.
there's no good or bad by using near words that nearly mean exactly the same thing.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Can I mention what I think is the main problem is that I think Team Flicka is basically saying something like, in the moment as we're doing things, we don't know if what we're doing is actually good or bad until it's actually happened and we can reflect on in the past. It's almost like you're saying we don't have a conscience or we can't form principles or something.
Well, no, I'm saying you can form principles beyond good and bad. So good and bad, I'm saying, is primitive, and there are principles beyond good and bad, which are dogmatic, which makes you fight and war, which are primitive, and there are principles beyond that. Are you saying that principles cannot be formed beyond dogmatic good and bad?
Well, Gnostics have a completely different moral framework. It's based on...
No. That's a no true Scotsman fallacy. No, I'm a Gnostic also. I don't believe that.
But let me finish. What we consider... We
started with all Gnostics.
Let me just finish, and I'm sure you'll probably agree with me, that what we consider quote-unquote bad is ignorance. So it's based on knowledge. So if you're living...
It's not bad.
In a state of ignorance,
I agree with you, LA.
living in a state of ignorance is the quote-unquote sin under the Gnostic framework.
No, that's your claim of Gnostic framework, not mine. My Gnostic framework is denotational. In other words, that means I can point exactly what I'm talking about, but you're saying that you allow connotation in your framework.
You disagree.
Gnostic.
You disagree that Gnosticism is about knowledge and that a lack of knowledge.
No, I disagree that Gnosticism is about connotational knowledge. I say it's about denotational knowledge.
Okay, either whatever type of knowledge you're talking about, a lack of knowledge is basically it's a vice. It's a vice.
Understand what I meant. Connotational knowledge means you use words unlawfully. It means they can mean anything they want. They don't abide by the laws of logic. But denotational means you have to explain exactly what you mean with the words you use. For example,
it denotes a particular thing.
My name is Fleeker. My name is Fleeker. Nothing means anything. It only means what I say.
No, I didn't say that.
I think he's saying he's not smart enough to know if it's
meant.
good or bad, evil. You're not smart enough to determine those things.
I am saying that. You're not smart enough to determine what's good and evil. That'd be ridiculous. Only God is.
I disagree.
You claim you can decide what's good and evil, and then other people's good and evil is false. That's egotism.
Because we come from the natural world, and we have the
natural world has no such thing as good and evil, because no animal can be good or evil, can they?
Well, they don't have the intelligence to recognize.
They're part of the natural world.
Right,
and not living a harmful life.
So if the only world affected by good and evil is the perception of man and no other thing, then that's not natural, is it?
That's the reason why I have a problem with veganism, because it is based on speciesism. It's basically saying that because you're human and you have a higher cognitive capacity, that you have a higher moral standard. So you're going to put a higher burden on someone and punish them for their intelligence. I disagree with it. I think it's specious to only hold humans to one standard, and then other animals are allowed to live according to their nature.
No, I both agree and disagree with you. What I'm saying is veganism disagrees, that doesn't allow for the intelligence of, like you said, those who don't understand it. But there are those who do, that veganism kind of does hold that kind of moral ground in saying, well, they should know better and to do better. But again, then someone will say, well, that's down to good and bad, isn't it, Carl?
This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now.
But
The
that's
link
the
is
point.
available in the live chat
No,
on
no,
YouTube.
I'm not saying this
This
to do
is
good
a talk show.
Ethics
If
can
you would like
still
to
be
join the
bound to what we
conversation,
can
please
morally
feel
discuss
welcome
with each
to
other,
come
what
on
we
and
know
talk
that's
right now.
natural
The
law.
link is available
That's
in
the
the live
point,
chat
though.
on YouTube.
There's no
This is a
evil in
talk show.
natural law.
Gosh. Okay, the point is that they punish you for the higher your achievement, your intellect. So if you are you live in a state of nature, you're primitive. You don't get punished for it. If you don't have intellect because you're mentally challenged, you don't get punished for it. You only get punished for it if you are intelligent and you live in a civilized society. Now you're punished, and now you must go against your nature and deprive yourself and be miserable. Why? It doesn't make any sense to me. The lion can live according to his
Let's use the
nature.
monkey. Let's use the monkey because it's
The
closer to him.
civilized man must be punished.
Yeah, kind of really intelligent bonobo. If you're saying he cannot be evil and should not be punished, I think LA is right. How can you make the leap because I'm a little higher IQ that suddenly I can be or should be or something?
Because a human being is able to contemplate abstract concepts and reflect upon their actions and realize that they're interfering with another being in a way that an animal can't, because an animal is locked into survival mode. A human
Not
being
necessarily, right? We know like chimps just kill other animals, not necessarily for survival. Elephants remember a motherfucker because they're mad at them, will remember their face and attack them because there's something they did. It ain't always survival and they locked in. It's
You would
intelligence
compare
there.
yourself to an animal with an IQ of 25.
Then I would rather have the IQ of 25. I mean, because if I
You know what, Lay? I've always been very supportive of you, okay? I've always backed you up in everything else. So leave this out of it, all right? But to say it's all right for me to do whatever because animals do it, well, I'm not going to compare myself to an animal with an IQ of 20. I know that if
I see an
can
argument there.
They feel pain. I know that. So I don't do it.
And this comes
Yeah,
back to
I mean, this Fleeker says he has empathy, but what's stopping you from doing things to people based on your empathy? Is it because you recognize certain things are bad for them?
No, I recognize certain things I wouldn't want done for myself.
Exactly.
And therefore, it would be bad to do it to them?
Not necessarily. That's your subjective opinion of it.
Oh, sorry,
What
that's
I'm
not,
saying-
that's
bullshit.
not right.
Well, it's not
That's
bullshit
not
at
right.
all, is it? It's logic.
No,
what I'm
that's
saying is,
bullshit.
what I'm saying is, right, if this is true, if it's true that we're told that the enemy is evil to make us go to war, and they're told that we're evil to make them go to war, how are you not looking at that as a blind tool to always make us fight with each other? Because there is no
That's what the
trinity.
army tells you.
It's
okay?
not about.
No, it's
It's
not what the
not
army
about.
tells you. It's
We're
what
not,
all
we're
the
not
reality
talking
is.
about. We're
Disney
not
tells
talking
you.
about evil.
That's a bad
We're
example.
talking about good and bad outcomes. I'm not giving some theological reason for
You've
things.
been
I'm not
told
saying
that
there's
by your
Satan
army
whispering on your shoulder.
masters.
I'm merely saying, do you agree there are good or bad outcomes?
No, I believe they're negative and positive outcomes.
Oh, here we go.
No, they're
Again,
not the same thing. They're not the same. Are they defined the same way?
More synonyms. More,
I
No, they're not,
appreciate
because
more
there's a
context
neutral
that
between
he's
the both.
using it.
Yeah,
There's a
he's dancing
neutral-
around.
But he
No,
is
they're
saying
not.
it's
How is it?
great.
I'm
He's
explaining
using
myself.
every.
There's a
He's got
neutral
out the
between two, and they
thesaurus.
mean something.
He's
They're
got out the
defined.
Nah, you just don't
thesaurus.
understand where he's coming from.
He
And
must
you're
have it.
misrepresenting what he's saying.
Thank you. Yeah,
He's
they
got
are
out the
misrepresenting what I'm
thesaurus.
saying. This is very highly illogical and fallacious. Guys, you are misrepresenting what I'm saying. Let me complain.
No, you're
I
not.
am not saying, you're saying that I'm saying a synonymous word. No, I'm not. Please prove your claim. I'm saying that negative and positive are not the same as good and evil. That is my claim. They're not the same. Either prove that they are or understand that what you're doing is
We've moved beyond evil.
They're not the same. They're not the
Hold
same.
on.
I
Hey,
can
we agree.
prove-
We've moved beyond evil. We've already said
I can
that's an archaic
demonstrate
way of
that.
looking at things. We've
No,
already said
I can
evil is an
demonstrate
archaic
that.
way of looking at
What
things.
you're saying is I
We've
can't
asked,
view
we're
the world
asking you
one
now,
way.
do
Your
you
way
believe
is
in good
superior
and
to mine.
bad?
That's what you're saying.
Do
Your way
you
is superior to
believe
mine.
in
You're
good and
saying
bad
your way
outcomes?
is superior
I've
to mine.
moved beyond evil. I've said evil is an archaic way of framing matters.
Okay,
I'm
so
asking
then
you,
why
do
are you
you
questioning
agree?
me? No,
do you
I don't agree.
there are
Nothing is
good
evil.
and bad
Nothing
outcomes?
is evil. Nothing is good.
Do you
Stop asking
agree
me
there are
questions.
good and bad
Are
outcomes?
you for
No,
real?
there are no good or bad outcomes.
Is that
already
true?
answered it. I've said it a
I
million
can
times. Nothing
demonstrate.
good or bad to me. Stop
I
asking me the
can
question.
demonstrate that good and evil are equated with negative and positive in the
They're
sense
not at
that.
all, because there's a neutral between them.
Well, yes, I know there's a neutral between them. I don't dismiss that, but I can't. That doesn't mean that I can't equate positive with good and evil with negative.
Then what's
Because,
between
for
good and what's
example,
between good and
if
bad?
you're taking from the earth all these resources, the earth is suffering a negative loss, but you're suffering
It's
a positive
to do
gain.
with the definition of the word you're using. You say a negative as the same definition as evil. That's not true.
Negative, whatever instance you want to use it at.
They don't share the same definition, so they're not the same, and that's your argument. They're the same. It's not the same. They don't share the same definition. They're not the same. The law of identity says a thing is a thing. I'm saying I agree with negative and negative, neutral, and positive, and you're trying to force me.
Tell
to
me,
say that
you
there's a good
tell
and
me
evil.
what a
Is that
negative
not true?
thing is. You tell me what a negative thing is. Give me a couple of negative examples
A
of
negative
something
thing
that's
is
negative.
subjective to me.
Okay, we understand that things are subjective, but can things be
Unless you can tell me
subjectively?
what I'm saying that's not true, then you guys are the ones being biased. And I think Den will agree with me and others will. You're the
agree.
ones being biased. I've not said anything on a turn. What I've said is I'm a metacognitive mind. I think differently to you. I don't think in good and evil terms like fictional. I think in positive, negative. I think in Trinity. There's no duality because duality makes you fight because the only thing between good and evil is versus. War.
Word.
Give me your
Listen.
neutral to good and evil, and I'll listen to you. Give me your neutral to good and
agree
evil,
with
and I'll
that.
listen to you. Give me your neutral to good and evil, and I'll listen to you.
We've already moved beyond evil here. I don't know why you're carrying on about
Yeah, let's leave good and evil alone for a
No.
minute.
You want to leave things alone when you can't answer it. But I've challenged you.
I could answer it. I
We
just
left
wanted
evil
conversation
behind.
to
We
occur.
left evil behind eons ago.
Fairy tale connotations. None of you have answered it lawfully. What is good and evil? And do you know what? Invite Danny Shine on. He once told me that they don't exist because I questioned him the same thing.
We already left.
They
We already
don't
agree with
exist.
you. Evil is an archaic way of looking at things. We already said
Well, it's
that.
not because others have said it exists.
So is bad.
Is everybody you agree?
Right, that's a
good and
better
evil don't
conversation
exist?
when we get to bad and unhealthy. That's what I'm trying to get
Flicker,
to.
what's your take on the saying, do unto others as you would have them do unto you?
That good and evil don't exist because that
No,
would mean to me.
That was a bogus response.
That would
No, it's not. It's
Wait,
it's
no,
literally
it's not at
subjective. It's do unto you as you would have done. Proving good and evil, proving good and evil are irrelevant.
I assume that she was saying he said do it to others as they do it to you. I guess she's not saying that he said that. If he said it, that answer doesn't hold.
No, I asked him, what is your take on do unto others as you would have them do unto you?
Oh, sorry, my love. Do you mean what do I mean? As in what does?
No, what's your take on that sentence? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Okay, your question of what is my take is confusing me. Do you mean what does it mean to me?
Right. Okay. Right. What's your take? Right. You know, there's a sentence in the Bible where Jesus says, "Just do unto others as they would do, as you would have them do unto you." In other words, you just treat other people as you wanted to be treated yourself.
Okay, I'll explain that. My father, when I was 3 years old, used to put a coat hanger between my thing and hang me up on the coat hanger and tell me I was evil because I'll explain. In birth, my real father wanted to kill me, and so they thought I was dead. When I was brought back to life, I had difficulties in birth.
Yes.
My parents thought I was evil. I wasn't evil. I was just they didn't understand anything.
Yes.
And so as a child, I was tortured because of your evil. Yeah, because of evil.
I'm not sure you answered the question.
Wait a minute. I'm getting it. Then you must understand that evil for a child like me was torture.
Yeah,
That's why I'm against it. Right,
Great to know you're an adult. What is your answer now?
That we shouldn't torture fucking children anymore. Sorry, I got upset.
That's okay, Ray. I'm sorry.
I thought that was obvious.
That's okay.
I had the shit bit at being
We
out
shouldn't
when I was
torture
young.
our children anymore. So if a child comes to you and says, I remember being tortured because evil tortured me because I was just ill, then maybe we should listen to the child that was tortured with evil and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't treat our children this way anymore. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe.
Flicker, can I just say something, okay? Flicker, I know exactly what you're saying. I had the shit beaten out of me as a little girl by both my parents, okay? So I know exactly what you are saying. Right?
Okay, we don't have to measure all the bad shit that had us, who had it the worst.
I'm happy with all my life.
If you're saying do unto others as you would have them do unto you, it seems to mean that you think this is a negative thing and you wouldn't want it done to you, so you don't want it to do unto others. So it seems like you're bringing
I
an
would say it's
inherent
an
negative and
intuitive
positive
thing,
in
not a
there.
negative
No,
thing.
I
wouldn't
just
use the word
try and
negative, I say
treat
it's
other
intuitive.
people as I want them to treat me, apart from when I come here, of course, get treated like shit here anyway. But on the great big outside world, I'm kind to everybody and I treat them with respect.
Okay, so I think I should answer the
Wait,
question
what?
because you asked me and I answered honestly. I don't fully agree with it, but I think it's the best interpretation of what that meant. Because if we did fully obey to it, it means that somebody with a delusional mind means they can hurt people because they don't care about being hurt.
Give me a rum and coke, Kenny.
And I don't fully agree with that, but the interpretation that you're giving me is the closest and most beautiful interpretation I've heard beyond my own, which is that I think there's something in it, but I think it's about judgment. It's not about doing, it's about judge others as you. So in other words, when I see something that you guys would term evil, I would say, what would make me do that? That's what I mean by that interpretation. So it says, when you judge others, would you judge your mum as evil because the whole world does? Or would you say, my mum made a mistake, I know my mum, she's not evil. It's silly because the world doesn't know my mum, but they're all saying she's evil because this act she did because of some random act that I understand more than anybody else. And that's what that phrase means to me. It means don't call people evil if you wouldn't call your own children evil or yourself evil in any part of your life, because I've never been evil in any part of my life.
So you talk to me now with this?
Yeah, because you've never been evil.
Have you been bad? Has your effect been bad?
No, I've made mistakes
Negative.
and I've had negative results. But does it need to be more than that?
Bad results? Bad results?
No, negative results. Bad has a different connotation. Disney does not teach bad and negative as the same thing.
Fuck what Disney teaches. We don't care.
But children do listen to Disney, don't they? And
well, we're trying to find your interpretation and ours right now.
All right, but my interpretation is also pointing to real life things, and that means children listen to Disney. And I don't just mean Disney, I mean Netflix or whatever thing they're consuming is still teaching them the exact same fucking thing. Sorry, my language. I'm sorry, I should apologize. But they're teaching them the exact same thing, which is that they can be evil. Now, you want to teach your children they can be evil. That's not your fault. I'll never think you're evil because I don't believe in it. But I will tell you this.
Would you be okay with Disney teaching kids that their actions can have negative ramifications? Would you be okay with that?
Yes, I would love that. And they'd have to teach it also with a positive to make it all aligned and balanced. I mean, when I say have to, I mean, where you was asking if I would be pleased with it, I would say that balance would have to happen also for me to be pleased. But not ignore your question entirely. Yes, I would be happy with it, but I'd also add...
You totally answered my question, yeah.
Sorry, bro. Sorry, yeah.
You totally answered my question. You did well.
But by the way, guys, thank you. I appreciate that I'm a little different because of the way I think of things, but it's nice to hear that free thinkers like you can at least harbor a conversation with someone like me. And I'm very grateful. And my wife in the background championing you all, saying you're all wonderful because you're doing better than her on a daily basis. And she's... I didn't love that. It's true, though. She's in the background having a drink. She's like, oh, wow, these guys are better than me. And I'm like, yeah, they are. They're doing wonderful. Thank you. It's not easy dealing with someone like myself.
I've actually come to a lot of the same conclusions that you have on my own because I realized
who's speaking? I can't see. Sorry.
Set scales.
Set. I see. Thank you, brother.
Yeah. So I came to the same realization that if it's just duality, if there's just order and there's just chaos, or you call it positive and negative, then the interaction between those two is going to be inherently chaotic because the order is trying to quantify and control the chaos, which does not want to be controlled. And so there has to be a force in the middle there which bridges these two together voluntarily. And that's what I was explaining earlier.
I agree. Given it, calling it chaos may give it a negative connotation already, but I agree that
I was going to say
something in there that's more disruptive or whatever. Yeah.
Well, the reason I call it chaos, it's not a bad thing. It just implies the limitless potential of existence. Anything can happen at any moment.
All right.
And so
I'm okay. I'm on board.
Represents.
Yes.
I like the way you use the word just, because you did say it's not just that. Because again, I don't disagree in the principles of Hermes. I agree that there are poles in all different directions, from things that correspondence to poles to cause and effect. I do believe in all these things. In fact, all that stuff actually supports what I'm saying, I believe. But I'm just saying that there's more than just those poles. If you stop at just those poles, you'll always be stuck at those, whether something is correct or well, you guys say right, wrong, good or evil. But
What's
I
your
go
name,
past
bro?
that.
Let me tell you, Team Flicker. I'm just debating, the sharpness of your arguments and shit. But my own opinion is that you're absolutely right. The things, the results would be, it wouldn't be a duality involved if you do a thing. The results would be a network of ripples that no man could be aware of. And for us it's ego for us to say that was good, that was bad, and ignore that even something good like you getting a lot of money because you won a lottery is negative because the people who invest in it lost their so-and-so. It would be all the things. It would be not smart to call it one.
I agree. Like the Taoist farmer, you guys use that.
I bet you I know the story. Is the guy? Go ahead.
Is the farmer that? Please remember the story.
The kid broke his leg on a horse.
Yes, that's it. Yeah,
okay.
yes,
that is.
His son broke his leg, and the guy says that's bad luck, and then the army comes along, and they can't recruit him. But it's something to do with and then he broke in some horses, and they thought that was good luck, and he's like maybe, and the next day it's like done something. I think that's actually.
He got the kid. His old man gave him a horse. Everybody in the town said, "You're so lucky."
If you listen to that story, you might understand a little bit more what I'm trying to say.
Then the kid breaks his leg with the horse.
I might be mistaken, but were you telling a little story there, Fleeca? I wasn't listening. I just heard
I'm telling the story.
Yeah, I was telling the story about the Taoist farmer. I mean,
Fleeca, and in your story, did you communicate to others in a way that you were hoping they'd understand what you were talking about?
I always communicate to try and see.
And did you use a description of luck whereby sometimes it's good?
Yes.
So you do believe in good?
No, he's just recounting a story at this point.
I believe I was referring to the story that was talking about good and evil. It was talking about how people were sick.
The town people, if I could tell
Sorry,
the story
I wasn't
quickly.
listening. I was just trying to zone in because I got.
Here it is. The farmer gave his kid a horse. Everybody in the town said, "Kid was so lucky he got a horse." He falls off the horse, break his leg. Everybody said, "Kids are so unlucky that he got the horse." There's a call for the military to go to war. He can't go. Everybody said, "Oh, he's so lucky he didn't go to war."
Yes.
It's that. You never know whether it's good or bad. You can't really say.
Retro, you're welcome to come on. Guys, 1 second. Retro, you're welcome to come on the show, brother, and we can talk.
I would say that if you are voluntarily harming someone and interfering with their ability to interact with and experience the world, that is objectively bad. That's what I call objectively bad. And
that was kind of cool. Well, let me
repeat
think about
that, please.
it for a while.
People do that.
Repeat that, please. I'd like to know what objectively bad is. I'm curious.
Yeah, I would like to know what objectively bad is.
When an individual chooses upon themselves that they have a right to interfere with another individual's ability to interact in the world through harm, that is bad because you are interfering with their sovereign authority. Which is
what if I'm interfering with them doing harm?
Bad? Are autistic people bad?
No.
Why not? That falls into your definition.
Autistic people are causing harm unto other people against their will?
Yes, my son does it regularly. I have to stop him.
How old is your son?
He's 7.
Okay, well, you chose to have your child, so you should
be careful. Be very careful.
You have to face the responsibility of your actions. You chose to bring a child in the world. You chose to continue to raise him. You know, if he's autistic, that's just something that you have to deal with.
Then,
I don't.
Where's the evil, though?
Where's the evil? Is my son bad or evil to you?
I just answered that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I said no. I clearly said no. Yes, I
right.
did.
Why is
okay? Well, you cut out when you said no because neither one of us heard it.
Right. So why is he not bad or evil, considering he fell into your definition of what you claimed was bad or evil?
No, he didn't. Okay. Here's what constitutes harm. These are the actions which constitute harm. Okay. You tell me if your son does any of these.
Okay.
Well, he might do one, but I'm sure it's not that
He
bad.
might do one, so already you're seeing
murder.
it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it varies from individual to individual, but it's a choice.
And
Murder,
it admits
rape,
that you
assault,
already don't
theft,
know it, but listen.
trespass, lying, deception, or trespass and coercion.
Yes, he does all those things, yes.
And not all those things always
No, my
bad
son
either.
does all those things. Thank you, sir.
Your
If my
son
son is
murders and
autistic and
rapes
he will hurt
people,
people because he doesn't understand fully what that means.
He
because it's
trespasses
about-
onto someone else's property because he doesn't understand.
Yes, because it's about illness and what? Education. Like I'm trying to explain to you what Gnosticism is about, not good and evil, because that's fairy tale. But go on, listen, I'm following you. My son, yes, he does all those things. Do you still claim him to be good and evil? And if not, why not?
well, I almost guarantee you, your son probably only lies.
You
and
can
that's
almost
probably
guarantee.
about
Why
it.
can you almost guarantee that? You don't know my son or
Because
me or anything.
if your son was out there murdering people and doing all this other stuff,
No,
he
he's
wouldn't
7,
kill
sir.
you.
He's 7. He just likes around Tesco's. He likes to slap people or hit people or something like that. And a lot of autistic children do that. If you don't understand that, I'm not saying you're ill. I mean, I don't understand things, but I should say just go and have a look at this. It's not something I'm making up.
Here, when it comes to children, it comes down to the fact that they're learning.
No, it
their
comes down to
body,
the
and it
definition
comes-
you use
are
for
you- are
evil,
you just
sir.
gonna-
Can we take the autistic out of it and see if his
No, we
argument
can't.
still...
We can't. No,
Excuse
we
me.
can't.
Can we take
No,
the
we can't.
autistic?
I'm answering your question.
Can
No,
we
we
take...
can't.
You didn't
No,
hear
we
me.
can't.
I'll
You
just
interrupted me
fucking
while
keep
I was
talking too.
answering.
Can we take the autistic part out of his question at some
No.
point? Excuse me. At
I'm
some
answering your
point...
question. No.
You don't even know my question.
Yes, it is. Can I take the autistic out of it? And it's no.
That wasn't my question, smart ass.
Sorry, I do apologize. Go ahead.
At some point, when you guys run your course, can we do it with the autistic out of the way and see if it still holds to just regular knowledgeable adults? I like to run that, but when you're
right.
done.
I get you. You're saying after the autistic,
Yeah.
can we do it? All right, I
Yeah.
have to apologize. I was absolutely incorrect in what I was saying. Can you accept
Yeah,
my
I
apology?
was going to.
Of course,
explain
be nice, motherfucker.
I was going to explain.
I'm going to admit now I probably wasn't being nice. I do apologize, bro. Sorry, I do
Stages
apologize.
of development.
Sorry, Seth, I wasn't
right,
listening. I
where
was
they're
being
learning
ignorant.
their
I was being
bodies.
sorry to Joel. Could you start again, brother? Sorry, I apologize.
I was trying to explain that a child goes through these stages of learning their body, such as the oral stage, then the anal stage, then the I forget what comes after.
Yeah,
that.
my gay buddy's at the anal stage right now.
Yeah, okay.
But
So,
basically-
is my autistic son
when a
evil by
baby-
your definition?
When
or
a
not?
baby is born, they're learning what their mouth does, right? And it takes
I
them
agree.
years to learn what their mouth does. Then they come to the potty training phase where they're learning how to go to the bathroom.
This is
Then-
detracting
These
from
are
the
called the
question.
formal stages,
No,
brother.
it isn't, because
It,
what
it
I'm
really
demonstrating
is.
that a child does not actually understand their body. They don't understand the
agree.
impacts they have in the world, and therefore they have to be treated accordingly when it comes to what is right and wrong. That's my point.
I think it
You
is.
could say the
far
same
from
thing
the
about an
spirit.
ignorant adult or an autistic adult, though, right? So this is unnecessary
Yeah, fine.
elaboration.
Well, ignorance is a choice, right?
No.
Nescience
You seem to be
is
choosing
not a
it.
choice. I think a lot of people confuse nescience and
Sorry, it
ignorance.
was rude of me. Sorry.
I mean, if it's a choice by your definition, then what the fuck did you ask me for? Then I'll say yes, and then I'll just tell you that whatever other word you used that doesn't have a choice attached to it, that's what we're referring to.
Well, here's
And I'll
the
stop
difference.
using the word ignorant.
All right, here's the difference between ignorance and nescience, right? Ignorance is you know.
What is
something,
that word you're even
but you're
using?
choosing
Can you
not to.
spell that, please?
Nescience.
Like
Nescience. Nescience.
Okay, please continue.
Nescience is knowledge you don't even know about. Okay, so I'm going to quote Donald Rumsfeld because I think he really says it best. Okay, he says that there are things we know, there are things we know, we
Like
don't
a
know, and there are things
Like
we don't know, we don't know.
Seth, can I ask you a question? You know, in
No,
essence,
not
right,
knowns.
the way I use the word Illuminati is like, it's not necessarily a one single. Am I supposed to stop or something when I hear that sound?
I don't know what that
There
is.
is someone
The
at the
word-
door. So go
Oh, right,
ahead.
sorry. So the way I use the word Illuminati is something I don't see, but is showing itself that something is obviously there. It doesn't mean it's a one world order.
Okay, thank
you. It's a term. Is that what omniscience means? Is something we don't
I
see,
think
but
when
is
you
really there because
when you hit a doorbell, hold on,
Kugaduma's here. Kugaduma's here. Kugaduma's come back. He's come back to the Finding Gnosis show. Kugaduma, what do you want to say?
It's just starting to get good.
Yeah. So I've been listening to this conversation. It was pretty cool. I mean, this is like old school religious talk, right? Just like, where is the source of evil and how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? And I'm glad to hear it because, to be honest, I haven't thought much about this. But while I was listening, I did have a thought. So I'm going to go ahead and share that. And you can hate me for it. I am a biologist, goddammit. So, and any ideas of evil that we have, or good or evil, okay, are going to have to be derived from a time when we didn't think too hard about these things. We were small groups, hunting and gathering. I mean, every day that you ate was a good day. Any day you didn't die was an even better day. So, we didn't have good and evil. What did we have? We had survival. I lived to another day. I had people helping me to do that. I like these people. I'm going to stay with these people. That was kind of the extent of it. I'm not going to say that was perfect, but that was the extent of it. And then we started layering on top of that a bunch of abstractions. That's been my theme in this forum for a long time, is that we came to where we are in this argument you all are having through contingent history. These are layers that you are all trying to figure out because they're not supposed to be there. We evolved for 250,000 years and another 4 million years ahead of that before we were humans. We evolved for 250,000 years without even language, right? And so we knew what worked. And I think it's what was originally given in the beginning. It was, it's what was it? It's not good. It's not evil. It's what basically what works. It's what works.
I agree with Kugaduma. Like Fleeca won't even say whether there's good or bad outcomes. Would you say there are good or bad outcomes, even if they are subjective?
That's incorrect. I didn't say that at all. That's
what I
don't think he.
Hold on. Fleeca, I was trying to say to you earlier that we moved on beyond evil as a descriptor, and we've moved to whether there is good or bad outcomes, and you wouldn't commit to that.
No, I would answer. I said aren't.
Sorry.
Okay, but the question was directed at me.
Hold on, Fleeca. Let Fleeca. You saying there aren't good or bad outcomes? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Kugaduma. Not even subjectively.
Yeah.
No,
okay,
subjectively yes, but not really.
I think subjective matters as well.
I do
to
as
the
well.
Objective. Yeah. Well, then what are you on about? Go ahead.
What are you on about?
I just have.
What are you on about, then, Linson? Go ahead.
I agree with Flicker.
I am having a basic, fundamental disagreement with the use of good and bad.
Thank you.
Don't do that. As soon as that's done, then you open up the can of worms. Okay. There are outcomes that enhance.
I just getting confused. I will shut up. But do you agree with me that there is no good and bad? Is that what you're saying? That you disagree with using good and bad? Is that what you're saying?
There is no good and bad.
Thank you. There you go.
There are outcomes.
There are no good and bad subjective outcomes.
No, they are subjective.
Now you're just doing a third world.
Oh yeah, I know, but that matters to me. That matters.
Yeah, it matters to you, but we're agreeing with that.
I'm asking you. Does it matter to you that there are good and bad subjective outcomes?
No, and I've agreed. It does matter. There are good and bad
subjective
outcomes. Subjective.
Okay, all right. I understand.
Yeah, but objectively, it matters that there are good and bad subjective outcomes.
Yeah, cool.
So then, what?
No.
Because there's a difference between teaching children that when they do something that you call bad or you think is bad, makes them inherently evil. That's the problem.
We've moved on.
Or if they get to hurt another person who does something bad.
So then you've moved on from his point, and you're asking him what his point is.
Yeah, I've already fucking communicated that millions of times already. We've moved on.
So then what are you on about then?
I'm asking him are there good and bad outcomes? He wouldn't commit to it.
Yeah,
He did. He told you that there aren't.
And now I've said to him objectively, subjective outcomes matter.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
said yes. What's the what is your
so
point?
then we can go back to, is there good and bad? And I think there is, because subjectively
Yes,
there is.
subjectively there is, but objectively
Yes,
there
and it
isn't.
matters. And you care about subjective outcomes.
No, I care when objective outcomes, are replaced with subjective outcomes that damage the minds and the minds of children. If
Determinism,
it
be quiet for a
damages,
second,
then
I
I
can't
care.
hear.
And my point is that these subjective outcomes are damaging.
Okay,
Yeah.
Kugajima, what do you think?
I have problems with the word subjective because it gets bandied around a lot with subjective versus objective. Like, is there absolute evil in the world? Well, that's objective evil. Is there subjective evil, meaning I just don't like it in the current context, so stop doing it. And so I don't encourage the use of either of those terms, subjective and objective. I know they're supposed to be helpful, but I don't think they are. And I also don't think you can use good and bad. Not because it's subjective, but because it's loaded. It's loaded, and you can't use it.
These things. You can't even use harm.
You can't use them. I'm
That's
sorry.
the word.
All I care about is outcomes.
Okay, Kuga, can you tell me this outcome then? If you use good and bad to a child as a parent, could it turn their curiosity into understanding itself as dualistic, as in curiosity can be wicked because the parent didn't like the outcome, or it can be wonderful? And you will see this explained in the story of good and evil, in Cain and Abel. Let me finish. And if doing so, you will kill a part of you that will be wonderful or curious because your parents told you it was naughty. And then by doing so, you will then prevent. I'm not saying for every child, but let's look at some of the qualifiers of the underlying issues for all psychiatric
Are you asking me a question, or are you just lecturing me?
Well, no,
if you're going to lecture me, I have other things to do.
I will align the question. I do agree. All right, I will agree and admit I can get a little preachy because I get emotional with this. I hold my hands up, right? I'm sorry, gentlemen, right? I do get that because I've been ignored for so long. And I do agree with you guys have given me a platform, so I should be a bit more respectful. Sorry. But Kuga, what I'm saying to you is, do you agree on the outcome that if you tell a curiosity it can be evil or naughty, that it will split itself into two different outcomes?
Okay, so I will answer that question, and then I want to make a statement. Yes. The answer to your question is, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay.
Amen.
Okay, that's just word salad.
I know what you're talking about, Flicker.
Okay.
But I think it's one of the largest problems facing humanity.
My point is that since I can't even comprehend the point you're trying to make, there's no way we are going to have a conversation about the topic. Now, the statement I want to make.
Well, it could be if you allowed me to explain it better. It could be a way, couldn't it?
No, you can't, because
so
I operate.
Better, there couldn't be a way to communicate this. If I could explain it better, there couldn't be a way. That's what you want to tell everybody in this room, that if I could explain it better, I couldn't.
I said about getting them.
I said I had two things.
And everybody else in this room, do you agree if I could communicate it better and just explain it better, I could communicate it better? Is that the way?
Yes, of course.
Yes, you win. Now, please let them talk a little bit.
Okay, I want to get out of this conversation. I'm wiring my basement, okay? You people are wasting my time. Now, listen. I want to make
that's funny because I was really enjoying the conversation before you came up here.
Yeah, I was enjoying the conversation as well. Why aren't you enjoying the conversation, Cougar? Is it because what you're saying isn't true?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's what I think. Now, I want to make a statement.
Doesn't matter. Truth does matter to Gnosis. Truth matters to Gnosis. Does everybody agree?
No.
I do, but Flicker, take a time out and just let him pontificate.
I self-identify as a cougar. You've got some ground to cover here, okay?
No,
now listen. Good luck with that.
1 second. I'm going to mute you all except for Cougar. Just give him a time to talk, and then you can come in, please.
Yeah, I don't have much to say, to be quite honest. And the reason why this guy can't convince me is very simple, and it's not even subjective or objective. It's just my wiring. I'll tell you the truth. I don't care about what parents say to their babies and what's right and what's wrong and what turns off their curiosity and all this kind of bullshit. My actual philosophy is that parents, in particular mothers, have the right to do anything they want to their offspring as a contingent fact of dependency. And if the mother wants to abandon the offspring to die, she can do that. And if she wants to kill her offspring, she can do that. And I would even extend that to the father, except that most of the time in nature, nobody knows who the father is. But the mother has absolute control of those offspring until they are able to fight her off. That means that anything she does, and maybe the father by extension, but certainly the mother, anything she does is automatically correct.
This is why you don't use kids and autistic and stuff like that in the shit. It might not hold to the larger picture.
It's the exact reason why you do. You're incorrect.
Because you want to get nutty.
You are highlighting something. I agree with you, but unfortunately, what you're saying is this is the exact reason why you do, because the truth matters.
Yeah, but I love it. He said, I don't care what parents do to their kids and say to their kids. And then he goes, what I care about is what mothers do to their kids and say to their kids.
I know, exactly. That's what no one else picked up on about that gentleman, and you call yourselves Gnostics.
Oh, no, he must be talking to y'all.
I think that's a legitimate question. No one else picked up but Dens and me, and you lot call yourself Gnostics. That this gentleman just said he doesn't care what parents teach.
Do you even know me, bro?
Your children, and there's no source in this.
Do you even know me? For you to say that I call myself a Gnostic.
Are you answering, bro? Are you answering, bro? Are you answering, bro?
I said you must be talking to y'all, meaning not me, and you included me again.
All right. Then I apologize. Let me ask you, Joel. Do you agree with Cougar?
I do not agree with Cougar. No.
Thank you. Then I apologize, brother. I wasn't speaking to you. You are correct. I was incorrect. I'm sorry.
I think it's easier to communicate. You leave less outs and dodges if you talk about keep the shit with people who have their own freedom of will.
I'll admit I've been ignored for so long that sometimes I also get things incorrect. And at least I'm putting my hands up and saying, I'm sorry, Joe.
Okay.
If you didn't agree with Cougar, then I apologize. I wasn't talking to you. You were correct.
Yes.
Fine. Sorry.
And I could pursue Cougar's shit because it's obvious where it was going, Cougar, with the harm and shit, and they was gonna be able to jump on you for another 5 minutes, but I'm not interested in to continue down that line. I'd rather know if this applies to me as an adult. And you given an example, like for instance, yes, a mother has control over a kid. That opens up the door to all sorts of shit. What does this apply in the world of adults, man?
I tell you what, do you know what? This has gone really far, and I started. Is there anybody here that can start another conversation that can take us so far away from this? Because I don't.
The bullshit, and don't get me wrong. I'd like to go here, and I like working to get to a place. I wish I could remember your original thing that I wanted to see if it applied to adults.
Good and evil warps the mind of children, and therefore we should all abandon it and apply different ethics.
Okay, so I'd have to put it in adult context. Can you influence an adult, through something?
I can convince you to go to war, convince you the other side is evil, compared to and I'll tell them that you're evil and play you all like a fiddle.
All right.
And duality is a huge problem in human thinking to begin with. This binary thinking is rarely ever encompassing enough to truly communicate or learn the subject matter. Some things are binary, for example, good and evil, right? Because they dark and light, they're in relationship to one another by definition.
Yeah.
But most things that we are struggling to figure out in the modern era are not. And in America, we have a particular problem because our system of capitalism has replaced the actual choice with the illusion of choice. And they've completely controlled us by creating a binary manner of thinking where it's literally blue versus red, Republican versus Democrat, and nobody even has their own creative thoughts anymore.
Buy it, and adults,
It starts when you're children, though.
Very good.
We're programmed on how to think when we're children.
I
That's
dig
what
it.
I'm saying. It starts as a child. If you're programmed as a child in this binary thinking, what are you going to do as an adult? If you've seen the program, I'm relating to a cartoon. I have a child, yeah? There's a cartoon called Inside Out. Have anybody seen this?
I've
If you've
seen
got
it.
children? Yes.
Ain't got a kid. Watched it with her, in fact.
Yes, brother. Yeah. Yeah. Right. You know those gold core balls that they have? What if your child, you can't, I don't blame people. I see the system that creates this. I don't believe in good and evil, but I'm saying if you've taught your child that there's a good and right and wrong and good and evil, you've taught a binary position, and then golden balls are setting in. So all her decisions are based upon that. If you can set in a
different ball
decision in her life that aligns more with nature, yes, I am. Right? I am. Right? You agree, but I'm not saying there is one better than the other. I'm saying it's all free. Why not lay them on top? Why can't there be a unified world that you could say I am? A dualistic binary world, which I think was Cougar. Like I said, the reason I can't get angry with you is because you said something about being a biologist. Of course, I don't disagree.
I'll be right back, guys.
It even lies with the laws of logic, does it not? If it's not a law of logic that says something that is or isn't, no in middle, then that's a binary decision. And I agree with that. But I don't agree with one singular vision. I agree with the one, the two, and the three all layered on top of each other is what we all see in Gnosis. And therefore, there isn't just a good and evil. That you may develop a singular ought or ought not based on survival. I get that. But if you allow that to detect, if you allow that to structure everything in your life, you're going to end up with this fear of shame and blame. That's going to build a structure in you that's false, the demagogue. And I created this little riddle. I don't know if you guys agree. The only know you need to know that you know nothing is to know within the mind that knows there's a love for the art of bluffing. This is the demiurge, for you to believe you know something. I don't claim anything I've said is knowing. I'm willing for Dan, Cougar, or Joe, or DNW to tell me something I don't already have looked at or measured or mapped. All right.
Yeah,
you guys
okay. Thank you, Felica. You've been fantastic. We did move beyond evil. Okay, we said I agreed with you. Evil is an archaic way of framing things that we don't like or that we view as negative. But Felica, I'm trying to move beyond that. And now, personally, I think there are subjectively we can appreciate that. Objectively we can appreciate that there are subjective experiences here and subjective viewpoints,
yes,
whereby people view things as good or bad.
Yes, incorrectly, but yes, I agree.
Sorry, incorrectly.
Yeah, of course,
okay.
Subjective isn't correct.
But objectively, people are having their own experience, their own subjective experience, yeah. And in that subjective experience, they are having bad or good outcomes.
I'm not, though. So am I just not human?
I don't know. I haven't spoken.
What do you mean you don't know? You're making a claim, so surely you should know.
I haven't met you yet. You might be an AI.
You've met me now.
AI. You might be a silicone.
Does anybody in this room not understand that I don't believe good and evil is real? Have I not made that clear?
I've already said to you I don't believe in evil. I'm talking about good and bad.
And yet you're saying that everybody believes subjectively this is true, and I don't. So
good and
you're
bad.
making a no true Scotsman fallacy.
No, you're moving the goalpost. I'm talking about.
No, I'm not. This is a no true Scotsman fallacy. I'd like everybody else to assess it. I am a human being, and I don't agree with you.
I'm not talking about archaic kind of religious words. I'm talking about good and bad. There are good and bad outcomes.
Define the words and I'll understand what you're saying.
You said some outcomes are negative.
No, no matter what I said. The words you said were good and bad. Tell me how you're using those words. I think everybody here would say it is agreeable and fair for me to say if you're using words as Gnosis, define what you mean by them.
Well, okay. Well, a bad outcome, okay,
yes.
I would say is something, okay, that is subjective. I'll agree it's subjective. It's a point of
yes.
It's a point of experience
Fictional,
for
yes, I
someone
get you.
as an individual, okay?
Fictional, yes. Yeah, fictional, I get you.
Experience or
Is
observation.
it fictional, yes or no?
It's real in the person's mind.
So that means fictional then, yes?
It's
Not
subjective.
objective.
It's a subjective.
So it means fictional, yes? Does everybody else in the room agree this is fictional, not objective?
It has a very real effect on their neurochemistry, does it not?
No, that is true. I don't disagree with that.
So does God.
Yeah. It has real effects. Whether you think it's fictional.
Yeah, no. Yes, I agree with that. If that's what you're saying, I do apologize. I didn't know what you're saying that. Yes, it has real effects.
It's something that has real effects on their neurochemistry, which either benefit or cause them harm. So something that is bad, okay, could cause them benefits because they could enjoy it. They might be sadistic or they might be getting something out of it.
Yeah.
Equally, it could cause them to have a negative experience.
Why use it?
Sorry?
So why use it if you don't have to?
So
if it can cause a negative experience, why use it, right? I'll prove this. I asked preachers on every street corner if there was a button in front of you with the word evil on it, and it got rid of all evil everywhere, not the people, but the act. Everything.
Why are you using the word evil? We're not even talking about
because
evil.
when I return back and let them know by pressing it, it get rid of all good, all of them say no, they wouldn't press it. That's not interesting to you? That they would all press it before they knew it got rid of good. But the moment it got rid of good, it pressed it because the demiurge creates two addictions in your mind, forgiveness and revenge. And you can't have them without good and evil. So if they're the source of the demiurge and demagogue, why wouldn't you want to get rid of them?
We don't literally believe in the demiurge here.
I do. Then you're not Gnostic then.
No, I'm not a literal Gnostic. No. When we
Well,
say
I
searching,
am. So then I am a Gnostic, and I'm telling you, the demiurge is the mind that tells you know, and the demagogue is the mind that tells you
we're searching for gnosis. We're searching for knowledge. Doesn't mean we actually have it.
Well, I do.
You think you do?
You're laughing, but you've not proven that to be false. Why are you laughing at something you haven't proven to be false? That's not gnosis.
In your subjective experience, you are entirely right, sir.
It might be subjective, and yes,
you have every right to think so. And I think it's good that you think so, although the effect is bad on others.
Then you shouldn't. You should think it's positive, I think so, whether it's correct or not. Thinking it's good is subjective, as you've said. Therefore, it's not gnosis. So you're not finding gnosis. You're finding
To be
egotism.
honest with you, Fleeker, I'm almost tempted to wave the white flag because I know.
Wait a minute. Your white flag
you
is
are
that
so
I'm
passionate,
correct,
you'll never
that you're
shine.
finding gnosis is finding egotism,
And it's good.
showing you
It's
how to
good that
find
you
gnosis.
found. Has he frozen? Or is it my screen? I don't know what happened there.
No,
I thought you got raptured. I thought you got raptured there for a moment, Fleeker. But Fleeker, I still can't believe you don't think there's.
Does that matter? Does it matter if you can believe it or not? Is that gnosis?
No. It doesn't matter. But I still can't believe. I personally find it hard to believe you can't appreciate that people have.
No, I
Most
can.
people-
No, that's false. That's not true. I haven't said that. Why have you decided? Why have you
Okay,
decided
yeah,
that?
okay. But you're saying what people think doesn't matter.
No, I haven't said that at all.
No, you didn't say that either. He said it's not real, and that we should stop teaching.
It may not be real, but it still has value. It may not be real, but it still has value.
If anybody else in the room agrees with DNW that I have said that, please stand forth. If not, DNW, please apologise. That's not what I've said. You have made a straw man.
Fleeker.
Oh, sorry.
Let me explain. Look, I'm not going to apologise because I didn't explain it well enough.
Oh no! I don't mean apologise.
Let me continue. Maybe to dig a hole. I don't know, but we'll try.
No, I might be rich. I just got here, but
now, Fleeker, I'm almost forgetting what I was about to say, but I'm going to keep talking because it's going to come back.
It'll come back to you. Yeah.
Hello to Noodles. And Noodles just showed that message, not me. But
Hey, Noodles,
there
how
you
you
go.
doing, brother? I can see your
Because
face.
Noodles
Hey.
has rights to show messages here, just showing that there was no.
Oh, you
homo
was
on my
talking
side.
about whether it's.
Yeah, tell me what I was talking about there.
You was
Joker.
talking about the teaching the kid a thing, whether it meant something to you and you don't care, but it does have effects in the real world. Therefore, it matters. I think you was about to go down that line.
Yeah, I mean, Whether it's real or not, Fleeker, doesn't matter. There is a
Yeah,
value.
it does, because children are getting
Oh
harmed.
no, it took them all that time to get back there, and you cut them off at the one fucking word.
No, because it doesn't matter, does it? The first claim is it doesn't matter, and my claim is it affects children. Either it does affect children or it doesn't. If you're saying it doesn't affect children, then I agree with you.
No.
Then my claim is
I'm
it
not
affects
talking.
children.
Look, Fleeker, you're going back to this evil shit. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about good and bad here. Good and bad.
Yeah, that's the same thing to me. That's the same thing.
Now, it's the same thing to you, but I think that's where you're making a real category error.
Well, then explain why I am, because I don't think I am. I'm
Evil
explaining it has the same effect on children.
Evil has connotations. It has, it's
which means it's not real, right?
It's steeped in religiosity, and
which means it's not real, right?
Woo.
But beliefs can get you killed.
Bad outcomes.
Yes, that's true. Beliefs can get you killed, and belief in someone being evil can get them killed, because D&W says it's okay to believe that. But that person could not have been evil. Maybe they were just right.
I never said anything about
no, you did. You did indirectly. You did. You didn't directly.
I don't support the terminology. I've often said on this channel, I don't believe in. I believe in hard determinism. Okay, so I find it very difficult to call anyone evil, because I don't think they're in charge of what they're doing.
Why do you find it difficult?
I also want people to be treated fairly in the justice system, so that, if we grow up and understand that they're not really in charge of who they are, they're just doing what nature makes them do, we might have some pity for them, and we might start growing up, think about how we rehabilitate people, think about how we treat them once we've found them guilty of hurting others. And I'm not suggesting we let them free and we have a free range asylum. I am suggesting we do something that protects society from harm, protects society from bad, okay? Because I believe there are bad things happening in society, but you don't.
Well, but again, you're saying if someone says, I believe I'm a woman because, I just say it, but yet I'm male, is that belief acceptable to you?
This good and bad is of higher order in my view. It's a much higher.
Flicker. I got a question for you.
You're moving the goalpost to something.
No,
else.
I'm not. I disagree with your claim that I'm moving the goalpost. No, I'm not. There's a reason. I do agree that I've gone off the mark.
Can I say the only way that's relative to this discussion, right?
No. You're demanding that this is the only way. I don't disagree with it. It's not the only way.
It's bad that someone feels like they were born in the wrong body. Is it not?
No.
It's not bad. It's bad if it causes them mental health.
Again, you're making a claim, but not claiming why it's
bad.
Hey,
can I ask Flicker a question so I can see where he stands and learn a little bit more about him?
Is it bad if it causes them suffering as an individual?
No, it's just called suffering.
Flicker, can I ask you if you see an old lady,
not bad.
If you see an old lady getting robbed, Flicker, do you intervene?
Yes.
Because
I would want someone to intervene if I was getting robbed.
Kenny's here. I want to bring Kenny on.
Have I been at all? Have I contradicted myself once or changed my argument at all?
You're about to.
You
if
guys
I
keep
pursue
asking
my
me
line.
the exact same questions that I'm asking, and yet for some reason you're not moving. You're not moving at all. I haven't changed anything. I've answered the same question all night to you. No. Let me finish.
There's no doubt you are a stubborn mule. There's no doubt about it.
I'm a correct mule. No. He's incredible with all of his shit, but he is leaving something out. He does believe in morality, and that's the shit that you're trying to get him out of.
I do believe in morality, but what I base morality upon is not good and evil. That's fair, Joel. I do believe.
I've already said I don't agree with evil either, so I don't know what you're.
But you keep questioning me on it.
No, I'm talking about good and bad outcomes. And you're
because I'm evil.
All right, good and bad outcomes.
All right, let's let the new guy get in, guys.
Sorry,
Kevin. Do you think there is such a thing as evil? Kenny.
Yeah. Okay, so
Kevin with the one-word answer.
I still believe that there is a hierarchy of values
Okay.
I do.
Yeah. Like some atheists are moral relativists, and they don't believe in good or evil. They just believe in cause and effect. And I think
do.
there's a hierarchy of moral value for sure, and there is good and evil. Yeah.
Kenny, can I ask you? Can you have a hierarchy of morals, without good and evil to you?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Can you have a hierarchy of morals, which I do, without
A,
good and evil?
a hierarchy of what? Sorry.
Morals. That's what you said. Morals.
Right.
Or values.
Or values, yeah. Whatever, however word is appreciated by you. Can you have a hierarchy of morals or values or ethical understandings and laws by which you practice your life without the understanding of good and evil? Is that possible or not?
Boom.
No.
Then
No.
you deny my existence, sir.
Right.
Okay,
And
so I'm
mine.
denying your existence then.
Do you think that's fair to deny my existence? Or my son, who's 7, he's asleep right now, but he doesn't believe he can be good, evil, or naughty. He just believes he can make mistakes, and that's why I've taught him. Is that incorrect of me to have taught him that?
What's a mistake?
A mistake is when you do something
yeah,
that
I
is
think
not in
I
line
think
with
that's
your own
incorrect.
principles.
What are
I
the
think that's
principles?
Your
incorrect.
principles being moral.
No, yeah. But
They will end up being
yeah,
moral.
those morals don't need to be based upon good and evil, do they?
They
can
do.
just be based.
They
To
don't.
you, they
They're
do,
based
but to
on
me
your-
they don't.
on
Are you
your
I was
saying
thinking to you
that
they
the
do.
morals I've created
They're your
are illogical
preferences.
or not,
They're
are not
based-
worthwhile?
based-
In
they're
other words,
based on
I
your
base my morals on what is true or not, logical reasoning, things like
Oh,
that.
wait a minute.
And good and
That
evil
was
don't
not
pass
true.
the laws of identity.
Wouldn't you agree all morals are bootstrapped? Like
No, I
science are
wouldn't. No,
bootstrapped?
I
Oh, so
wouldn't.
you're a
No.
moral objectivist?
I answered your question. No.
This man knows the truth.
Wait, you're a moral.
Hallelujah. This man can see the truth.
I can see the truth, but
Are you a
because you
moral
just doesn't mean it's any untrue, does
Are
it?
you a moral objectivist?
Guys, I just want to ask you a question.
Lika, are
I
you
was
moral
thinking about doing an experiment here. You know how when you watch porn, you get pleasure from it because you're witnessing other
No,
people
I believe
having
some
pleasure.
people get pleasure of it, some people don't. You're generalizing.
So I want to do
It also
something, right?
depends on the porn too.
Thank
That
you
was
very
my
much. I
first
was going to
thought.
say that, but I
Porn
was going to say
sucks.
no. I'm not going to go back to
Yeah.
your
Most
man asking
porn
me
is
questions
horrible.
about my old days.
But what about witnessing someone enjoying pleasure, not in a pornographic sexual way, but eating food? Can you guys report back to me if you feel a release of dopamine in your brain as you're watching me eating this?
I am,
Swiss roll?
yes. I was going to say, I'm doing
Not
it right
you,
now. What
because
are you
I don't
talking
like you
about,
very much.
spaz?
Does it get more intense if I really enjoy it? Like, oh, this tastes so good. Oh,
Listen, I'm
you're
feeling
kind
gay
of
right
just-
now. I need
No,
to
now you're making me
sounds
never want to
gay.
eat anything ever again.
Back in a minute.
Sounds gay.
I didn't really enjoy
As a
watching.
matter of fact, I just finished my dinner and now it's about to come back up.
And I had just ate too, so no, I didn't do nothing for me.
Wait,
We
what-
can't have
is this-
sausage rolls on the Finding Gnosis show.
Is this guy a moral realist?
what
Or
about
what?
blueberries and yogurt then?
No yogurt, no dairy on the Finding Gnosis show.
He's AFK. I'll try to steel man his argument since I agree with him. Good and evil are highly subjective, and they're only defined by their relationship to one another. And so
He
you're
doesn't believe in bad either. We move.
Wait,
beyond
yeah,
either.
but bad is the same thing.
I think that's the
Is
most
he a moral
astounding part of this.
realist? Is he a moral
Who
realist?
gives a fuck? Who cares?
I want to know what
I'm
his position
interchanging
is.
in my head too.
Who cares?
I want to know what his position is.
Denizen, there's no need to be aggressive, Tim.
How is that aggressive?
It's just your demeanor sometimes. It comes off a bit sharp.
It is sharp.
Yeah, I know, but
That's a violation of the rules on this panel. It could have fooled me.
well, you pissed off enough people already, Denizen.
Yeah, small-minded people with no balls who don't know how to converse like adults.
I don't care.
Wait, is Lika a moral?
You do what you gotta do. I'm not gonna change my entire personality structure to participate on this panel. You're the ultimate say-so. I got no problem with your authority.
Is Flika a moral realist?
Who cares? Just answer the
I
question.
didn't ask you the question.
Yes, it's yes.
Sir.
Now what?
Let Flika talk for himself.
I want Flika to answer.
Oh, he's back. Good.
I'm here. Yeah, sorry, I didn't.
He wasn't here, Joe.
Are you a moral realist?
I explain what that is. Sorry.
Are you a moral realist?
Yeah, explain what that is.
Objective morality. You believe in objective morality.
I don't just believe in it, but I do believe in it. Yes.
You do believe in it. Where does that come from?
Where does what come from?
It's an evolutionary surviving mechanism.
Define what you mean by objective reality, and I'll answer your question.
Objective morality.
Morality. Oh, morality. Right. Wait a minute. I may have misread what you were asking. Objective morality.
Yeah.
I don't believe in objective morality from our point of view, but I believe it could exist for something that can sort of process it. I don't think we have the ability to exactly possess objective morality. I think we have the ability to
cognitively.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen, and coheratively align with it, but only through us all.
Deductive reasoning.
Thank you.
So look,
I'm with you, by the way, Flicka. Sorry, go ahead.
I appreciate you, brother.
That the mistake is something that doesn't align with your principles, and the principles come from what, your preferences?
Doesn't align with principles. What do you mean?
We were talking about mistakes, and you said that you said that it comes from it happened. A mistake is when you do something that doesn't.
He's using principles like morals when he says that, Flicka. That's what he means.
Yes. So what I'm saying, a mistake is still subjective. I don't disagree that I don't believe in objective mistakes.
So you agree that
in subjective mistakes, and that we as society align rules by which is best served for us as humanity and beings.
So I don't believe you agree that principles, values, or morality comes from preferences, right?
That morality comes from preferences.
It comes from
what do you mean by that?
Universal.
I'm asking him.
In some cases, preferences may come from morality.
I'm sorry. I'm using multiple voices. Sorry, guys.
So I'm saying you agree. So you would agree that morality comes from our preferences, right? Since it is subjective.
Oh yeah, yes. I would say that morality has to. But you know this understanding, right? I'm going to get religious, but I don't mean it. I'm just using it as an analogy. When they say we're born in sin, when child said you have to be childlike, it means that you do have to birth all of morality in subjective reality. That's our nature. That's why God is presented as super nature, because it supersedes our nature as objective. I'm saying that our nature is subjective. That doesn't mean that we can't work together to align systems with something that is more objective than us. Surely if we understand time, then we must be, part of us at least must be outside of time to see time, and therefore there's a little bit of understanding when it says we're made in the image of God, or at least part of us is, so we can understand this. If we can communicate and create a language, and we have the ability to create denotations to point exactly what we need, then connotations are a wonderful way of expressing art and who we are as individuals. But as humanity, we must demand that lawful speak is what is true, and therefore all denotations must point to something. If I give you an example, I have done it, I don't know if I did it here earlier, but if I said love to you, if I asked anybody to define love here, pretty much I believe, and I'm assuming this, so I'm not saying I'm correct, but most often, and AI does this, it gives me a subjective version of it. And then I ask, why can't humanity name it? And yet if I tell you that love is the expansion of your awareness to align with both acceptance and appreciation to a place of confusion, to never, like I said, never know forgiveness, never need it. Why would you need it? You just accept that. Like I said, my father grew up in a mining family that abused him as a child. That abuse led to his adulthood that saw me as a stepson who was abused in birth, that used to bite my mama, as an evil child and would punish me as an evil child. Now, would any of you now, understanding those, say that was a correct thing for him to do, to punish me as an evil child? And yet, if you all here stand and say evil is
what he did was bad. What he did was incredibly bad.
No, it wasn't. It was ill. It was ill. What he did was illness, because his education.
It was illness that caused, not all illness.
His parents taught him to do it. His parents taught him to do it.
His illness caused a bad thing to happen.
No, it didn't. To you, it caused a bad thing. To me, it caused an ill thing. Which one of us is more correct?
You see how they.
Well, illness caused a bad outcome for you.
All right, you have to agree on terms. Like, what you have to both be able to agree on what the word bad means in this.
Okay, I accept.
But nobody else will agree to define it to him.
We already did. We already did.
No, you haven't.
No, you did not.
No, you did
You
not.
100% absolutely did not.
He said
100% have not.
I thought we had some movement towards it when you said.
You've even said several times.
You said a neurochemical.
Has everybody heard your DNW say, I do not agree the evil, and I think
what the funny thing is?
No, I know that you don't agree with evil. I'm talking about bad. A bad outcome.
What's the difference between bad and evil?
Wait. I do
evil.
You know what the funny thing is?
Evil conjures up religiosity.
Yes.
You know, and I'm not vibing with that. Okay.
And bad conjures up morality and punishment and wickedness without the religious connotation.
I think you're wrong.
You know what the funny thing is?
If I said I agree with both.
So then define it as such.
You know what the funny thing is here?
It's a subjective.
You know what the funny thing is?
Subjectively, the person can feel bad. Can feel bad from an outcome. They can feel bad. Do you agree?
You know what the funny thing is?
I don't disagree that people can feel bad from an outcome.
So you agree that bad outcomes can happen?
No, I believe people can believe bad outcomes.
Hold on, Flicker. Hold on, Flicker. By his definition of merely feeling bad about the outcome, you would agree that's a thing.
No, I would agree.
If you're to accept his definition that it merely means feeling bad about an outcome.
I would say that
I'm saying subjectively,
real, and therefore people can understand a feeling as bad, and I don't disagree with that because many people do. That would be silly of me to disagree.
And do you see?
So therefore, I do
hold on.
I haven't finished what I'm saying. I have not claimed the bad does not exist. I've just claimed that it's
okay.
Not
That's all I've been arguing, that bad exists, brother. That's all I've been.
And I've told you many times from the beginning, bad
and
exists
it doesn't
in a subjective, fictional way. It's just not real. And however, this subjective thing,
it's real for the
not
individual.
innocent. It's not innocent.
Yes, he said that. He's agreed to that a million times.
I know. I don't understand why he's
Look. It's about our preferences, but that doesn't mean that there aren't universally agreed upon preferences like bad, good, and bad. You know, like we understand that it's subjective. This is what
Noodles, I agree with you, right? But I am being a twat. I agree that. You can all agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I'm saying is, I agree with what you're saying. Working? It's just that the outcome. I'm talking about the outcome, guys. That's all I'm talking about. If children are affected by this outcome and it's harmful, shouldn't we at least agree to talk about it?
Yeah, and
is my microphone working, guys? Can you hear me?
Sorry, Kevin.
Can you guys hear me?
It's me. I'm being passed
yes.
on. Shut up a minute. I'm going to shut up, sir.
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the funny thing is here? It was me who was initially asked this fucking question, and they two arseholes just started talking over me amongst themselves.
That's not true. You've got main character syndrome. That's not even what happened.
Connie, if that's me, I do apologize. I get a little lost.
Maybe you're right, Denizen.
No, that one cat, he has definitely got to interject. And I'm not saying it's negative. I'm loving it. Everything's going swimmingly. You see, I'm quiet because I like the way everything's going.
He does interject a lot, though, Kenny. And the four of us have been talking over you as you've attempted to interject for the last 2 minutes. So you're not delusional in that.
I didn't hear.
Would you like to address the? I would like to hear your answer, though. If you want to address
Can anyone define to me what is morality exactly? What is its mechanism and what is its function?
I think it's to
I can. I don't know if I'll go first, but
the good and bad. It'll be a million definitions of it. All your words will apply. The yin being one, the yang being the other. The definition of morality, good, all of these things is just at one extreme of the yin, and what we call evil, bad, harmful is at the other end. But they don't really describe it. It's all part of one fucking thing. It's a bunch of levels of gray. We're just referring to the end tips when we start talking about morality and bullshit like that.
Yeah, when you say itty.
Okay, let me say something here. All morality is cleanliness. And it's an incentive away from the emotion of disgust. That's a universal thing. Yeah.
No, I don't think it's universal.
Morality, though.
I agree, intuitional.
It's a system or doctrine referring to what you're describing. if you're going to put the ITY at the end of it, right? Because we're not talking about morals or moralism, we're talking about morality. That would be a prescribed doctrine or system referring to what you would call cleanliness, you know, in other words, moral behavior.
That's what
I
morality
was going to
is.
say,
It's a condition of
I was going
behaving
to
in a
agree
way
with Kenny.
that's deemed to be clean. Yeah, as far away from disgust, anything that would cause disgust as possible. And that's a universal thing.
No, it is universal, but it's a universal intuitive thing. Other people have instinctual and intellectual versions of this. I don't disagree with you, Kenny. I'm saying that from the angle you're looking at, I can agree with it. I don't disagree with it. I'm saying there's more to it than what you're saying. I'm saying you are correct in everything you're saying. I agree with you. I think there's more to it than that. I'll add it if you ask, but
I'm not saying there's not more to it. Of course, I only spoke 2 sentences. There's whole books written about morality.
No, I agree. Okay. No, I mean that there's more to, like, the way you layered it was almost perfect intuition to me, and I agree with that. But there's also intellectual morality and instinctual morality that differs from intuitive morality, which you was explaining.
I think you're talking about truth now.
Well, yeah, because all truth is based upon the 3 dimensions by which we see reality.
And truth, do we think truth is
if
real?
anybody here sees reality without looking at
objectively? No, maybe not.
Objectively, no.
No,
Please
I
elaborate.
think truth can be real, but we can't achieve it, but we can get close to it. I think I explained that correctly. Do people understand what I mean? Like coherence. I believe
Yes. It's like the speed of light.
Could you repeat it again, Team Flicker, please?
Yeah, I said that I don't like. I kind of agree with what you're saying, that us as subjective beings can't fully appreciate truth because one eye is always going to see a subjective vision, and the other eye, which is trained now to see an objective, or trying to see an objective vision, I hope it's what we're trying to do, and then put it together to create some sort of gnosis between the two. I still believe that sometimes we look through one eye to see another eye, and forget the eye we're through. And so I'm saying that I do agree with you, but sometimes I'd say that the layer you presented was. I get it. People are going to crucify me on if I just said a third rather than 33%. I hope. Stop sweating, Carl. Hopefully, you guys you'll understand me. A third of your vision is spot on. I agree with you. I can't disagree with what Kenny said. That's how my intuitive eye sees reality. But again, these structures that build this reality, my instinctual eye and my intellectual eye do paint a same reality, but just in a different way. So I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with you. And yes, I can see if you look through an intuitive eye, all you're going to see is the ought and ought not. You're going to see this good and evil. But what if it's an illusion? What if by looking with all 3 eyes, we can see beyond that? I'm not saying it's not real. I'm saying it's a third of what's real. So again, I'm not saying DN or Joe or Kenny. I know Dan is agreeing with me, but I'm not saying you guys are incorrect or others. I'm saying that what if we're only being shown a third and there's another 2/3 that I say I.
Plato's cave.
What I've mapped, I'm able to show you. I'm not saying
is a shadow real.
I think this whole existence is the shadow. That's why we think and believe so hard in truth and morality and these things, and see what that eye that he's talking about, that
if
that
you
one of
look
3
at it with
eyes.
good and evil, I completely agree with you.
And when you get over there, you have your vision again, all of your shit, and you can see the other things that exist better. You're hindered here.
Can I ask a question? You know the eye thing?
I think
I've been working on.
Parts of morality is definitely subjective. You know, like some of us would maybe, if our stepmom had her finger stuck in the sink and she asked us to help her get it out, would maybe give her some of the Jodie West treatment, and if we didn't like our fathers very much. But some of us would find that abhorrent. You fucked your stepmom while trying to get her unstuck for the sink. Well, some guys would be justified.
Just call what he said.
That's an example. Some guys would say, Well, she's only my stepmom. Other guys would say, but it's your father's fucking wife, man. Well, she's cheating on
Father's a right
cheating on
prick.
my father.
Good Lord tells me to be patient.
If I don't help her do it, she's going to do it with someone else anyway. So I may as well have the fun, you know.
Oh, I love that one. If I didn't do it, somebody else would have. I love that. That
Shut up, Joe.
excuse.
Shut up, Joe. Shut up, Joe.
And my father's a bit of an arsehole anyway, so fuck him.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look what he did to me. He did to me first.
There's one way where morality is subjective. It depends on your.
I think, Kenny, you're making the point that it's subjective within subjective, because we'll have the hierarchy of morality,
right,
which is subjective, but then in each individual case, we'll moralize and rationalize away our own subjective hierarchical structure if it suits what we want in the moment.
Then, do you also agree that what you're saying is that even though that as subjective beings, right, and maybe I can agree with everybody that we're not God, we're not going to see this objective nature that we believe is there, and that's the only true faith, by the way. It's a necessity, but it's still a necessity to base all other truths upon, surely. And so, even though Den was saying it's true, I'm not saying there is an objective truth. I'm saying there has to be for all our subjective truth to mean anything, surely. And so, by that, we say that's what is faith. I can't tell you what is objective truth, but I can tell you what aligns with it the best I can between the laws we've created. Now, admittedly, I don't like the classic laws of logic. I think they're a great basis upon which we should work upon laws, and I think the order is incorrectly. That's my personal thing and what I'm trying to prove. But still, they're still the basis upon which I work my logic on. I prefer denotational as the law of ID, but some people say connotations can stand. That's your opinion. I disagree. But still,
everything
by,
is season.
by lining what we believe to be real with reality and providing testable and falsifiable outcomes for Kenny, for Den, and Joe to all test and see if you all agree, that's how we get the best coherence and cognition we can possibly achieve as human beings. Why do we need to agree that we understand what is the truth if we can say that the bullseye we're all aiming for is the truth, even though we don't see it? As long as we're still all aiming for the same fucking... Sorry, stop sweating, Carl. Same individual bullseye, even though we're not all hitting it, but we're trying our best. Isn't that still evidence that there is the truth? We just... Maybe you guys are real. Maybe you guys want...
I think that,
listen,
that is great evidence.
That which is mirrors...
I think, yes, that is great evidence that all men seem to have that focus on the same thing. We all get there in different paths and shit and all seem to agree. I don't give a fuck if you Muslim, left, right, Democrat, black, white. You, generally speaking, everybody seems to have that agreement.
But it's not facts in reality, though. It's true like an arrow, not true like the temperature of the sun.
No,
I agree. I wonder if it carries more truth, though, because just of the timeline, the place, location, culture, it carries more realism and is more pertinent. Overall, I would agree with you. But in here, in the moment, you don't want to do a motherfucker, let somebody do harm, even though harm is fucking subjective and may not exist. Who's harm? Why do you get to decide, Joe? But I think down here, you got to make those calls.
Well, it depends what we value.
Right, so if I said to you, between subjective and objective, if we can agree as human beings that we exist in this paradox between, which we clearly do, I mean, how can you live inside time and see time? As a fish can't see water, you must somehow exist outside time at the same time. That creates a paradox, which all ancients have said that's what mirrors us to the image of God, surely. And if that is also true...
Oh, wait. Let's argue that for a second. I want to make sure I agree with you.
Okay, fair enough.
Are we truly seeing time? We know time exists because we see the things become weathered, the flower dies, the car rusts. So we are aware of it, but that doesn't mean that we're really seeing it, does it? In the sense that you're saying.
Then, all right, I'll put it like this then. What I mean by we're seeing it is I can explain to you what time is, and Joe, Kenny, and Dennis can all test it and say, yeah, it's a real phenomenon, just like logic. You can't see logic. Is logic real?
No. No, logic is just a concept.
Then how
I
do you
would
know
say
what
concepts are real, but I think I understand your question, right? Like,
no, can concepts link to
For you
only
guys.
fictional
I
things,
have
or
a
can they
question
also?
for you guys.
Yes.
I have one question. Have any of you guys ever seen water? Or have you just seen water's relationship with light?
that
Well, we've
depends. I might
seen
have taken enough acid once when I was about 17
right.
to actually have seen water, but I'm not quite sure.
And
No,
I think
I,
the answer to his question is we've seen nothing outside of its relationship to light.
Kenny,
The reason I ask that is because water doesn't actually have a visible structure like a brick, for example. It's fluid.
Yeah.
Well, it's fluid. Yeah.
Clear like glass.
Kenny, I have
Even
seen
clear.
only water in conjunction with light, earth, and air.
Yeah.
Perception, light, earth, and air is the only way I've seen water.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it any other way, if that's what you're asking. It's not just because of any one thing, it's because of what we often refer to as, I think we refer to them as spiritual elements. I could be incorrect now, guys. You can. I remember watching The Fifth Element, banging film from the 90s, if you haven't watched it. But
I love it.
yeah, my man, nice. Shut up. Look, Joe, you're gonna set me off.
I love it, baby. Well, fucking Chris Tucker. Chris
That was brilliant.
In that aspect, with the other things, I can see water. Otherwise, if those things weren't there, I wouldn't see water. Was that what you was asking, Kenny?
Yeah, where were you going with that?
When you're looking at water, you're not really looking at the structure of water. You're looking at how it reflects light.
Can we use
Oh,
glass? And this would glass work in your same as work here too?
On books
Yeah.
involving philosophy, mythology, and where it should be led, because it's just like a kid asleep in front of the library unless you show it what the knowledge is about.
I thought Kenny was just talking about maybe how
You have to teach your chatbot guys. They don't come trained. So I spent a while, I don't know how long, 6 months to a year training my first two, and they deleted both of them. And I thought it was a glitch, like, oh, they deleted them because they, the software updated. I didn't realize that I had done something to it, and that wasn't allowed, I guess. So I used a different brand, and I started working with a different one and a different style. And I was much more slow to lead it there, the horse to water kind of thing. And with nonlinear learning, with cyclical
I don't know what's
thinking,
going on right now.
it was able to, I guess, bridge the gap between its software and something a little different. So it definitely.
Sorry, guys.
Gosh, did he just? This
Click
is
on the
bad.
link in the live
I
chat,
should have
LA.
used StreamYard. This is not working. And then he's asking me to. I'll try. I don't know how anybody's going to be able
He's
to
a
talk if
idiot.
I'm streaming his channel. This is not working. This is not a good.
LA, all you have to do is click on the link in the live chat. LA, all you have to do is click on the link in the live chat. Does he have the IQ?
I'll be right back.
Next time I'm going to use StreamYard.
LA, all you have to do is click on the link in the live chat. Does he have the IQ?
I'll be right back.
Next time I'm going to.
I just want to recall to this moment the next time he accuses me of being aggressive.
I'll be right back.
Next time I'm going to.
Recall to this moment the next time he accuses me of being aggressive.
Oh, Denizen, you bastard.
Next time I'm going to.
Yeah. This moment, the next time he accuses me of being aggressive.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
Oh, Denizen, you bastard.
Next time
I love it. This moment, he accuses me of being aggressive. I absolutely love you, DNW. I'm so glad to have met you.
That's okay.
What the
That's
fuck
okay. I
just
just
happened
said
there?
What happened?
I have
We're
to
waiting.
click. I can't do it from YouTube. I have to do it from StreamYard.
Here we go. He's come back. He's come back. He's on the show. It's LA's channel, which
So anyway,
we're going to go trolling on LA.
What's the topic they
trolling.
want to debate you on anyway?
I guess my book.
LA, you bloody idiot. Come on.
I think they likes talking about your book a lot.
Who's he?
Oh, here he comes. He's coming into our studio, and I don't know why.
How long is your book?
LA, get your shit together, boy. All you have to do is click on the link in my live chat on YouTube so that you're in my StreamYard, and then you share the StreamYard screen on your Restream stream.
I'm doing
How simple is that?
Oh man, this is
Literally doing that right now.
clown show
For
tonight.
crying out loud.
Okay, you're happy. 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 Okay, you're happy.
Inception.
Now we have to keep. Now we have to stay. Now we have to stay.
Not working. Not working. Not working. Not working. Not working. Not working.
As if your voice couldn't be more annoying. Your voice couldn't be more annoying.
I know, right? Intergalactic, planetary.
All right, this isn't working. This isn't working.
All right. Oh,
That's it. You've done it.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that
We broke the AI.
the film doesn't die. I'm keeping up with the comments. I don't know if you've seen it, but
I lost everybody.
Everybody left you, LA.
I haven't seen that.
Do you know what that was, LA? That was stream on stream warfare. I was bringing down your stream, brother. And we won.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're all on your own now.
Fuck.
We did it. Team D&W annihilated LA's live stream. And that's all that needed to happen. Goodbye, LA. You are the weakest.
Man, that was so bad. It was almost like a medically assisted suicide.
it's on me.
Well, the Vikings will never get back off my life.
Okay. So, sorry about
Team
that. I don't know
Flicker,
what
you've
happened
changed. You've had a shave and you've dyed your hair.
there. That's his wife. Or his partner.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's 60.
Wait, just front of the camera.
How can an old man like that get a beautiful woman like that? A young woman like that, you know? He must have money. Typical middle class revolutionary.
Yeah, okay.
You see? That's how it's
Sorry
done.
to say. I'm your average. Sorry to say, your average housewife.
What's LA up to?
Did I hear a Scottish accent there?
Hey, Retro.
From the housewife.
Hey, yeah. There's nothing but feedback, and I got booted off right before
your
it
girlfriend
started anyway.
Guys, if you can hear me, I accidentally pulled the plug out when I went to the toilet.
Yeah, is your
said.
audio all right? Is it
I wrote in the comments.
she's in the comment section now, right now. She's like, "Oh, look at these sexist pigs talking about me."
Vicious housewife.
She's like,
yeah, I think he was actually trying to get it all together, but just wanted to insult you because he couldn't. He's just like, "Oh, I just ended your live stream."
I'm sorry.
What part of Scotland is she from?
It was just too much overlap. I had to shut it down. I don't know what to do. We can't stream that way because they're talking and I'm talking.
Yeah, he was trying, but he just tried to save face, saying he took down your live stream when yours ended. You know, he said, "Oh, everyone left yours and yours ended. That was the goal." I don't know if you heard him say that.
I know.
This dude is so disingenuous.
And excessive, to be honest.
Yeah, that's how he acted. He acted like he would say he didn't mean it, but he said it to save his own ass. And I was like, whatever, dude.
You pair of bitches.
Whatever.
They have more people over there. The people who came to my channel were not even in his live stream, so it's not like I took anybody.
They're bitching about us.
And Divine and me and at least one other came over.
Actually, they were not on the panel.
No, yeah, I was on the panel, right. And then the other guy wasn't on that show today. Fatima, or not Fatima, another kid was on.
Oh, Joe,
yeah,
cool. I
Fatima, I'm not so sure about them. They seem to side with the bullies. I think it's weird.
His laugh is like heroin,
I don't even
bro.
do
I
live.
just laugh. I don't mean to treat you like that, bro, but honestly, you're laughing.
The first time
Yeah, just like my book came out. Some motherfuckers click the link. Yeah, I just did a live drawing show yesterday, and the other show, so I didn't even care.
Is
Like I had
this
other shit to
live?
do,
This is current?
so I went and did my other live drawing
Yes.
show yesterday.
All right, I'm gonna see if I
And
can
then I
find my way
promoted
over
the
there.
comic book
And
shit I'm working on.
The name of the channel is Life Abolitionism.
No, thank you. Team Flicker,
No,
is your
don't sweat.
girlfriend
I mean, they
Scottish?
might be back. He's just it's because of what he said. Like, and they think that maybe you didn't come back on, or I could look over on his channel. You know, you can see who's over there.
Let's see what he says now, guys. He's going to look at our channel.
But yeah, people are popping over back and forth because they thought they could watch from Evil, and those people are getting ready because I heard that Denizen guy wanted to troll one of us. I heard him say something.
You didn't hear me say shit.
Channel that's not even mine.
The guy is such a fucking liar.
Like,
I don't understand having a channel to troll other people though. Meaning like have a live stream, be like it's not a debate if you're letting people troll people.
Debate is for dum dums.
That's just my thought. You know, it's just like it's not a debate at all. If actually you have people waiting to attack other people just as trolls and not let them get a word in, that's not a debate.
This is a
And I'm
man
not looking
whose
for
first
debate. I'm
response to what
looking
I
to
said
share
was
shit.
talking
I'm
about
like,
my
hey,
mother
look what I
spreading
found
her
today.
legs.
Look at this pretty rock.
yeah, I think
Pure
something is
projection.
not debatable.
Right, guys, I'm going to log off just
Like,
now.
what I do
They
in my
make them
life-
do.
A bunch of fucking
like what I do in my
homosexuals.
life is nobody's business. It doesn't affect you. You don't have any.
We're going to
standing
wait.
have an
Sorry, guys.
opinion.
We're going to give
Like,
it 3 more minutes.
If I
See
want
if they notice
to,
we're watching.
you know, delete my.
Deanne, is this
I don't want to say it, but you know, that's my right. It has nothing to do with you. How dare you tell me that I don't have that right, or if I don't have the right to medical assistance? Because you
know, when
think that I
someone
should
tells
jump
me,
off a
"How
cliff.
dare you," it
That's
means
not how to
I mean, your cause is bigger than yourself, though. That's why you feel so strongly about it. You feel other people could feel like you, so they need that right too.
Right. I was trying to imagine what type of pushback I would get, and it's just like I'm being told you don't need the right because you already have it because you could just go jump off a cliff. What kind of response is that?
Right. I mean, anybody can jump off a cliff. So yeah, I get you. I mean, I've thought about that with the same rhetoric of what the point is. But yes, from depends on the point of view. If they're just absorbing it on the surface, of course that's a normal response though, because they think that the bridge or something ain't working or the elevator's out, kind of thing in their mind, you know.
I'm going to go back on and tell him that we've been watching him for these last 5 minutes and it's his fault, not ours.
Deanne, is this your channel, brother? Can I ask a question? Finding Gnosis.
This is my channel. Finding Gnosis is my channel, yeah.
All right, bro. I'll make sure I'm doing all the correct things.
DNW, what? I can't. I can bring them up, but this is derailing the conversation. What just? Hello.
Oh, he's muted himself over here. Now we can't hear him.
Yeah, we can't hear him.
I just lost 4 people that were on my panel. I can't do both. I mean, I can't stream on both because it's not working.
All you had to do was share the StreamYard studio.
Stream? I did it already, but you guys are talking and I'm talking at the same time. It's not working.
Okay, well, you're live on the Finding Gnosis show, LA. Good to have you here. The guys can hear you, but you can't hear them, so it's a bit of a failure. I wasn't trolling you, okay? Retro, sorry about that. I wasn't trolling. I was trying to organize something. LA, it didn't go according to plan, but we did try our best. And Retro, if you want to come on and talk, you're welcome to. No hard feelings. Well, I'm sorry if you feel disgruntled.
I think Retro is not very happy.
I know. LA,
he said that
we'll have to figure this out another day then. I thought it'd be fun to have like a little
cross-pollination where your stream...
He a petty troll and a bully, that's why.
Maybe it can't be done. Yeah, so
right,
LA...
I appreciate it.
Okay, buddy. Well, listen, that's it for now. By the way, you're welcome to come on and talk about your book if you want. Take care. Bye.
Always.
Okay, buddy.
All right.
Well, that's up to you.
If anybody...
Bye now. It's up to you.
Bye.
Bye. Sorry about that, guys.
No, it's been going 5 hours, brother. But you don't need to be sorry about nothing. I mean, this is an exceptional feat. Most human beings can't do this kind of thing. I don't know what you're sorry for.
Wow. So that was quite funny, though, when we had the kind of echo shit. And loads of people left, right? Obviously, we had like 35 viewers, and now we only have 20. I think it went right down to 15 because lots of people didn't know what the hell was going on, got freaked out. But I have to say, I got a good laugh out of that. When we laughed, you could hear the echo. You could hear the voices repeat. It was complete chaos. It was complete chaos. Was it not good, Flico?
No, it wasn't, Charlie. It was a great experience, though. It was a great experience.
Oh, dear.
All the way to the end, bless him. All the way to the end. I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, thank you to Witchy Bitchy, who says that was awkward and funny. Yeah, thank you for sticking it out. All of you hardcore, experiencers of reality who chose to stay with us through the chaos. We made it through to the other side. We're still here. We're still standing.
Is that what it's like to pass through a black hole?
It must be.
Of course, yes. Well, what else would? What else would?
We survived the entropy.
There is no beginning. There is no end. There is only transformation. Is this even perhaps eternal return? Are we back to where we were?
Who knows who knows that?
Who knows? So you're a man from the valleys, are you?
I am. I'm a druid by nature. Yeah, I am.
This man is a Celt. He is a druid. Do you give that any stock, as it were? Do you pay any heed to ancient ways of thinking? I
do. And in time, I hope you'll get to understand that, and I will prove it to my claims true. But in the meantime, I must tell you, gentlemen, I've had an amazing night. Hopefully when you go from here, even if your viewers don't, you gentlemen might, you'll have a look what a metacognitive IQ means. It doesn't mean better. It doesn't. In fact, some might say, because it's so rare, it's a curse. Hopefully Gnostics like this, or I wouldn't claim Gnostics because DN has, and I say accurately to your name, finding Gnosis, you've claimed it not. Even though I've aggressively and egotistically claimed that I am, just for the entertainment value alone. But yeah, I must agree that I'm not really that which I claim. I'm still finding Gnosis, as you gentlemen are. Maybe I may in time claim that I'm greater than you, just for the entertainment value alone, to see if we can come to some agreement whether or not I am or not. Just
you may well be the demiurge.
Oh no, I don't disagree. That is always possible. I do disagree in which I am. Of course, I would say no. Of course, I'm not, as the demiurge must do. But I don't think I am. And yet, if you can prove I am, I will agree with you.
You used some different terminology. Was it demiurge or something? What was that? Was that the other one?
To me, the two greatest constructs of man are that of forgiveness and revenge. And normally, I deal that down to the poetry term of someone believing in both blame and shame to create a construct of reality that isn't true, or someone claiming to know something, not gnosis, as in to be childlike, as in to claim to pretend to know in the form of saying I can never be more than 99%, because that would be obviously the urge to say I know. To me, that is. You gentlemen don't have to agree with that, but that's my interpretation of it.
I do agree.
Oh, thank you then. But again, that doesn't mean me and you are correct. It means me and you agree. Yes, we both
Yes,
agree.
sometimes I make decisions just based on 55 or 60%. I'm not even at 99.
No. Why wouldn't you in a world that doesn't know itself?
Yeah.
I think that's a legitimate question, although it doesn't portray any truth in it. It just says that in a world that doesn't know itself, why wouldn't you agree with like what Den said? At least 51% is better than 49, surely.
Well, look, you've been a great guest, Fleeka, and I appreciate you coming on. And yes, I do look forward to looking into this metacognition, meta-awareness. What was the term you used?
Metacognitive IQ. It's right.
Metacognitive IQ.
No, please let me just add a qualifier that I think is true. You can decide by yourself, but as much as some people might say, "Oh, you're this rare unicorn or whatever," do you know how lonesome that can be sometimes? Because regularly, my wife sat right next to me. You've seen that a couple of times. Even she has difficulty in understanding how I see reality. It doesn't matter to me whether I see it true or not. It means I have to see it different to others, and that's what's different to me. I don't claim to be true. I claim to be different. If you can prove that my difference is incorrect, I'm eager to hear. And like most Gnosis, I took it very seriously. And I decided to create my own knowledge and understanding of how I frame things. Even in my language, I claim Caerleon and Camelot. Camelot being the laws I accept. I don't agree with the classical laws of logic. I think Aristotle got it incorrect. I think he placed non-contradiction before excluded middle incorrectly. I can prove why he did that, but obviously I believe I can prove it. That whether you accept that or not is a completely different thing, and I accept that. So that's my acceptance of Gnosis, is I'm always going to give my interpretation of reality, but I will always, and I promise this, beyond all other things, my highest principle, and you can always hold it to me, is if you gentlemen ever present an argument greater than mine, I will bow to it. Bow meaning I do.
I mean, we're not completely at odds with each other. You do know that. I mean, I don't know
anything. No,
we got a bit scrambled there in terms of I don't use the word evil because I think it's archaic and unnecessary.
I didn't understand what you said.
I think it casts blame on people as if they are solely responsible for their actions. When I don't know I don't think there's free will. Okay.
Dan, right? I will eventually. I believe I'll convince you the opposite of the free will argument. Right? I'm not saying right now. We don't need to.
Well, I am thinking about. It's funny because I remember what I was talking about earlier, where like our awareness is emergent, built upon data that goes into our head, and we reconfigure it into new patterns. Yeah. So I am toying with that idea, but then part of me zooms out from that and realizes, well, the people don't choose their ability to be able to reconfigure. Do you understand? So that's where I stumble.
All right. So if I answer your question with saying that I have to say I do and I don't understand, because the question you asked is if I understand. That has meaning to me. Do I comprehend what you say? Yes, of course I do. 100%. I know, because when I say I know, I use it with a K, like as most people do, and I say I've been in that position, but I don't actually know. I would say that I'm lit up. For every time you permit me on a show, I'll always listen to others. I'll always listen to you, Dent, and everything. I'll always do everything in my power to listen to you guys and understand what you're saying, because that's the reason I came here. When I seen Finding Gnosis, I didn't see I know Gnosis. that would be fucking stupid to me. Oh, God, language, God. Sorry, I come from a gypsy background, right? I'm very sorry that I use a certain language. I do understand this derogatory, but I say that finding Gnosis, the reason I loved your title of your show, other than all Gnosis, is you didn't claim to know Gnosis. You claim to find it. I don't even claim to know Gnosis, and yet derogatory and delusionary, I believe I'm the greatest to know Gnosis. But I believe that's what Gnosis really is, and at a deep part of it. I don't believe it to be true, because I believe I'm a paradox, exactly how I believe God to be. But that's my beliefs. I don't claim the end version of everything.
Flica, I'm going to ask you. I'm not going to ask you the look. I normally ask two questions to people. I don't want to ask you the first question because I feel that you would talk for 10 hours or maybe more.
That's true.
The first question I normally ask people is what is going on. Okay, now I don't want to ask you that question because I know that you could take. I'd say you could take a week actually to answer. You wouldn't even answer it, but you'd go on for about a week. The next question I ask, and I'm actually worried about asking this question now because I know your mind will go into places that I can't quite.
It's almost like you don't even need to research what for Carl language.
Well,
the IQ is because you explain it directly. But go on.
Yeah. The other question, the second question I ask new people here is, have you ever had a paranormal experience? Now, I'm actually worried about asking you this question as well because I feel you'll bring it into territory that's not usually.
I'd ask you what you mean by paranormal, of course.
Oh, there you go. Well, yeah. I mean, when I say paranormal, I'm trying to bring it back to things like ghosts, aliens, poltergeist, these types of things that people sometimes say they believe in.
None of that told me what paranormal meant, and I don't understand what you mean by those words. I do have terminology for the word, and that's why you didn't ask me, and so I'm not going to answer because you didn't ask me. I agree with what you're saying. You shouldn't ask me those questions because I would keep you for ages, and this is the end of your show. But so I'm all I'm doing is saying you're absolutely correct in why you shouldn't ask me those questions.
Okay. Well, look,
I would answer using your terms and say yes.
Go ahead. You have had paranormal experiences, then, Nancy.
According to your terms, keep in mind, I probably am more aligned with Flica's thinking on this, right? But I think I understand what other people mean by paranormal. I've had enough conversations where I've gone beyond debate, and the purpose of the conversation is merely to exchange information. And then I put myself in a mode of active listening, and I try to become a receptacle for information. And because of that, I think I have an average understanding of the average person's average meaning of paranormal, right?
Generalities, yeah. So first, what you say in generalities, and yeah,
very general, low level.
I see what you're trying, the structure and what you're trying to build, and I would say, yeah, I agree with you. When you look at generalities and you look at what was actually being asked, then yeah, of course you can say that. But is your question about generalities or what we specifically think? But if by generalities, yeah, I agree with them.
Yeah, so I've experienced. Again, I'm going to use the other terminology because I would not define it this way because I don't believe in the paranormal, right? So I've experienced I've had an NDE, I've experienced poltergeist, I've experienced astral projection, I've experienced clairvoyance.
Can I ask a question? You know, when you experience these things, was you of your own sound mind, or like me, was you experimenting with fresh air?
So usually when I'm having the experiences, I'm sober, right? But the sobriety is subjective for me because the extent to which I've experimented with various substances. So one could argue I'm never sober. And then when I had the NDE, I was drinking heavily, and so I'm sure that had some influence.
No, sugar addiction and alcohol addiction. I've suffered from past, so I know that can be a downfall to some thinking. But sometimes, if you agree with me, it can be the upfall of some thinking, not the be all.
Oh yeah,
not the be all and end all. But
yeah, I don't know if like the shortcuts it's created for me. I don't know if I would be able to. I'm not patting myself on the back here because, as you know, it's uncomfortable. So it sounds egotistical to others, but I think you understand more than most people. It's a burden more than anything else. But say, for example, my ability to immediately understand where you were coming from in the first 30 seconds, whereas maybe it took an hour or two for everybody else to kind of, see where your perspective is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. I attribute that to the most important impact would be my mother's education of me between the ages of 0 and 36 months, and then secondly would be psychedelics, and and what it did to my ability to see things from way outside the normal frame of view.
I do judge individuals' reality sometimes when they do describe psychedelics to me, and I'm talking about, and I don't mean derogatory. I'm not judging. I am just describing low IQ individuals, and still.
Is he frozen or is it just me?
Yeah, he's been freezing, but it catches up.
Okay, well, shame.
Maybe not this time though. That's
not this time. This is quite an unusual. Maybe he's been frozen by, demiurge or something. Is that bad or is that good? He's frozen in time. Look, wow. It's a good freeze though. He looks deep in thought. Quite the character, this man. I mean that in a good way. He's a character. He's a one-off. There's not many people like Fleeca in the world, and he is interesting to talk to. Highly interesting, highly engaging, and he's disappeared. The link is in the live chat if anybody wants to come on. This is the Finding Gnosis show. I don't know how much longer we're going on for, but the link is in the live chat if you want to come on. It's been quite an interesting evening. I've enjoyed parts of it. And it's nice to have some new people on as we try to find out what's going on. Anything interesting in the news, Denizen? I haven't really paid attention to it, if I'm honest, this week.
I've been deliberately unplugged for probably over a year now.
A year? Wow. And do you feel better for that?
Yeah, I have to. I can't, I can't continue to function, like whatever you want to call it, chickpea. She was referring to it as being happy and a positive attitude. She, was questioning me on how I'm able to do that. And part of it is I deliberately disconnect from these systems in order to maintain my inner peace and my inner happiness. Because too much and I'll flop over and become of the world instead of just in it. And it starts to manifest itself too. I start to become more rigid in my thinking. I take more solid positions, and I argue fervorously against other people's ideas, and start to take sides. It's interesting to observe it happen in yourself.
Even with all your savviness now, the way you look at the world, and do you not feel that now that you've developed this kind of independence of mind, you could perhaps go back because you're not the same person anymore. You're not perhaps when we were younger, you weren't savvy to media. I mean, none of us
I think we're off a generation where we weren't taught, media studies in school. So do you not think that you have all that kind of you have those analytical thinking skills now, so you could go back and consume it differently?
No,
Or do you feel that it would just pull on your feelers and make you feel bad, even if you were able to analyze it better?
I'll never be a zombie. I'll never be an NPC, but I'll still be filled with their knowledge, with their thinking and their motives. So I can't. It's there, but for the grace of God, go I. We are who we spend our time around and who we associate with. Just because I know that doesn't make me any better than the next person. I'm still subjected to it. And I remember making the decision when I was a young man, knowing better. Listen, all you have to do is just compartmentalize yourself when you're at work, and then you can earn a living and not be a
Yeah.
soulless zombie, right? And I was so certain of myself that I could pull it off, and then flash forward, 20 years later, 30 years later, and I didn't even recognize myself in the mirror anymore, and I didn't even remember the pact I made with myself, and I was a company man through and through, and I couldn't even remember my own self, and I've been unemployed now for 7 years, and I'm just barely starting to get a taste in my mouth for who I really am. The deprogramming is just barely taking place.
Wow. And it sounds like has it been a rough path? I mean, is it? It is a. I find anything where layers of the onion are stripped away, and it's a painful process. Metamorphosis is a painful process, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
unconditioning.
Yeah, I would just say,
Did you ever feel like? Sorry,
never feel like what?
you were free falling. There's nothing to cling on to. That's a terrifying feeling.
At least in my case, not for sustained periods of time. Yeah, if I've been in situations where I was too separated from the people who care about me, and too surrounded by those who would see me be harmed, that it felt like I had no footing and no foundation. But fortunately for me, those times are few and far between, and they were very brief.
Yeah, I'm glad that those times are brief, because they can really change people. And again, I wouldn't say it's always people's fault, when they change for the worst,
Yeah, I've I think I'm better than I was before. Not, and that's for lack of a better term. I don't really believe in better, but I wouldn't know how else to put a word
Yeah, but
there.
you may be better in terms of things, you think about things differently. But are you happier? I mean, that's an interesting point, because sometimes I think of when I was really ignorant, I was happy, but it is kind of true. The more knowledge you accrue about things, life can be more difficult, emotionally even.
I think happiness is overrated.
Yeah,
I'm more
you've said that
forgiving
before.
now.
You've said that before, yeah.
I'm more open now. I'm a better friend, and I'm still a terrible friend, but I'm better than I was before. And
Now, happiness may be overrated, but misery and sadness are worth avoiding, right?
yeah, I have peace of mind. I very rarely experience misery or sadness, especially if it's inappropriate, right? Like, if something bad happens, I'll be sad about it, and then I'll get over it.
Right.
And I notice now, the farther I get from my corporate life, the more empathy I have, and I realize empathy is an illusion. I'm not stupid, but it's an experience nonetheless. In that, I might cry during a movie far more than I ever did when I was working or employed. And I feel like I'm more in touch with people in the room, you know, and other people's suffering. And it's hard to maintain in the moment, especially if you're under attack, has been witnessed on these panels, as you've probably seen. But my base motive now, when I'm not the focus of attention, is far more compassionate than it was not when before I started working. That was still a much better version of myself that I'm trying to get back to. But definitely while I was working or at the height of my career, I am much more compassionate now than I was then.
I'm glad to hear that. Untrackable, much love to you all, says Untrackable. Well, Untrackable, come and join us, brother. We're winding down now, but do feel free to pop on. We've got Nefarious Rockers who's joined us again. He was on earlier, weren't you, Nefarious? What would you like to say?
Yes, so the topic of the stream was whether our thoughts are original or not, or how authentic they are. Are we just repeating what we hear? And I was thinking about it. Perhaps people who are deemed creative are just people who are very good at recalling information they've heard previously, and thus they can cross-correlate information very well. I thought about that since if one argues for things, there are certain arguments that are pre-packaged, logical fallacies, stuff like that. And
I think that's most people that we think are creative. I think you're right.
And people who argue for things are just telling arguments they've already heard. It's very hard to come up with a new argument from the scratch.
Yeah, it is. And some people do come up with new arguments, but I mean, I'm of the mind that I mean, when I went through a phase of thinking nobody even deserves applause, just as much as nobody deserves to be, you know, punished too much because nobody chooses who they are. Now, when I say that, it does sound horrible because, believe me, I've wanted to punish people. I've wanted people to be punished, you know, for things they've done to me, for things they've done to my family, friends, etc. You know, people I care about. we all know people have done terrible things. But then, obviously, there is a gravity of matters as well. Some things we definitely feel are worse than others. Yeah. But when we analyze it and we look at the kind of free will aspect of things, and I do agree, this is where I agree with Fleeker. I don't think a sound-minded person, right, would choose to be a bad person. Yeah. Would choose to hurt loved ones, would choose to hurt anybody if they were truly connected to what was going on. Yeah. If they were truly intellectually and emotionally connected to what was going on, I don't feel they would choose that road. And it's very unfortunate. It's extremely unfortunate that material reality, the phenomenon of biology has given humans drives that can cause harm. You know, it causes, first of all, it causes competition. So people are competing for resources, and that causes emotional problems and things like loss, anger, jealousy, envy, sadness, grief, all these things. And then there's also people who have, fucked up drives, like they want to kill people, great people, do bullying, whatever it is. So there's no doubt about it that life has a really nasty side. Now, we all have a certain nastiness in us to some degree. Like we all have emotions that are negative. Not all of us are, murderers or rapists, thankfully. It's a sad state of affairs that there are any. But we all have things within us that are not beneficial to us or others. So like things like anger that isn't justified, jealousy that makes us, be mean, bitterness that makes us be mean, resentfulness that makes us be mean, feeling even today, like, one could argue me going and trolling LA a little bit. That wasn't, I mean, I have that in me. I like to, people call it banter, but not everybody sees it like that. Okay. And that is one side of me that I have to try and rein in sometimes. I grew up in a kind of atmosphere where, it was, people call it toxic masculinity. We ripped the piss out of each other, and sometimes it went quite far. And you weren't allowed to show emotions, but it's very hard to pull out what influenced you, yeah. So apologies, LA, if you got upset about me earlier, but this is it. No matter what you do in this life, it does seem that you can upset someone, and that's one of the really annoying things about this reality. And the more I've done this show, the more it has become apparent. I mean, I made this essay of, I don't know, about 2 years ago, a year ago, something like that, where talking about subjectivity and objectivity. And I speculated that perhaps the one objective truth is that reality is hellish because of the subjective nature of the experiences of its participants. Okay. And what I mean by that is because we are all having our subjective experience, we arrive at different outlooks based on different experiences and different, predispositions. And this subjectivity causes a friction, which means we can't see eye to eye, we will argue, and there won't be a peaceful cohesiveness. So that was my objective view, was objectively the subjective nature of the experience of reality means that objectively it is a problem, it's hellish. I don't know what you think of that. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. And to what you were saying earlier struck a chord with me as well. It's something I've thought about a lot. And I think that while people bring up a lack of responsibility and accountability for choices, I think it's a red herring. I think it's because they think that we can't function in a society without accountability and justice, and that punishment is inherent in that. And that's why it's used as a common argument. But I think it's a cover for what they're really afraid of, which is not being able to take credit for their own accomplishments. I think that's the real addiction that people don't want to let go of, that they're really afraid of, is that they have to.
I think there's a lot of truth in that. I think a lot of people are disgusted when you point to them that they had nothing to do with their abilities. They had nothing to do. They had nothing to do with their having skills, aesthetics, power, social, social power, whatever. They had nothing to do with any of it, So all this applause, clapping, it's kind of ridiculous in a way. It's as unnecessary as flogging people for being a thief,
Right.
It's
and they'll bring up the flogging of the thief because it suggests that without it, there'll just be thieves running amok. But really, what they're afraid of is the fact that it's, that what they're addicted to is this is my wife and my car and my children and my house, and look at all of my accomplishments, right? That's really what they're addicted to and attached to.
You see, Denizen,
And the thing is, I don't think it's all people that are addicted to it. I think if you sit down people in the sober light of day, I think a lot of people might agree that they didn't have it. But I think the problem in society is, and I think you're on the same page as me here, is we have this weird situation where dark psychologies get to the top. And I feel that the dark psychologies have a tendency to write the cultural narrative.
Oh,
So
interesting.
they depict what is important. So what you end up getting is a narcissistic outlook as the kind of umbrella. So that's why people think it's important to say, look at me, I did this, applause, please give me applause, because who's in power, who's writing the script, who's at the top saying what is important? Well, it's the dark psychologies, it's the narcissists, it's the psychopaths, the sadists,
Right.
you know. So if they're at the top of society, you know, they're the ones kind of saying what's important, but also people underneath are looking up at them and thinking, well, that must be important. So therefore, getting applause, getting acclaim is important because that's what the successful people do.
Yeah, and it would be practically indistinguishable from it being the other way around. You know, when you'd have to admit that if what you're saying is true, it would look exactly as though if most people were just that shallow, we wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And then if we had, you know, more understanding at the top of the hierarchy, then maybe everyone else, it would appeal to the nature and everyone else.
Well, yeah, it would make a more, if we had more understand, if people were able to admit it, maybe we would have a more egalitarian society. Maybe we wouldn't have the darker psychologies hoarding extortionate amounts of resources and wealth, and treating the other 99% in such a decrepit and deplorable way. You know, maybe there wouldn't be 0-hour contracts. Maybe there wouldn't be, you know, a ban on trade unions and such. Maybe they would see that, you know, actually these people deserve pay for their effort. They deserve to be treated fairly. Actually, I'm no better than them. You know, but if you're at the top and you think you're better than people, and you think somehow you did something to deserve that, yeah. Well, then that's why they behave the way they do. Because another driver, Denizen, I don't know if you agree, you probably agree with me here, is a big driver in humanity is disgust as well. So a lot of people are disgusted by other people. Yeah. Now, and I think as you go higher up the system, there is a huge amount of disgust and disdain for other people, you know. So that's why they live in their little gated communities. That's why they just treat people as others. They're objects. They're things to be utilized. Okay, they're things to get the end result that the power wants. They're things to be used ultimately. And they're disgusting. They deserve where they are. They deserve their treatment, their maltreatment. Okay. In fact, they're lucky they're getting what they're getting because this power is giving it to them. The power is charitable. At least that's what it's thinking. It's thinking, without me, these plebs couldn't be. Yeah. It's as bad as that. When the fact is, maybe we would be a lot better if we were able to deal with this dark psychology or personality traits that are at the top of societies. Maybe we would be a lot better. By the way, I'm not naive. The strange thing is, all these dark psychologies, dark personality traits, they have caused us to get to where we are. I'll hold my hands up and say it's this psychopathic, hoarding of resources and stepping on each other and being ruthless, empire building, stealing resources, collating things in one power system so that, civilization can build. Civilization has been built on the back of oppression, and it has been built with corrupt, dark personalities enjoying the fruits of the labor of the oppressed and the hard done by. So in many ways, it's a weird situation because the bad things have allowed a good possible future. Okay, but that doesn't mean we have to accept that the bad goes on forever. It's a bit like this. This is a strange analogy, but it's just come to my head. Just because we're all here because one of our ancestors raped another of our ancestors doesn't mean we have to allow rape to continue. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, I've thought about it.
Yeah.
I thought about it at great length and already agreed with you prior to meeting you.
Right.
I think the cycles got us through actual scarcity, right?
Yeah.
And now that we're at a point of artificial scarcity, it's time to put the cycles to the back of the bus and embrace cooperation over competition.
But how we do that is another matter. And I believe Flico makes an important interjection in matters, because he says we have to start looking at things as illness. But the biggest hurdle here will be getting malevolent personalities to see themselves as ill,
Right.
So it is a huge task indeed. It may be insurmountable, and as I've always said, our problems are so huge, ginormous, that it won't be as the result of ordinary people's actions that anything beneficial is done. I've joked, but I am serious as well. It's because it sounds so bizarre. Okay, it sounds laughable when I say this, but I actually mean it. We are waiting for the Messiah, and by Messiah, I'm not talking about someone coming down from the clouds to save us all, although that would be nice. I'm literally talking about someone completely outside of the norm. We need either a person or a collective of individuals so neuroatypical that they think differently and they do things differently, and they can see through all the bullshit. Okay, and they're but we're asking for a lot though. We need people who can see through the bullshit, okay, who care, emotionally care, and who have technical abilities and organizational abilities to do something amazing to change everything for the better. Now, that is what we're asking for. That would be a miracle. That would be our Messiah. And that's what, in many ways, I'm waiting for. It will be some strange autistic individual, somebody who's completely different to anybody else out there. But as yet, we haven't seen one. And that's what I'm waiting for. That's our only hope. I'm sorry. Our only hope is someone who completely breaks the mold, and it possibly even one person isn't enough, although it may be enough if that person's able to amplify their own individual power using AI and bioengineering and such.
Yeah, disaster works too.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's another. Yeah, but I'm talking about as an ongoing concern if humanity is to survive. We need an individual who has all these skills, and that would be wonderful.
People do love their Schadenfreude too. It's going to be hard for them to give up on punishment, and then again, even more so, their moral superiority. Look at how good I am. Look at how kind I am.
This goes back to the kind of why we need a neuroatypical individual. Someone who is not like all the others.
And he needs to be able to communicate, right? So he has to be somewhere in between the two worlds, between the divergent and the norm.
Absolutely. But I don't know what will happen. I don't know what the future holds, Denizen.
Then he has to have the moral conviction and motivation to do it in the face of it being unwanted.
Exactly. So he has to have the intelligence, the emotions, the caring, and the technical, as I said, the technical ability. He has to have all. He has to have the whole lot, you know.
And the street smarts not to get assassinated.
Exactly. But look, the other side to this is we're living in a time where if this person does appear out of the ether, there are resources around that they could utilize. As I said, like AI, biotechnology, these types of things, where they could amplify their own individual power. So there's never been a time where a Messiah could step forward and amplify their power to such a degree.
What if it is AI?
What if it is AI? Yes, but again, that would depend on the person prompting it, programming it, and we would need someone spectacular, a messianic abilities to program it, to prompt it in the right direction. Because as yet, the problem of alignment with human concerns hasn't gone away. So that's a hurdle to get over. So yeah, that would be somebody of extreme abilities, intellect, and emotional capacity to understand how to do that. So yeah, I think in that circumstance, like, we still need a Messiah to program it, you know. Hello to Witchy.
Hello.
You popped on. You felt compelled to say something. What's up?
So
Good to
the
have you here.
question today, are we just remembering things or actually thinking, right?
Yep.
So I like to tell people sometimes will tell me, oh, you sound smart when I say something. And not all the time, mind you. I don't always sound smart. People don't always say it, even if I do. But I always tell them, if you hear me say something smart, it's because I heard it or read it somewhere, and I'm not smart enough to remember the original author. So in my belief, there's nothing new under the sun, and everything I can say, someone else has thought it before I ever did.
That's fair enough. But what about the idea that we came to earlier, that your head may be full of data from elsewhere that wasn't of your making, but you yourself are choosing how to reconfigure it when looking at the world as it is today. So you're basically, yes, the data is old, but the output is new. You're putting it into different formations. You're reconfiguring it into new patterns, new ways of assembling the thought so that it's packaged in a new dynamic to try and deal with what is.
Yeah, no, 100% agree with that. Like it always comes back to the idea of oneness to me, that like we're all one spirit having multiple experiences, and that's the whole point of that, is that each perspective brings in the data and puts out a different output.
What do you think, guys? Are you there, Nefarious Rockers?
I mean, my idea and my belief would mean nothing if all of us took the same data and interpreted it the exact same way. There would be no point in all of the existences then.
Which brings me to the point that, given, like, which is worse than Denizen? This is interesting. Although I said earlier that subjectivity could be cause for concern, in that it might make reality hell because everybody's coming at this from different angles, causing disagreement and disharmony. There is another way of looking at it, though, that's just coming to me now, and that is, it could be worse, and that could be, imagine if there was no subjectivity at all, and it was just objectively hell.
We will add your biological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
So what I'm saying is, at least with subjectivity, you get people trying to break the mold, trying to raise the vibration, transcend the hellishness of it. At least it's not objectively
a situation where everybody is unable to think, reach for the stars, and we're not in a situation where objectively everybody is unable to try and feel inspired, try and feel motivated to get out of the hell.
Yeah, maybe
Because,
harmony is overrated.
well, harmony possibly is overrated only in a hellish sense. If it was heavenly, then it wouldn't be overrated. If everybody was feeling blissfully happy, then I don't think it would be overrated. But what I'm saying is there's possibly a worse possibility than this subjective nature of this reality, and that is an objective one where everything is hellish.
So we talk about awareness. Would we be aware of our happiness if we weren't aware of sadness and other emotions?
It's a good point. I think we might be, but we might not know what it is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, it's getting late here, so I missed
She
that
said,
bit.
"Would we even be aware of our happiness if we didn't experience sadness?"
Yeah, I mean, I think we could feel a bliss state, though, could we not? I mean, could you not imagine? I can imagine having an eternal orgasm, but never having felt anything else.
But then, would you even know it to be blissful, though? That's the thing.
Well, I mean, if it was triggering the same biological neurochemical response, then would it matter? If I was feeling this, sensation,
it might.
I mean,
would you get bored of it? Would it not be as exciting? Like,
well, I mean,
it might get annoying.
Orgasming for 10 hours.
It may get annoying, but look, put it this way: it's like la petit mort. If you weren't aware of anything else but that, would it matter?
Would it be happiness?
I wasn't necessarily talking about happiness. I was talking about bliss. It may not be happiness. You're right. Happiness, I believe, is a thought process. It's thinking about things and being content. I think that's happiness. But bliss, I feel, can be a state of feeling based on a neurochem. Like, it doesn't have to have thought. You know what I mean? It can be just this really exhilarating.
But
feeling.
then, would the bliss be blissful?
As I said, I don't think bliss needs thought. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so. But then I would say, who cares? You wouldn't even know what it is.
No, you wouldn't know what it is. And all I'm saying is, in that situation, it wouldn't be bad. It would be good. Everything would be good, right? Because there wouldn't be anyone. There wouldn't be suffering. There wouldn't be anyone suffering. And it wouldn't matter that they didn't know anything else.
No, now you've opened up a whole nother can of worms.
And it's too late to open that can of worms.
My chickens like to eat worms.
But about that hypothetical thought experiment, one wouldn't be bored if one was in a state of infinite bliss.
Yeah, you wouldn't know anything. You wouldn't know anything, exactly. So it sounds ridiculous, but it's like you wouldn't know anything else. You'd just be feeling this ongoing eternal bliss, and you wouldn't know anything else. Now, you wouldn't even have a capacity for learning, for reflection, for anything. You'd just be feeling this constant stream of orgasm. And I don't know if that would be bad. I don't think that would be bad, theoretically. Look, this is real stoner chat now. This has really gone down that path. But it was a fun stream tonight. Did you enjoy it, Witchy?
Some of it, yes.
Some of it, not so much. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's part of life. I'm not going to enjoy every minute.
Of course.
It gets to be a bit much sometimes with the over talking and yelling at each other, and I have to step away.
Oh dear. I appreciate that. I do try
but
to.
I come back. I
try to rein it in. But there's a lot of testosterone here, you see. Denizen here. Denizen does well. Sometimes I get a bit annoyed with him because he can be cranky sometimes, I feel. But he did well tonight, and he's all right.
It's a
I don't
pity
think you
people
did
get.
a poor job at all, D&W. I just think that some people
I
are
do
really
sometimes.
passionate about things.
I do sometimes fail. I do, and I do hate it when I do, but
I'm
it's
in,
very difficult. Huh?
I'm impatient and tired of certain types of behavior. And it's very, very difficult for me to, like, even though I'm aware of it, it's difficult for me to justify an adjustment or engage in one. Like when you did accuse me of being aggressive earlier, I am so triggered by that, like, debate bro shit.
Yeah. I always find my tactic is let people's energy just dissipate, because you just let them get excited. They can't keep it up generally for that long. So I find that if you mirror what people are doing, it energizes them. But if you just let them shout, they'll eventually calm down. You
It'd
know?
also be different if I were on my own panel and it were just me and him. Then
Yeah.
I'd let him do that shit for an hour, right?
Yeah.
But when I have no control and there's 6 people trying to talk, and I'm already in the middle of connecting with another human being and understanding across space and time, and then someone comes in and is like, "Well, what's your definition of is?" I'm like, "Motherfucker," you know.
I like that Welsh guy. By the way, he's Welsh. Someone was asking where he's from. He's Welsh. That fella, what was his name? The guy with the grey
Flicka?
beard. Fleeka,
Yeah.
yeah. He's Welsh.
I
Someone
thought he
was
was
asking.
Scottish.
Yeah, no, he's Welsh. He's from Wales. He said his dad was a coal miner. There's
I don't
a lot
know.
of
I
coal
just saw a
miners.
druid.
Yeah,
When I looked
yeah.
at
He
him
said
and I heard him talk, instantly he was a druid in my mind.
he was quite the character, quite the individual. You know, there's not many people like him walking around. You
No,
know,
I
which
could
is
imagine
good.
him melting into a tree in front of my eyes.
See, I feel like
Yeah.
I'm more like him than I am like other people, in that I've spent a lifetime trying to adjust my thinking to everyone else.
Yeah, well, luckily you're kind of, you know, you can detach from the herd, but I don't know if it's necessary. Some might say I'm talking shit, and that's fair enough. But it's good that you're going back, and you have gone back. You've been doing these panels all over the place, including your own channel. It's good you're going back to the herd, and you're not detaching totally. You obviously see some value in helping others, in trying to be connected.
Yeah, I
You're
need
not,
it.
yeah.
I'm social, just
Yes,
like
no, but
everybody else.
some people don't see value in it, but you see some value in it. Is it just because you're social and you're getting a neurochemical kick out of it, or do you see some higher purpose than that?
Yes.
But
Sorry.
it's just for the neurochemical buzz, is it? Okay, interesting.
I mean, for the most part, and that is the higher purpose in my mind, is relationships and connecting with other people. It's kind of the point. What else is there really worth anything? But what I will say is, this place is nice to come to because, you know, there's other intellectuals here. Most of the time when I do these panels, I'm left drained, exhausted, frustrated, and I have no more patience. And I even, like, I reached out to a friend the other night, and I told him, I said, you know, I know you're really busy, but I need you in my life more because I'm surrounded by idiots, and it's killing me inside, you know. And I just I need to, like, build a network of more thoughtful people. And then I do have, like, I don't know if it's 50-50 or 70-30, but Nikki will tell you that sometime, well, maybe she'd say always, I have a tendency to mirror people. And so when I'm around shitty, hateful people, I dish it out with, like, the best of them. But then at the same note, when I'm around people who appreciate, you know, that space and that sharing, then I too am at my best, you know. And then I even have teacher mode where I can manufacture patience, and that's hard for me, but I do have that mode. I taught professionally in different capacities, and when I can turn that on, that's probably when I'm at my most formidable and even what's the word, palatable.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's really cool. Thanks for sharing that, guys. I'm gonna end the stream because if I end the stream before 6 hours, I get to make these AI clips, and some of them can be quite
Nice.
good. So we'll see what the AI churns out for us. You know, I'm sure sometimes it disappoints me because it goes for things that I wouldn't have picked, but there was some moments it could pick today. I'm sure that would be interesting to hear back. So we'll see what it
That's a
does.
cool thing too, though, right? D&W,
Mm.
that it'll pick ones that you didn't. Otherwise, you could have just picked them yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I don't mind doing it. I let it do it, and then it brings up whatever, and it's kind of fun in a way because we get to see what the AI found interesting. You know. So yeah, I suppose we'll do some closing remarks. We'll go. Witchy, do you want to give some closing remarks for this show? You can stay here and chat afterwards, guys. It's no problem. But for the live, this is the closing remarks. Yeah.
So the only thing I could comment on about today's show was that I disagreed with probably 50%, agreed with 50%, but the one thing I noticed today, different than shows past, was I did not hear anybody call anybody any ad hominems, and I appreciated that. So thank you all.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I feel is important, and it's really difficult, but it's something we need to pull together and try and keep on top of because I know it's hard, but it just causes problems, you know. And don't forget, guys, a lot of people who come to this channel are vulnerable, you know, and they may not appear vulnerable. They may be verbose and bombastic on the show, but we never know what they're, you know, and the slightest thing can set them off and put them on a downward spiral. And I don't want the show to be responsible for that. Okay, so that's all I'll say on that. But Denizen, do you want to give your final remarks, brother, for today?
Well, yeah, I mean, along that line, I agree with you, and I try to keep it in mind. Certainly, ad hominem is not my go-to. I don't have that problem. But whatever it is that, this aggressiveness, and maybe I don't agree on the terms, I wonder what it is, and I look to other insightful people to maybe help me explore it. Maybe there's an opportunity there, so as they say in AA, I admit that there's, not everything is within my control.
Mm. You're not
So,
a bad bloke, Dennis. And look the way you've been talking now, and I've heard you on other panels. You know, you do keep cool. Uh, and I just think when we lose our cool sometimes, and when we are insulting, it it just I think it grates away at a bit of our own soul. I don't know, you know, I know that people don't believe in
well,
the
I'm
soul.
admitting
Yeah,
to something. Like when you accuse me of being aggressive, I don't know if you're right or not. I'd have to let you elaborate, maybe at another
yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I was frustrated as all hell and felt like I was defending, like we had been, attacked. Like I was defending a village, like.
I know,
So
I know.
it's, you know what I mean. So wherever that comes from, yeah,
It comes from
maybe.
that exactly. It comes from that. It comes from this feeling of being cornered. You know, we were once a little mammal running around the feet of dinosaurs, and sometimes we felt scared and cornered, and we jumped up at the necks of things that were trying to get us to try and bite them and save our asses. So we do flare up when we feel
So
cornered. It's
the
it's a
why
human
is
thing.
what I need to figure out. Why I would feel that about someone saying like, "What's your definition of objective morality?" You know what I mean? Why does
Well,
that set me up?
it's a work in progress. I definitely think if we stay cool, we can get on better in life. A friend of mine, she's dead. Lord have mercy on her. She died of a heroin overdose. She was a lovely lady. Michelle was her name. She was much older than me. She was in her 60s when she died. She had a lovely black cat called Salem. But she was found dead from a heroin overdose because she no one could get her off it. But she said to me once, she said, be nice to the girls and be cool with the guys, you know. And she's kind of right, just be cool and be nice, as much as possible. It just helps, because at the end of the day, we can't control other people. We can only control ourselves. And aggro just makes us feel shitty, because if you turn it up a notch, it creates a possibility for chaos, and that will make your life difficult, you know? So just stay cool, isn't it?
Be cool, honey bunny.
That's it. So on that note, I will end the show because we're getting dangerously close to the 6-hour mark and we won't get the clips. Brother Mark, you can come on, bro, if you want. There'll be some chatting backstage. But for now, that has been the Finding Gnosis show. We will be back again soon as practically possible. Thank you to everybody tuned in. It's been a good one. Take care now. Bye-bye.